Chapter 2640. God Luo Scripture. Just these 3 words were enough to cause chaos in the Lone Dragon County and even the entire northern Cold Divine region. No wonder the Dragon Clan and the Battle God Clan would go to war with such a peerless treasure. Jiang Chen took a deep breath. It seems like not many people knew about the God Luo Scripture. Otherwise, there would be more people coming to fight for it and the Battle God Clan wouldn't have sent a Divine King expert. Back then, Wu Lian had once told him how powerful and mysterious the God Luo Scripture was. Since the ancient times, no one knew exactly how mystical the God Luo Scripture was. But it was enough to shake the entire divine world. Everyone was excited when the God Luo Scripture was revealed. Although no one knew what it was, the fact that Dou Ling placed so much importance on it and that it was hidden in Princess Bingying's divine body proved how precious it was. What's that? Dong Huang Zhuqing asked. It's not simple. This fella from the Battle God Clan treats it like a treasure. It's definitely a great treasure. Shi squinted his eyes. Dou Ling had obviously become everyone's target. Even though he had obtained the atlas, he might not be able to bring it out safely. There were so many of them, how could they allow him to take it away? This fella is a genius of the Battle God Clan, he's not simple. We must not let our guard down. Chu Tianshu said quietly while looking at Dou Ling, fearing that he would make any sudden movements. That's it. We must not let this fella take the scripture away. Yin Hun's expression became serious. It's time for them to join forces. The 3 of them did not join the fight because they wanted to see this scene. They must be the winners in the final battle. This scripture was not simple. It must be very important for Dou Ling to value it so much. Although Yin Hun and the others did not know how precious this scripture was, they knew that they would not let Dou Ling monopolize it. I've endured it for a long time. Dou Ling was in the limelight previously. If we don't teach him a lesson, does he really think that I'm only capable of this? He Cha gritted his teeth. He had been waiting for a long time, but he hadn't used his full strength. He was waiting for this last battle. As long as he could get this scroll, he would be a true genius when he returned to the sect. The Tian Xian sect and Killing Rakshasa sect had been planning for a long time for this ultimate treasure and the Dragon Ball in Jiang Chen's hands. They would not let any of them go. Unless it was an ultimate god expert, they must kill everyone today. He Cha's lips turned cold. He was ready to fight at any moment to snatch the atlas from Dou Ling. It's time for us to avenge the elders. Dou Ling must die in this battle. So what if he's a powerful dragon? In the Chilean boundary, the Battle God Clan has no right to flaunt their prowess. Lei Ping was also prepared to fight at any time. They only had one goal, to kill and steal. Dou Ling, give me back my elders' lives. He Cha took the lead and soared into the clouds, crossing over 1,000 mountains, displaying his overbearing aura. Yin Hun followed closely behind him and Lei Ping followed closely behind. The 3 of them surrounded Dou Ling. Dou Ling's eyes turned cold as he smirked. I've already expected this. Since you guys don't know what's good for you, I'll leave the Dou formation technique to you guys. Dou Ling was already prepared because he knew that once he got the treasure, he would definitely attract the attacks of the experts from all directions. Therefore, he had to be prepared even though he was powerful. The 3 of them attacked aggressively and instantly entered the range of the Dou Ling Heavenly Lightning Rainstorm Formation. Although the Heavenly Lightning Rainstorm Formation seemed weak under the attacks of the 3 of them, it was very different after the Dou Ling Restart Formation was activated. Under the support of the Dou Formation technique, the Heavenly Lightning Rainstorm Formation changed again. Thunder and lightning accompanied the thunderstorm. Wind. Fire. Lightning. The 3 of them combined their attacks and formed an unparalleled attack. Under the fusion of wind, thunder and fire, a white light pillar rose to the sky. The attack was as powerful as a late Divine King Realm's attack and struck the heavenly lightning rainstorm formation. Rumble, an incomparably shocking sound reverberated through the void, causing everyone's eardrums to tremble. Terrifying ripples spread out, causing the surrounding rocks to fly up into the air. Jiang Chen's expression became solemn. Everyone was staring at this scene. To think that these three fellas still have such a skill. The Killing Luo sect and Heavenly Profound sect came prepared. Jiang Chen said. This Do Ling is also meticulous. This is like catching a turtle in a jar. Everyone could see that Do Ling wasn't at a disadvantage in that attack. On the contrary, it was the heavenly lightning rainstorm formation that managed to neutralize the combined attack of the three of them. Do Ling might look like he was struggling, but he managed to withstand the attacks of the three of them with his formation. That was enough to explain everything. Let's go all out. His formation is strange, we cannot stay here for long. Yin Hun roared. The three of them combined their wind, thunder and fire, forming three whirlwinds in the sky. Even a late Divine King would not dare to face them head-on. However, Do Ling was not an easy opponent. He was not afraid of the three of them under the Do formation technique. Bolts of heavenly lightning broke through the shackles of the sky and blocked the trio's attack. The storm was coming and blood flowed like a river. He Cha was already pushed back by the heavenly lightning rainstorm formation. His face was pale and his body was covered with traces of lightning. Big brother, I can't take it anymore. He Cha said while gritting his teeth. The Do formation technique was much stronger than what they had imagined. Moreover, Do Ling was waiting for them to take action. However, the three of them were unable to keep their composure. At this moment, He Cha was the weakest. Even though the three of them had broken through to the Divine King realm, the gap between the Divine King realm was still shocking. It was obvious that He Cha was not strong enough to withstand the combined attack of the three of them. This allowed Do Ling to find the weakest point of the trio and unleashed an all-out attack. He Cha, you cannot fall. Yin Hun's heart skipped a beat. He Cha's defeat meant that the three of them were no match for Do Ling. Even the elders couldn't escape their fate. If it wasn't for the combination technique that the sect designed for the three of them, they wouldn't have been able to reach such a high level. Li Peng's expression changed as he cursed in his heart. However, he knew the importance of He Cha. The three of them were advancing and retreating together. If one of them died, they would be greatly weakened. These three fellas won't be able to last much longer. Jiang Chen smiled. Chapter 2641. You're quite sharp. However, the Killing Luo sect and Heavenly Profound sect have failed. This time, they've suffered a great loss. Dong Huang Zhuqing said quietly. In fact, everyone was dead except for the Eastern Emperor sect and Nine Dragon Palace. Only Long Xinghua was left from the Nine Dragon Palace. Dong Huang Zhuqing was getting more and more shocked by Jiang Chen's strength. Facing so many experts, he was still able to act so casually. Moreover, he was the only variable in their group. If the young city lord was the most powerful expert, then Jiang Chen was unfathomable. He Cha has already shown his defeat. The three of them are a single entity, they're bound together. As soon as Jiang Chen finished his words, Do Ling sneered and instantly unleashed his strength, engulfing He Cha with lightning speed. He had already found their weakness and attacked He Cha with all his might. He even took a blow from Yin Hun just to kill He Cha. Big brother, save me. He Cha's pupils shrunk as his expression changed. But it was already too late. He wanted to retreat, but how could he be Do Ling's opponent? Do Ling's silver sword slashed through the void and He Cha was instantly killed. His body was mangled and he was split into two. No, Yin Hun's voice was torn and his eyes were bloodshot. But it was too late when he acted. He Cha was dead. Both he and Lei Peng were sent flying away. The heavenly lightning rainstorm formation was activated. The two of them could only run for their lives. "You guys are not worthy to fight me," Dou Ling said coldly. "Dou formation technique, kill." Dou Ling roared in rage. The heavenly lightning rainstorm formation was like a rain of bullets. Yin Hun and Lei Peng were no longer able to fight back after He Cha's death. They were killed by Dou Ling within the heavenly lightning rainstorm formation. What a terrifying formation! Dong Huang Taiji's expression became solemn. Compared to Dou Ling, even 10 of him wouldn't be a match for him. At this moment, he couldn't help but be confident. Confidence was built on the foundation of strength. Dou Ling was on par with Dong Huang Tai, to the point that he couldn't even muster the will to resist. "Elder Chu, let's attack together. Young City Lord, can we join forces to resist the enemy?" Dong Huang Zhuqing said in a deep voice. "Alright, let's kill the Dou Ling first." Shi nodded silently. With Dong Huang Zhuqing and Chu Tianchu's strength, it might not be difficult for them to fight against Dou Ling. However, if they want to kill Dou Ling, he would have to join them. Otherwise, it would be impossible. Be careful. Jiang Chen wasn't in a hurry to take action because his current strength was limited. It wouldn't be effective if he acted rashly. Moreover, Jiang Chen felt that Dou Ling wouldn't be able to do much with Shi around. After all, Shi was a genuine late divine king expert. Even Dou Ling had to be courteous to him. "A few more are here to die. Looks like you guys really think that my Battle God clan is a pushover." Dou Ling sneered. His eyes were cold as he glanced at the void. Dong Huang Zhuqing and the other two weren't people that the third brother could be compared to. Chu Tianshu might only be an early divine king, but her techniques weren't simple. Some mid-divine kings might not even be able to compete with her. On the other hand, Dong Huang Zhuqing was a genuine mid-divine king. Needless to say, Shi, the three of them instantly broke through the heavenly lightning downpour formation. "Great!" Dou Ling roared and soared into the sky. His silver sword caused the mountain rocks of the Saint Soul Mountain to crumble. Dou Ling wasn't afraid to fight against the three of them alone. The prodigies of the Battle God clan were unparalleled. Dong Huang Zhuqing used the Eastern Emperor Limitless art to attack. Shi was calm and not nervous at all. Chu Tianshu also retreated as she fought. Dou Ling couldn't make any progress under the combination of the three of them. It was naturally impossible for him to kill Dong Huang Zhuqing and the others. Limitless flame, burn the heavens and earth. Chu Tianshu held the true flame in her hand and the Saint Soul Mountain was engulfed in flames. Dou Ling's eyes were cold as he swept his silver sword across, extinguishing the true flame within 3,000 li. His palm was as fast as lightning, causing Chu Tianshu to retreat. Dong Huang Zhuqing didn't want to be outdone. He cultivated the Eastern Emperor Limitless art to the extreme and used the God Sealing Seal to suppress Dou Ling. However, Dou Ling was like a cicada escaping from its shell. Dong Huang Zhuqing couldn't catch him at all. Dou Ling's attacks were ruthless and deadly. Shi blocked Dou Ling's path of retreat. The battle between the four of them was extremely intense. Jiang Chen started to wander around the Saint Soul Mountain while the four of them were fighting. Dou Ling didn't have the time to care about what Jiang Chen was doing. "What's that fella doing?" Dong Huang Taiji was puzzled. "He always has his own thoughts," Long Xinghua said in a low voice. She was the only one left in the Nine Dragon Palace and she didn't know if she could escape. She and Dong Huang Taiji were both severely injured. Even if they ate the energy recovery pill, they wouldn't be able to recover in an instant. "I hope so," Murong Yun murmured. "It's time to take action. This Dou Ling isn't simple." Jiang Chen murmured as he descended from the sky with the heavenly dragon sword in his hand. He was as powerful as a divine king realm expert. Dou Ling instantly lost his initiative after Jiang Qin joined the battle. Dou Ling was being suppressed by the four of them and he could only show signs of defeat. What a powerful sword! Dou Ling's gaze fell upon Jiang Chen's heavenly dragon sword. Dragon roars could be heard continuously. Compared to Chu Tianshu, Jiang Qin was not afraid at all. His heavenly dragon sword was unstoppable as it moved forward with indomitable will. There were a few times when it clashed with Dou Ling's silver sword. Jiang Chen did not show any mercy as the heavenly dragon sword swept across the entire Saint Soul mountain range. Jiang Chen was the one who forced Dou Ling to retreat. His attack was not any weaker than Zishi's. Interesting. Interesting. Dou Ling sneered as he retreated. He was about to retreat out of the Saint Soul mountain. 1-star battle formation, 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 battle formation. Dou Ling set up 3 formations in an instant, trapping Dong Huangzuqing, Zishi, Jiang Qin and Chu Tianshu. Dou formation technique. Looks like this fella is going to use his trump card. Jiang Qin thought in his heart. The Dou formation technique was just the tip of the iceberg. Only the Dou formation technique that had reached the star grade could unleash its true power. Obviously, this Dou Ling could use the 3-star Dou formation technique. Be careful. Don't fall into Dou Ling's trap. Chapter 2642. However, Dou Ling's formation still managed to trap Dong Huangzuqing. Dong Huangzuqing was constantly being pushed back by Dou Ling's Dou formation technique. The might of the Dou formation technique was extremely terrifying. Even Zishi couldn't escape from his misfortune. Although he managed to stop the formation with his powerful technique, he still couldn't break free from Dou Ling's formation. Be careful. Chu Tianshu shouted. Jiang Chen's strength was not as good as hers after all. Chu Tianshu used her body to block Dou Ling's attack and the transformation of the formation was completed in an instant. Both of them used all their strength but Chu Tianshu was still pushed back. Her face was pale and she was spurting out blood. Break! Jiang Qin shouted. He instantly broke free from the 3-star Dou formation technique. He shifted his position and changed the direction of the formation. He then grabbed Chu Tianshu and escaped. Dou Ling's eyes turned cold and said, "You can break free from my Dou formation technique. Do you think that you're the only one who knows how to use the Dou formation technique?" Jiang Qin said. "You're the one who killed my battle god clan." Dou Ling suddenly realized that this fellow was the one who killed the battle god clan and he even learned the Dou formation technique secretly. His sins were unforgivable. "You're the one who killed the people of my battle god clan. You even dared to learn the Dou formation technique of my battle god clan. Today, you must atone for your sins with your death." Dou Ling had 2 missions in this trip to the Thunder Rush Sea. One was to find the mystery of the Thunder Rush Sea and the other was to find the person who killed the battle god clan. They could sense that this person was in the Chilean region but they didn't know where he was. But now, Dou Ling was sure that this person was Jiang Qin. "You're not far from death now that you know that I'm the one who killed him," Jiang Qin said with a smile. "Ha ha ha. Don't you know how strong you are? You want to go against me with just your strength? Do you think I'll have to go through a lot of trouble to kill you? You sure talk big, aren't you afraid that the wind will cut your tongue?" Dou Ling shook his head in disdain. Chu Tianshu, Zishi, and the others' countenance slightly changed. They did not expect that Jiang Qin would dare to kill a member of the Battle God clan. How did he do it? The Battle God clan was famous for their protectiveness. It was likely that they would not let the matter rest so easily. "You're so young yet so mischievous. The one who's boasting shamelessly should be you." Now, it won't be that easy for you to escape from our palms. Jiang Qinleng said. Both of them were at each other's throats, and neither of them was willing to give in to the other. At this time, they could only meet in the canyon, and the braver one would win. Then let's see who can think until the end. Dou Ling launched a heavy punch. Although Jiang Qin and Chu Tianshu managed to escape from the Dou formation technique, Zi Shi and Dong Huangzhuqing could not. Dou Ling roared in anger, and the Dou formation technique was upgraded once again. Zi Shi and Dong Huangzhuqing were suppressed by the Dou formation technique. Dong Huangzhuqing was severely injured, but Zi Shi only suffered some light injuries. Jiang Qin swept his sword towards Dou Ling's sword. Shadows intersected with each other. Once again, the battle between Dou Ling and Jiang Qin was at the peak of the Saint's soul realm. Although Jiang Qin's aura was not weak, Dou Ling was still able to suppress Jiang Qin even without the support of the Dou formation technique. Chu Tianshu helped Jiang Qin to stabilize the situation. Let me help you. Zi Shi roared and soared into the sky. At this moment, Dou Ling finally felt pressured. Because Jiang Qin could ignore his Dou formation technique, it could be said that Jiang Qin was able to suppress his support perfectly. In this way, with the addition of Zi Shi, Dou Ling felt a little overwhelmed. Ha ha ha. The Battle God clan is really weak. To think that a guy who's not even at the Divine King realm made you look so miserable. You even lost the Dou formation technique. What a joke. Ha ha ha. After a wild laugh, Dou Ling's eyes were filled with anger. He turned around and looked at the peak of the Saint's Soul Mountain. There was a white-clothed man standing proudly on the peak of the mountain. His aura was powerful and oppressive. His eyes were like a tiger's, cold and filled with killing intent. Beside him was an exceptional woman whose beauty could cause the downfall of a city, snuggling against him. This pair of exceptional youths, a talented man and a beautiful woman, truly unparalleled in this world. Who are you? Dou Ling forced Jiang Qin to retreat with a single strike. His expression was gloomy as he looked at the peak of the sky and said. Jiang Qin furrowed his brows as he looked at the man and woman who were as beautiful as jade, his expression grim. God Luo Clan, Luo Qinghe. The man's expression was cold. His brows were like stars and his eyes were like swords. He looked down on everything in the world. Especially when he looked at Jiang Qin and the others, they were like ants. God Luo Clan. It's the God Luo Clan. No wonder. Jiang Qin murmured. Such arrogance was naturally the symbol of a noble identity. It seemed like the God Luo clan was even more arrogant than the Battle God clan. They did not even put the Battle God clan in their eyes. However, it was reasonable for the God Luo clan to come and fight for the God Luo scripture. However, the God Luo scripture did not belong to the God Luo clan. God Luo clan, even you guys want to interfere? Looks like I've underestimated you guys. Dou Ling sneered. He seemed to be disdainful of Luo Qinghe's arrogant attitude. The scripture in your hand belongs to the God Luo clan. Hand it over to me and I might spare your life. Luo Qinghe said proudly. Dream on. Do you really think that the God Luo clan is invincible? Since when was my Battle God clan afraid of you? What an arrogant fellow. Is that all the God Luo clan has? You're really good at bragging. Dou Ling and Luo Qinghe looked at each other. They could feel the killing intent in the atmosphere. A battle could break out any time. God Luo clan and Battle God clan are both involved. Looks like we don't have any hope this time. Dong Huangzhuqing sighed and shook his head helplessly. Any clan could eliminate the Eastern Emperor's sect. The Eastern Emperor's sect might be able to fight against them if it was thousands of years ago. But now, the two god clans did not even put them in their eyes. Looks like the Thunder Rush Sea has attracted many forces. However, the God Luo clan and Battle God clan's participation will definitely cause a storm in the Lone Dragon County. She said in a low voice. At this moment, he knew that there was nothing he could do to change the situation. The strength of the two from the Luo God clan wasn't any weaker than Do Ling. If they fought, he wouldn't be able to gain any advantage. Perhaps, it's time for him to stop now. Let's retreat, Jiang Qin. She looked at Jiang Qin and said softly. Jiang Qin shook his head. I must get that scripture. She was slightly stunned and sighed. It's worrying if Luo Qinghe continues to be so stubborn. Chapter 2643. Determined to win. These 4 words were enough to show Jiang Chen's determination. However, his strength was still too weak. It was too difficult for him to stand out amongst the Battle God clan and God Luo clan. It might even be impossible. However, Jiang Chen's determination was still the same as before. Do you know what that diagram is? Chu Tianshu squinted her eyes. She felt that Jiang Chen must know about it. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so determined. Even though he knew that he was no match for the Battle God clan, he still risked his life. Chu Tianshu already knew that Jiang Chen was extraordinary. However, his talent and strength had already been revealed. He was able to fight against Do Ling when he was only a late heavenly god. Even Donghuang Taiji couldn't do that. It won't do you any good if you know about it. Jiang Chen took a glance at Chu Tianshu. At this moment, he was as calm as Mount Tai. Both Chu Tianshu and Donghuang Zhuqing were slightly stunned. Jiang Chen was too confident and he did not even put the 2 great elders of the Eastern Emperor sect in his eyes. Donghuang Zhuqing knew that he would need to go all out to defeat Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's combat strength was very terrifying. Even so, Donghuang Zhuqing and Chu Tianshu became even more curious. She looked at this scene silently. Because his father had told him about this before. However, he didn't know if it was true or not. Now, it seemed like Jiang Chen's determination and the interference of the 2 great god clans had proven everything. We won't have any chance of winning if we continue to fight against the 2 great god clans. She was the type of person who knew when to retreat. This was his father's advice. However, he always remembered his father's advice, don't do what you can't do. His father wanted him to see the stakes clearly. If he wasn't confident, he must not get involved in this. Otherwise, it might lead to a disaster in the Chilean region. Because even his father couldn't protect him. As the saying goes, a wise man submits to circumstances. Although she was confident in his strength, he wasn't blind. Therefore, he chose to retreat at this moment. As long as there is a chance of survival, I will not give up. Jiang Chen shook his head with a light smile. This was his determination, and with his strength, it wasn't impossible for him to obtain the God Luo scripture. You're truly too stubborn. Do you know what it means by taking a step back and everything will be fine? Donghuang Zhuqing said angrily. It was rare to see such a talented genius, but he was so stubborn. Was it really that difficult for the Eastern Emperor sect to rise? Donghuang Zhuqing was disappointed with Jiang Chen's decision, but he had no reason to refute it. Jiang Chen took a step forward fearlessly. Friends of the Luo God clan, I would like to ask if De Huang is doing well in the Luo God clan. There was another concern in Jiang Chen's heart, which was De Huang. Since he entered the divine world, he had not seen De Huang again. Although the Luo God clan was the best place for him, there was no news of De Huang for such a long time, so Jiang Chen was quite worried. Luo Qinghe and Luo Xingran looked at each other. Immediately, Luo Qinghe's eyes were filled with coldness as he stared at Jiang Chen. Do you know that De Huang dog? Luo Qinghe's words made Jiang Chen frown. It seemed that this guy didn't have a good relationship with De Huang. Logically speaking, De Huang should not be looked down upon by the god Luo clan since he was following goddess Luo. Moreover, he would definitely not suffer a loss based on his character. That's right. Jiang Chen said in a deep voice. That guy, he's going to die soon. Since you're his friend, then don't think about leaving here alive today. Luo Qinghe's expression was cold, but he was gnashing his teeth in his heart. He could not wait to eat that guy's flesh. De Huang was well known in the god Luo clan. Moreover, he was also bullied by De Huang before. That guy's stinky fart could make people tremble, even if they were to wash it for 3 days and 3 nights, it would not be clean. Luo Qinghe was once pissed off by De Huang's fart. What do you mean? Jiang Chen's eyes were also cold. It seemed that De Huang was not welcomed in the god Luo clan. Moreover, this guy must have a grudge with De Huang. What do I mean? You're not qualified to know. Since you're the friend of that De Huang dog, then you'll be the one to pay for the humiliation I've suffered in the past. Luo Qinghe's voice was as loud as a bell, like the judgment of the god of death. Even the late divine King Zi, she was like facing a great enemy in front of Luo Qinghe. Really? Then you must have eaten that guy's fart. Otherwise, why would you be so angry? Ha ha ha. Jiang Chen laughed. Luo Qinghe's expression became colder and colder. This guy had deliberately provoked him. Today, he would make this guy pay for the humiliation that the Huang dog had brought to him. Even if I can't defeat that damn dog, why can't I kill you, a heavenly god realm trash? Jiang Chen, be careful. Zi, she shouted. However, Luo Qinghe had already started to attack Jiang Chen. Luo Qinghe was unstoppable. You can't even defeat De Huang, and you still want to fight with me? Jiang Chen sneered. He held the heavenly dragon sword in his hand and faced Zi Shi head-on. The scarlet long blade emitted a blood-red blade light, slashing through the void. Jiang Chen blocked it with his sword and was forced back by Luo Qinghe. Luo Qinghe's eyes were filled with solemnity. This guy was not any weaker than Dou Ling. His high-grade divine tool was even more threatening and unreasonable. He used his absolute strength to suppress Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen was unable to gain any advantage from Luo Qinghe even with his dragon transformation. Sword breaks the void, heaven's will. Jiang Chen slashed down with his sword, shattering the Milky Way. Donghuang Taiji took a deep breath. He might not be able to withstand it even if he had broken through to the Divine King realm. Not bad. You're quite capable. No wonder you dare to be so arrogant. Luo Qinghe said in a deep voice with a sneer on his face. He took out his long blade, which was shining with dazzling light. Donghuang Zhuqing and the others were shocked. Although they were at the same level of strength, neither Chu Tianshu nor Donghuang Zhuqing could resist this sword. Divine Golden Bell. Jiang Chen took out the broken Eastern Emperor Bell. As soon as the Divine Golden Bell appeared, the dazzling light of the blade was slashed down. The Divine Golden Bell was impregnable and could not withstand Luo Qinghe's attack at all. Impossible. Even my Divine Golden Bell could not reach such a level. How long has it been since he entered the sect? To think that he could refine the Divine Golden Bell to such a level. It's terrifying. This Divine Golden Bell, sigh, even I can't compare to it. Chapter 2644. Good fella, you've got a good tortoise shell. Let's see how long you can be proud of yourself, you coward. Luo Qinghe sneered and drew out his blade once again. The light of the blade shook the sky and pierced through thousands of miles above the Saint Soul Mountain. The brilliance of the blade faded away and rushed towards Jiang Chen. Divine Golden Bell, God's sealing prohibition. Jiang Chen shouted angrily. As soon as the God's sealing prohibition was unleashed, Luo Qinghe was forced to take a step back. No matter how strong the wind was, Luo Qinghe would not budge. Jiang Chen had sealed all the blade lights. Even Luo Qinghe had lost control of his body at this moment. Luo Qinghe's facial expression changed. He took a step back and stood in the sky, looking down at the heavens and earth. God's sealing prohibition is so powerful. Looks like my 1,000 years of Eastern Emperor limitless art has gone to waste. Dong Huangzhuqing smiled bitterly and shook his head. Jiang Chen's divine golden bell God's sealing prohibition was not on the same level as his. It could even crush him. Dong Huangzhuqing had never thought that the God's sealing prohibition could be this powerful. At that moment, even Zi Shi thought that Jiang Chen would be severely injured. However, both of them were equally matched. This fella. I have to look at you in a different light. Zi Shi said in a low voice. Even the peerless genius of the God Luo clan could not do anything to him. Looks like you really think that you're invincible if you don't show your true strength. Luo Qinghe Lengleng said. Although no one gained the upper hand in the battle just now, Luo Qinghe thought that he had lost to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's strength was not even at the Divine King realm while he was already a mid-Divine King. Although he was not the strongest in the clan, he was worthy of being called a genius. However, a puny heavenly god was able to fight against him. It was a disgrace to him. A genius of the God Luo clan. You're not even a heavenly god. Looks like you're just a so-so. Dou Ling shrugged his shoulders. His young face was filled with ridicule. Shut up. Luo Xingran said. Little sister, I can play with you if you're not satisfied. However, you might have to go back to the Battle God clan with me and give birth to my child. Ha! Dou Ling pointed his sword at Luo Xingran. At this moment, sparks of anger were ignited between the two of them. A battle was about to break out. I have to get my hands on the map. I'll definitely teach that brat a lesson. Luo Qinghe became completely serious this time, because the means that Jiang Chen displayed were completely beyond his imagination. He was determined to fight to the death. Is that all you've got? In that case, isn't it my turn to make a move? The corner of Jiang Chen's lips rose as killing intent flashed in his eyes. The Luo God clan can only dream of bringing the Luo God scripture out of here. Little brat, this day next year will be the anniversary of your death. Since you insist on seeking death, I will fulfill your wish. As for that De Huang dog, I will definitely stew him for you. Luo Qinghe swept across the void and stepped on the void. His blade radiance swept across the mortal world. The radiance was boundless as he clashed with Jiang Chen's figure. Sparks flew in all directions. The heavenly dragon's sword was like a dragon. Jiang Chen did not have the slightest intention to retreat. Jiang Chen moved forward bravely with the azure dragon's 5 steps. Every step he took was dazzling. A heavenly god realm expert was able to fight against a divine king realm expert without falling into a disadvantageous position. The blade and the sword intertwined, the battle of blood and fire. Jiang Chen was suppressed by Luo Qinghe with his strength, but Luo Qinghe could not kill Jiang Chen at all. Although Jiang Chen's strength was not as good as Luo Qinghe's, Jiang Chen had proved himself with his actions. Even so, Luo Qinghe still could not defeat him. You forced me to do this. Look at my Luo River 1000 cup. Luo Qinghe soared into the sky, holding the golden cup in his hand. Jiang Chen's eyes turned cold as it was a genuine origin divine tool. The water of the Luo River comes from the sky and rushes to the sea, never to return. Luo Qinghe's blade radiance was boundless, forcing Jiang Chen to retreat again and again. The water in the Luo River 1000 cup flooded the Golden Mountain and completely pressed Jiang Chen under the rolling river. Isn't this the heavy water of the God Luo clan? It is said that the heavy water of the God Luo clan is unparalleled in the world. Under the 3 yuan heavy water, even the demon subduing Vajra would not be able to keep it intact. Once the heavy water appears, the mountains and rivers will collapse. Dong Guangzhuqing said in a low voice. His eyes were filled with shock and he took a deep breath. Jiang Chen squinted his eyes. The water of the Luo River came from the sky. What a great 3 yuan heavy water. Even a 10,000 feet tall mountain would not be able to bear so much 3 yuan heavy water. The heavy water in the Luo River 1,000 catty cup instantly drowned Jiang Chen and the Saint's Soul Mountain. Crunching sounds could be heard as the Saint's Soul Mountain was crushed into pieces. It's too terrifying. She murmured. At this moment, he had already taken action to save Jiang Chen's life. However, the 3-origin heavy water was too terrifying. The water of Luo River fell from the sky with unstoppable force. She was sent flying by the 3-origin heavy water and he was almost crushed by it. Edited by Lifer, Fingerfox. Ha ha ha, you're still too young to fight with me. 3 yuan heavy water, Luo River 1,000 cup. Even if you're a late divine king, you won't be able to escape. You'll be crushed into pieces. This is your ending. Luo Qinghe's voice was extremely cold and he was overjoyed. The water of the Luo River had crushed the Saint's Soul Mountain and Jiang Chen was also under it. It was impossible for him to survive. Jiang Chen is dead, Dong Guangzhuqing sighed helplessly. However, they were no match for Luo Qinghe. The only thing they could do now was to leave quickly. Jiang Chen, Long Xinghua said in a deep voice. She did not believe that Jiang Chen would be crushed under the 3 yuan heavy water. We've been wrong since the beginning. Jiang Chen, you should be a hero when you're alive and a hero when you're dead. Dong Wang Taiji silently looked at the surging water of the Luo River that was crushing the Saint's Soul Mountain. His heart was filled with endless sorrow. However, the dead had passed away. Jiang Chen had been crushed under the 3 yuan heavy water and it was impossible for him to survive. Even the 1,000 zhang tall Saint's Soul Mountain had been razed to the ground. Little bastard, no matter how strong you are, you won't be able to escape from me. You're overestimating yourself. Humph. Luo Qinghe said Leng. We shouldn't stay here for long. We need to leave as soon as possible. She said in a deep voice. If they stayed here any longer, it would be difficult for them to survive. The moment he turned around, everyone let out a sigh of sorrow. You want to suppress me with just the 3 yuan heavy water. Ha ha ha, what a fool's dream. Jiang Chen's voice reverberated in the void. Around him, 12 flaming figures broke through the 3 yuan heavy water and protected Jiang Chen like stars surrounding the moon. They were Jiang Chen's 12 fire god guards. The flames were soaring. The strength of the 12 fire god guards had reached the half-step divine king realm. Along with Jiang Chen's strength, the 12 fire god guards protected Jiang Chen in the middle. The 3 yuan heavy water could not do anything to him. Chapter 2645. Jiang Chen, he's still alive. Chu Tianshu said in a low voice. Even Luo Qinghe's eyes became sharper and sharper. Good fella. Even the Luo River 1,000 mass cup could not kill you. You're really tenacious. Luo Qinghe's eyes turned cold. He never expected that Jiang Chen would be so difficult to deal with. Moreover, the 12 fire god guards were extremely terrifying. The 12 half-step divine king realm fire god guards would not be as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. This Jiang Chen has such a trump card. It's really troublesome. Dong Guangzhuqing did not know whether to laugh or cry. But he was very excited to see Jiang Chen breaking through the 3rd yuan of heavy water. Dong Guangzhuqing could not compete with the terrifying aura of the 12 fire god guards. What a terrifying flaming puppet. How powerful is this fella? She murmured. Even he had to go all out to deal with the 12 fire god guards. Moreover, the scene of the flaming puppet breaking through the 3rd yuan of heavy water was too shocking and incomparable. Good fella. It seems that I have underestimated him. I did not expect him to have such a trump card. This flaming puppet is really worrying. Hee hee. Dou Ling said with a faint smile. The battle between him and Luo Xingran was also quite intense. But compared to Luo Qinghe, he preferred to face this beautiful lady. Now, it's my turn. Jiang Chen's mouth became colder. Together with the 12 fire god guards, they instantly jumped into the air and surrounded Luo Qinghe. The battle has just begun, hasn't it? Jiang Chen retreated in order to advance. His heavenly dragon sword was unstoppable. The attack of the 12 fire god guards forced Luo Qinghe into a desperate situation. That De Huang dog was so difficult to deal with. I did not expect you to be so difficult to deal with. Although Luo Qinghe was shocked, he did not panic. He quickly responded to Jiang Chen's attack. Jiang Chen's 12 fire god guards completed the counterattack with a fierce attack. Jiang Chen immediately rushed forward without hesitation. The third sword, solitary side. Jiang Chen was determined to kill Luo Qinghe. Therefore, he did not show any mercy. At this moment, Jiang Chen swept his sword across the sky under the fierce attack of the 12 fire god guards. It seemed that the whole world of the warrior's gate had become completely dark at this moment. What terrifying sword chi! The expressions of Zi Shi, Luo Xingran, and the others changed drastically. Luo Qinghe had nowhere to hide from the sword. The water of the Luo River descends from the heavens. Luo Qinghe quickly retreated. His face changed dramatically and his whole body was trembling. If this sword had hit him, he would probably die with a grievance. The Luo River cup of 15 kg Luo River was thrown away by him and collided with the sky dragon sword. Jiang Chen's sword chi was not weakened at all. The Luo River cup of 15 kg Luo River, a primordial divine weapon, was smashed by this sword. Luo Qinghe dodged quickly and looked terrified. Water-cleaving saber, invincible. Jiang Chen's sword, solitary side, had completely overshadowed the whole sky. Luo Qinghe advanced step by step and retreated at the same time. He was in extreme pain under this sword. He would be defeated by Jiang Chen if he made a slight mistake. One sword light shone through the 14 prefectures. Luo Qinghe had displayed his swordsmanship to the extreme. What a terrifying sword. Even he might not be able to withstand this sword. Donghuang Taiji murmured and glanced at Murong Yun'er. The shock that Jiang Chen had brought to him had made Donghuang Taiji completely convinced of Jiang Chen's strength. Only Donghuang Tai, who was in closed-door cultivation, could compete with such a monstrous genius. However, in Donghuang Taiji's eyes, even Donghuang Tai might not be able to suppress Jiang Chen. The sword light fell and Luo Qinghe fled in panic. He looked nervous. Ghost shadow slash. Luo Qinghe turned around and attacked again. Jiang Chen dashed towards Luo Qinghe. Jiang Chen was not afraid of Luo Qinghe at all. He must suppress Luo Qinghe completely. Otherwise, Jiang Chen would not have a good ending. This guy is too terrifying. I'm finally going to take him seriously. Chu Tianshu was shocked. From the beginning to the end, she only regarded Jiang Chen as a talented young man. However, after this battle, she knew that Jiang Chen was not inferior to those real experts. He was even more powerful than the elders of the sect. A series of ghostly shadow blade light pierced through the sky. Jiang Chen stayed in 8 directions and the fire god guards attacked and retreated at the same time. Luo Qinghe's situation was getting more and more difficult. With the help of the 12 fire god guards, Jiang Chen had perfectly confronted Luo Qinghe and he even had the upper hand in the battle. This guy from God Luo clan is really weak. He can't even deal with a heavenly god. I don't think you are that strong. Ha ha ha. Dou Ling said disdainfully. He was extremely ruthless towards Luo Xingran. It would ruin his plan if he showed mercy to her. Dou Ling would never make such a low-level mistake. The Dou formation technique was unleashed once again, perfectly restraining Luo Xingran. At this moment, Luo Xingran panicked a little because Dou Ling was much stronger than her. She couldn't stop Dou Ling's attack with just her Dou formation technique alone. Dou Ling had gained the upper hand under the layers of sword shadows, and Luo Xingran could be defeated any time. Where's your pride and confidence? Jiang Qin sneered. Luo Qinghe had become a passive target of Jiang Chen's attacks. Jiang Chen was unforgiving when he had the upper hand. He would not give Luo Qinghe any chance. He must crush this kind of trash, otherwise, he would feel even more uncomfortable. Boy, do you really think that the people of God Luo clan are only capable of this? It seems like it's too early for you to be happy. Luo Qinghe said disdainfully. You should be proud to be able to force me to this stage. Even if you die, you can die with a smile. I prepared this for the little bastard of the Battle God clan. Now, you shall be judged together with me. Luo Qinghe retreated in order to advance. He slashed through the void and pushed away the 12 fire gods. The blade radiance in his hand became brighter and brighter. Spiritual transferring body. Dou Ling squinted his eyes. This is the spiritual transferring body of an hierarch expert. It can transfer half of the divine origin energy into his body, allowing him to reach the half-step hierarch realm in a short period of time. Dou Ling was slightly shocked. The God Luo clan came prepared. Once the spiritual transferring body was activated, Jiang Chen's strength would not be able to withstand the suppression of the spiritual transferring body. A late heavenly god and a half-step hierarch. Jiang Chen was destined to lose in a battle of strength. No matter how strong he was or how many tricks he had up his sleeves, he would still lose all his advantages in the face of absolute suppression. This fella has activated the spiritual transferring body. This is a great injury to a hierarch expert. He would need at least 100 years to recover. Chapter 2646. The spirit transferring body could only enhance one's strength in a short period of time. For Luo Qinghe, it was just a temporary boost. However, for hierarch realm experts, it would cause great damage. Thus, one could tell that the Luo God clan had put in a lot of effort for the God Luo scripture. Generally speaking, hierarch realm experts wouldn't move out so easily. If a battle between hierarch realm experts was triggered, it might cause chaos in the entire world. Even the Luo God clan wasn't willing to see that happen. Jiang Chen, retreat. You're not his match. Dong Huang Zhiqing shouted. Jiang Chen was still fearless. He looked at Luo Qinghe with his eyes full of battle intent. Half-step hierarch realm, what can you do to me? Jiang Chen was domineering. He sneered and stared at Luo Qinghe, as if he wanted to compete with the god. Ancient soaring dragon technique. Jiang Chen roared furiously and unleashed the ancient soaring dragon technique. At that moment, his strength skyrocketed. Even a late divine king would not dare to take Jiang Chen's attack head-on. Great! Let's see who's tougher. Ha ha ha. Undeniably, Jiang Chen was not timid at all. He was going to fight with his life on the line. Why would he be afraid of the heroes in the world? Heavenly Dragon Battle Armor. Jiang Chen exerted all his strength. He could not be defeated in this battle with Luo Qinghe. Both of them collided in the void. The deafening sound of collision caused the ground within 1,000 miles to crack. Even the air became solid. Jiang Chen's impact was very strong. He kept colliding with Luo Qinghe, but neither of them gained the upper hand. Jiang Chen's strength was strong enough and his body was strong enough. However, he had to admit that Luo Qinghe had become a real half-step hierarch and it was difficult for him to fight against him. Without the Heavenly Dragon Battle Armor, Jiang Chen would have been seriously injured. Even so, Jiang Chen was also careful and did not dare to be negligent. Luo Qinghe completely relied on external forces, and his spirit-transmitting body made his fighting capacity reach an unprecedented peak at this moment. Ha ha ha, you want to fight with me? You're still too young. Next, it will be the moment of your death. Luo Qinghe's aura had reached its limit. A half-step hierarch realm expert was incomparable to a peak divine king realm expert. Most importantly, his ability to communicate with the heaven and earth Yuan Qi had reached a dominating realm. No one below the hierarch realm could rival him. 3,000 flames dragon seal. Numerous flaming mad dragons arrived one after another. The sky was filled with thunder and fire, wrapping Luo Qinghe in it. It was imaginable how dreadful the 3,000 flames dragon seal was. However, Luo Qinghe stood proudly in the fire and slashed at the mortal world. The 12 fire god guards were all severely injured and their bodies were dented. So powerful, Jiang Chen thought. However, at the moment when he raised his head, Luo Qinghe had already rushed towards him. That blade seemed to fall from the sky and slashed at everything. Even though Jiang Chen used the heavenly dragon sword to block it, he was still sent flying for 800 miles. Cracks also appeared on the heavenly dragon battle armor at this moment. Jiang Chen, run, you're no match for him. Shi gritted his teeth and said. At this moment, whoever went forward would die. It was not because they were selfish, but because Shi's strength was not enough to resist Luo Qinghe, let alone Dong Huangzhuqing and the others. No one had expected that the battle would last until now. It was an unprecedented miracle that Jiang Chen could hold on until now. After all, Jiang Chen was only a late heavenly god. Die for me. Luo Qinghe's blade swept across the sky. The Saint's Soul Mountain was filled with dust and the surroundings were shaking. Jiang Chen was pressed under the blade light. He spurted out a mouthful of blood and flew across the sky like a kite with a broken string. Everyone's heart sank to the bottom. At this moment, Luo Qinghe was too powerful. He could not fight at all. At this moment, the heavenly dragon battle armor was torn apart and Jiang Chen was severely injured. Who can fight with me? Ha ha ha. Luo Qinghe was extremely arrogant. At this moment, his strength was incomparably heaven-defying. Even he could not control his overbearing manner. Half-step ultimate god was much more powerful than Jiang Chen. It was not a level that could be surpassed by controlling one's strength. Is Jiang Chen dead? Dong Huang Taiji said while gritting his teeth. No, he won't die so easily. Long Xinghua said in a deep voice. He was like a nirvana phoenix that was reborn from the fire. He would not die so easily. Jiang Chen. Are you still alive? I don't care if you're dead or not. Let's see who can save you this time. Luo Qinghe's final strike tore the void apart. Dust and gravel were everywhere. The sky was spinning as if it was the end of the world. Under that slash, everyone stared at Jiang Chen in dead silence. No one had ever thought that Jiang Chen would be able to stand up again. Shi, Chu Tianshu, and Dong Huangzhuqing were silent. Even if Jiang Chen was a 9-live civet cat, he would not be able to survive. Get out of here. You're not qualified to stay here anymore. Luo Qinghe stared at Shi and the others. He did not kill them as killing them would not solve everything. Especially the most important step, which was to raise the prestige of the god Luo clan. Moreover, there were disciples from the Chilean boundary and the son of the Reverend of the 9 boundaries among them. He was not crazy enough to kill them as a warning to others. Moreover, these people did not pose any threat to him. Dong Huangzhuqing, Shi, and the others looked at each other. They did not want to leave just like that. But what else could they do? Jiang Chen was already dead. It was useless for them to stay here. Fortunately, the people of the God Luo clan did not start a massacre, so they were spared from death. If they continued to stay here, their lives would be in danger. As long as there's life, there's hope. Let's go. Dong Huangzhuqing gritted his teeth. This was the most cowardly moment in his life. But there was nothing he could do. Who asked them to be weaker than him? Even the peerlessly talented Jiang Qin was defeated in the end. Not even his bones were left. Jiang Qin, farewell. If there's a chance in my life, I'll never let them go. Jiang Qin sneered. Long Xinghua gritted her teeth. Her eyes were bloodshot. If it wasn't for Jiang Qin, she would have died many times. This battle is the most terrifying battle in our Chilean boundary. She shook his head. He was extremely sad in his heart. Everyone retreated step by step. They were no longer qualified to stay in the Warrior's Gate. Most importantly, the Warrior's Gate was a coward's gate to them. Although they were unwilling to admit it, they were already defeated the moment they retreated. The word warrior had nothing to do with them anymore. Do Ling, it's your turn now. Humph, that little bastard is dead. Luo Qinghe squinted his eyes and looked at Do Ling. He did not want to fight to the death with Do Ling. If that's the case, both of them would suffer. Therefore, it's best for him to persuade Do Ling to surrender. A trash. So what if he's dead? Do you think that killing a chicken to warn the monkey will work on me? It's only a coward's action. Chop my head off if you're capable. I'll submit to you. Chapter 2647. Really? Since you're not willing to let go of the coffin in your hand, then we can only meet on the battlefield. Xingran, prepare for battle, kill without mercy. Luo Qinghe and Luo Xingran looked at Do Ling and pointed their swords at him. He would not be able to escape from this battle no matter what. Do you really think that you're invincible after killing a piece of trash? Then the two of you could try and see if you can break my chaotic 8 trigrams formation first. Do Ling pointed at the void and the formation was activated. The chaotic 8 trigrams formation used the heaven and earth Luo Pan as the base and the 5 elements and 8 trigrams as the support, forming a complete formation. This was set up during the previous battle and it had become a great threat to Luo Qinghe and Luo Xingran. To think that you've set up this formation earlier. You're really cunning. But even so, let's see if you can trap me. Luo Qinghe charged again, completely disregarding Do Ling's chaotic 8 trigrams formation. He soared into the sky and the formation was like a net, completely suppressing Luo Qinghe. Luo Xingran took a deep breath and her expression slightly changed. However, Luo Qinghe did not show any signs of defeat even though he was trapped by the invisible net. Instead, he crossed the void and broke through again. Luo Qinghe failed to break through the chaotic 8 trigrams formation after several attempts. Both of their expressions turned ugly. What's the use of a formation to suppress others? I don't believe that your formation can fight against me forever. Luo Qinghe sneered. However, Do Ling did not attack. How are you going to fight me if you can't even break through my formation? Do Ling's arrogance was on par with Luo Qinghe. Water of Luo River, come from the heavens. Luo Qinghe once again attempted to break through the formation. At this moment, Do Ling moved and activated the chaotic 8 trigrams formation. The sky and earth rotated and the formation became a world of its own. The heaven and earth Yuan Qi was completely sealed. Luo Qinghe was defeated at every step. Do Ling's formation made them suffer. Take this. Luo Qinghe knew that it was useless to hesitate any longer. It was better to fight desperately than to borrow strength to fight strength. The terrifying blade radiance pierced through the sky. Under Do Ling's suppression, the chaotic 8 trigrams formation had completely controlled the two of them. In order to protect the formation, Do Ling was injured by the attack he unleashed. Let's see how long you can last. I don't believe that this formation of yours has no weaknesses. Luo Qinghe couldn't break the formation, but he was able to find the core of the formation and attack it with all his might. Dou Ling was also having a headache. He wouldn't be able to control the situation if he couldn't protect the formation. Damn bastard, freeze for me. Battle formation technique, change. Dou Ling unleashed the Dou formation technique once again. The chaotic 8 trigrams formation was activated at this moment. Countless wind blades tore through the formation. Luo Xingran had nowhere to hide and was heavily injured. Xingran, watch out! Luo Qinghe roared like thunder, but he still couldn't protect Luo Xingran. Luo Xingran died in the Chaos 8 trigrams formation in the end. No. No, Luo Qinghe's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. His roar was like thunder that shook the sky. He rammed against the formation continuously in his rage. Dou Ling's mouth was overflowing with blood. If this goes on, both of them would definitely suffer great losses. Luo Qinghe was like a mad bull, attacking the chaotic 8 trigrams formation without caring about his injuries. He wanted to break through the formation and kill Dou Ling. I will definitely kill you. I will definitely kill you. Dou Ling. Luo Xingran was his lover for 100 years. Luo Qinghe was completely enraged after Luo Xingran's death. No one could stop him, like a beast that was about to break out of its cage. Roar! Luo Qinghe's deafening roar made Dou Ling frown his eyebrows. Luo Qinghe's attack was not able to kill Luo Qinghe even with the chaotic 8 trigrams formation. Moreover, Luo Qinghe broke through the formation and fought with Dou Ling again. Both of them were fighting with their lives on the line. Blood flowed everywhere as they fought against the heavens and the earth. You think you're the only one with a trump card? I'll show you my trump card. Dou Ling sneered as he gasped for air. His robes were dyed red with blood. Coupled with his eyes that were as deep as the ocean, he gave off a murderous aura. Spirit transferring body. Dou Ling roared in rage. His young figure emitted a domineering aura. Under the Saint's Soul Mountain, sand and stones were blown away by the wind. The earth was shaking. Let's see who's stronger. Luo Qinghe had no way to retreat anymore. He must fight till the end. Both of their strengths had reached the half-step hierarch realm. That kind of destructive energy seemed to be able to destroy the warrior's gate. Get lost. Rays of sharp blade light and sword shadows cracked the earth. Tigers and monkeys howled, the wind blew and the cranes shrieked. Luo Qinghe and Dou Ling were heavily injured after the collision. They were gasping for breath and their faces were pale. Injuring 1,000 enemies and injuring 800 allies. This was a real bloody battle. Hand over the God Luo scripture. Otherwise, I'll really kill you. Luo Qinghe's eyes were filled with rage as if he could explode at any time. Do you think I'll give it to you? God Luo scripture. Ha! Don't think that the God Luo scripture belongs to you just because of the name. How laughable, extremely laughable. Ha ha ha. Dou Ling was never afraid of Luo Qinghe. Both of them were at the same level. If they continued to fight, one of them might fall. Ha ha ha. This is great. Seeing the two of you fighting so happily, I don't even want to come out anymore, Gagaga. A weird cry was heard as a powerful figure stood in the sky, causing Dou Ling and Luo Qinghe to tremble. It's you. You came back to die. Humph, Dou Ling harumphed coldly. This person was Formation Demon Bai Qi who escaped earlier. That was just a clone of mine. This is my true body. I was wondering why this thing is so valuable. God Luo clan and Battle God clan coveted it. Looks like it's right for me to come back. But now, the two of you should be worried about your own safety, not me. Bai Qi crossed his arms and looked at the sky. Dou Ling and Luo Qinghe were heavily injured. What was there for him to be afraid of? Moreover, he was a peak late divine king. They might not be able to defeat him even if they joined hands. I, Formation Demon by Chi, want this God Luo scripture. Really? That depends on whether I agree. Chapter 2648. You're still alive. Luo Qinghe's eyes were filled with shock. Initially, he thought that Jiang Qin was dead. He had never thought that Jiang Qin would rise from the ashes. Undeniably, even Dou Ling was shocked. Jiang Qin was like a reborn from the ashes. You really are like a centipede that dies but doesn't fall down. Luo Qinghe said fiercely. It's not that easy to kill me. You can't even defeat De Huang and you want to fight me. Jiang Chen's eyes were cold. He was determined to kill. Today, everyone here must die. You're already at the end of your rope. Let's see what you're capable of. I can kill you again since I've killed you once. The moment Luo Qinghe's anger met Jiang Chen's eyes, both of them were at each other's throats. Just nice, the three of you are all in my bag now. Formation Demon by Chi sneered. Jiang Qin stood up with his sword. His expression was calm but his aura had completely changed. At this moment, he wanted to kill everyone here. No one could escape. I heard that you have the Dragon Ball. I'd like to see who's going to have the last laugh. Dou Ling squinted his eyes. The four of them were full of confidence. Formation Demon by Chi was no exception. He was just a clone before this. Now, he's in his true form. Do you think you're fit to fight me with your mud-like body? Formation Devil by Chi looked at Jiang Qin with disdain. The current Jiang Qin was indeed the weakest among them. Moreover, he was almost killed just now. Now that he managed to crawl out from the mountain, what qualifications did he have to fight against him? Take one of my moves first. Formation Demon by Chi sneered. He unleashed his peak late divine king realm strength and struck a thunderous punch. Jiang Qin was instantly blown away. Can't even withstand a single blow. Array Devil by Chi shook his head, feeling even more disdainful of Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin stood up slowly and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Leng Leng smiled and said, "Let's see who laughs last." Jiang Qin had consumed dozens of energy recovery pills in a row. Coupled with the restorative powers of the wood spirit, he had already recovered by more than half. At this moment, Jiang Qin could feel his strength rising continuously, as though he was on the verge of breaking through. This is the moment. Jiang Qin raised his head and looked at the sky. Thunderclouds rolled and rolled. How could this be? What's going on? Everyone looked at the sky. Dou Ling and the rest frowned. The appearance of the heavenly lightning made the three of them feel uneasy. This brave warrior's gate is an independent space. How can there be a heavenly thunder? Formation Devil by Chi murmured in a low voice. The warrior's gate was an independent space. Logically speaking, it should be completely isolated from the outside world. However, the heavenly thunder appeared at this moment. This meant that someone must have broken through at this time. There must be something fishy going on. Dou Ling said. Luo Qinghe also looked at the heavenly thunder. The moment he raised his head, Jiang Qin once again stepped on the sky with the azure dragon's 5 steps. It's you. You're still thinking of breaking through at this time. Ha ha ha. What a joke. Luo Qinghe completely ignored Jiang Qin, because it was no different from seeking his own death if he wanted to break through at this moment. When the heavenly lightning struck down, he was already on the brink of death. Moreover, if he fought with them at this moment, Jiang Qin would probably die without a burial place even without their help. Really? Let's see who's going to cry next. Jiang Qin ignored Luo Qinghe and the others. The rolling heavenly thunder poured down like a tsunami. The mightiness of the heavenly thunder was something that even the three of them did not dare to face. They could only retreat. Jiang Chen stood in the middle of the heavenly thunder and squinted his eyes. Thunder rumbled and lightning flashed as if the sky was going to collapse. How can a heavenly god realm lightning tribulation be so terrifying? One word: drought heavenly thunder. Not even a divine king realm expert would be able to do it. This fella is going to die for sure. Ha ha ha. Luo Qinghe said with a laugh, and the coldness in his eyes became more intense. Such a terrifying heavenly thunder. I feel like I'm going to be stunned by it. Dou Ling sighed. Jiang Chen was calm under the heavenly thunder. Bai Qi couldn't help but shake his head. The moment the heavenly thunder tribulation strikes, it's time for Jiang Chen to die. Jiang Chen raised his head to look, his smile calm and composed. I'm going to fuse with the heavenly thunder. Who dares to go against me? Jiang Chen's expression became solemn. The one word drought heavenly thunder was much more powerful than the 9 stars heavenly tribulation lightning. Moreover, the heavenly thunder was capable of destroying the heavens and earth. Jiang Chen stood under the heavenly thunder fearlessly. The moment the drought heavenly lightning struck Jiang Chen's head, a blinding light appeared. The three of them immediately covered their eyes. Under the heavenly lightning, Jiang Chen would definitely turn into ashes, vanishing without a trace. However, something unexpected happened. Jiang Chen was not struck down by the one-word drought heavenly thunder. Instead, he was calm. When the heavenly thunder penetrated through his body, it was as if it had completed a perfect cycle. The three of them were dumbfounded. Impossible. That's the heavenly thunder. Even I can't be so calm. I must have seen wrongly. Dou Ling said in a deep voice. He couldn't believe what he saw. Oh God. He's not even afraid of the heavenly thunder. Formation demon Bai Qi sucked in a breath of cold air as he was shocked beyond belief. I must have seen wrongly. Luo Qinghe murmured. At this moment, the 9 stars heavenly tribulation lightning in Jiang Chen's left hand and the dawn sky golden lightning in his right hand. The two heavenly thunder merged together. That's dawn sky golden lightning. 9 stars heavenly tribulation lightning. Was this guy crazy? Fusing 2 types of heavenly lightning together was no different from courting death. One type of heavenly lightning might not be able to kill you, but the explosive power of 2 types of heavenly lightning was something that even they wouldn't dare to take lightly, because Jiang Chen had given them a sense of crisis. The terrifying explosion caused by the fusion of 2 types of heavenly lightning might inflict serious injuries on them. You're afraid after merging 2 heavenly thunder. Won't you guys be scared shitless if the 3 heavenly thunder are merged together? Jiang Chen smiled. However, he didn't dare to be careless. After all, this was his first time coming into contact with the one-word drought heavenly thunder. First, he merged the 9 stars heavenly tribulation lightning and dawn sky golden lightning. Then, the next word drought heavenly thunder wouldn't be that difficult. After all, the explosive power of the 2 heavenly thunder was enough to make the trio's expression change. The moment Jiang Chen triggered the one-word drought heavenly thunder, the trio's eyes turned blood red. Motherfucker. Doesn't he want to merge 3 heavenly thunder? Isn't this crazy? Dou Ling gulped and his expression changed. If he really merged 3 heavenly thunder, even an hierarch expert wouldn't be able to save them. Since you guys like to watch a show so much, let's see who can stop me after merging 3 heavenly thunder. Chapter 2649. Jiang Chen, let's talk this out. Don't do anything stupid. Luo Qinghe said in a trembling voice. When Jiang Chen fused the 3 heavenly lightnings together, he had completely collapsed. Once the 3 heavenly lightnings exploded, the terrifying explosion would engulf the surrounding 10,000 li. No one would be able to survive. Luo Qinghe had never thought that Jiang Qin would have such a great ability to fuse 3 heavenly lightnings together. Even if it was a joke, he had never heard of such a method before. Jiang Qin, you're a madman. Dou Ling's roar was as loud as thunder, but his heart was trembling. Formation Demon Bai Qi was no exception as he looked at Jiang Qin with a hint of prayer. The trio's face turned green. One could imagine the terrifying destructive power of the explosion of these 3 heavenly lightnings. Jiang Qin was like an emperor, standing proudly under the lightning tribulation, holding the 3 heavenly lightnings in his hand. The surging lightning energy was deafening and dazzling. The explosive energy was enough to flatten the land within a radius of 10,000 li. I don't want this jade box anymore. Jiang Qin, I'll give it all to you. I'll give it all to you. Don't do anything stupid. Formation Demon Bai Qi almost cried. He did not intend to come with his true body, but he found out that there was a great treasure in the Ice Sea Divine Dragon Palace in the Thunder Rush Sea. Blinded by greed, he came with his true body to get a share of the treasures in the Ice Sea Divine Dragon Palace. However, he was completely dumbfounded in the face of death. Who would have thought that an ordinary heavenly god realm fella could make them almost pee in their pants? This fella is really talented. Fusing the heavenly lightnings, I've never heard of it before, the Kraken murmured and hid far behind Jiang Qin, shivering. A heavenly god realm fella could unleash such a terrifying power. Countless divine king realm experts and even half-step hierarch realm experts were shocked. Everything should end now. Jiang Qin sneered. As long as one's strength had not reached the hierarch realm, it was impossible to survive the explosion of the 3 heavenly thunders. Even an hierarch would be severely injured. Although these people were very strong, Jiang Qin was confident that he could make them disappear from this world. Dawn Sky Golden Lightning, 9 Stars Heavenly Tribulation Lightning, 1 Drought Heavenly Lightning. When the 3 types of lightning fused together, even Jiang Qin felt a power that could destroy the heavens and extinguish the earth. Once it exploded, even he wouldn't be able to control it. Death is your only choice. Jiang Qin and Leng Leng said with a calm expression. The heavenly lightning blossomed in their hands like a deathly lotus. The 9 colored petals of the heavenly lightning flower were cast out. In an instant, the mountains collapsed and the earth cracked. Dou Ling and the other 2 exclaimed in shock. Their faces turned pale. Formation Demon Bai Qi was the most helpless one. He thought that he would definitely be the final winner with his skills. But before he could even make a move, Jiang Qin blocked his path. Formation Devil Bai Qi used everything he had and countless formations were added to his body. However, under the heavenly lightning explosion, all of the formations were destroyed in an instant. It was like a formation made of paper. Formation Devil Bai Qi was completely turned into ashes by the heavenly lightning explosion. Luo Qinghe was not surprised at all. Even though he had activated his spirit-transferring body and had reached the half-step hierarch realm, it was still difficult for him to resist the attack. The terrifying thunderbolts instantly engulfed the 3 of them. Luo Qinghe could not resist Jiang Qin's heavenly lightning fusion. Even a half-step hierarch realm could not fight back. Boom! Everything within 10,000 kilometers of the Saint's Soul Mountain had been completely flattened. Jiang Qin could feel the dragon marks in his body surging once again. His strength had reached the half-step divine king realm. After this battle, his strength had increased tremendously. Jiang Qin was well prepared, it was reasonable for him to have a breakthrough this time. Jiang Qin's face was pale. Fusing 3 types of heavenly lightning was a huge consumption for him. The divine origin energy in his body was almost depleted. Jiang Qin stretched his hand and grabbed Formation Demon Bai Qi's interspatial ring in his hand. The jade box was also there. Finally found you. Jiang Qin smiled. He didn't know what was in the jade box, but the fact that it was held in the hand of a dead expert showed how important it was. The dust settled and Jiang Qin saw a man standing on top of the dust. It was Dou Ling, who was covered in blood. His hair and beard were messy. His eyes were filled with ruthlessness. Jiang Qin, I have to say that you're monstrous. But I'm not someone you can defeat easily. Dou Ling gritted his teeth. He thought that he was going to die just now, but the spine suddenly released a surge of inheritance energy that connected his body. His ancestors' remains blocked the attack for him. Dou Ling managed to survive thanks to the protection of the 9-layered formation. However, he was severely injured. At least, Jiang Chen's injuries were worse than him and he was at his wit's end. You're still not dead. Humph, you're lucky. Jiang Chen said. Now, let's see if you can withstand my attack. Dou Ling looked straight ahead. Only Jiang Chen and Dou Ling were left in the warrior's gate. I won't die, but you might not. Jiang Chen smiled confidently. He's right. You'll definitely die. A white-clothed figure appeared behind Dou Ling. Her temperament was extraordinary, 1 in a million. Her expression was cold, as if she was born with a coldness that even an iceberg couldn't compare to her. Who are you? Dou Ling's pupils shrunk as he turned his head. She was a beauty that could topple a country. Her clothes were fluttering in the wind. You don't need to know who I am. Give me the God Luo scripture. Otherwise, you'll die a horrible death. The lady said faintly. This person was Yan Qingqing, the person who went through the same ordeal as Jiang Qin in the Tianqi mountain range. However, she didn't recognize Jiang Qin and didn't know who Jiang Qin was. Her expression was as cold as usual. However, it seemed like she didn't want to target Jiang Qin. Your helper is too weak. Does a lady really think that she's the savior of the world? Ha! Dou Ling said proudly. He didn't care about Yan Qingqing. Yan Qingqing didn't say anything. She had already reached the mid-divine king realm. Jiang Qin didn't expect her to improve so quickly. Moreover, he could feel that Yan Qingqing was in danger. Noisy. Yan Qingqing said coldly. Her alluring red lips curled up slightly, looking as cold as frost. Buddha's palm. Dou Ling's expression changed when Yan Qingqing struck out her palm. However, it was already too late when he turned around. That palm had sealed off all his escape routes. Even a late divine king might not dare to take this attack head-on. Jiang Qin came from behind and slashed down with his heavenly dragon sword, killing Dou Ling. The spine and God Luo scripture fell into his hands. Chapter 2650. Yan Qingqing glanced at Jiang Qin and said, Give it to me. You've saved my life, I don't want to kill you. Jiang Qin looked at Yan Qingqing and felt a little sad. Things have changed, she doesn't recognize me anymore. However, I can't give up on her. Although Jiang Qin didn't know why she forgot about him, he must find out the reason. It's a worthy death to die in your hands. It's better than dying in someone else's hands, right? As the saying goes, dying under a peony makes one a romantic ghost. Jiang Qin chuckled. Glib, I'll only give you one chance. Otherwise, don't blame me for being merciless. Yan Qingqing frowned and her eyes were filled with anger. Jiang Qin saved her before, this was an undeniable fact. Therefore, she didn't want to become Jiang Qin's enemy. However, she must obtain the God Luo scripture. If you tell me why you've become like this, I'll give you my life, let alone the God Luo scripture. So what? Jiang Qin's eyes were burning. He didn't know if she could feel his feelings. Since you're so stubborn, I'll have to kill you. Yan Qingqing didn't want to see Jiang Qin like this. Although he's affectionate, it's useless to her. Even if the heavens fall and the earth shatter, the seas dry up and the rocks crumble, I will not kill you. Jiang Chen's words provoked Yan Qingqing again. This guy is a lunatic. Then die. I must get the God Luo scripture. Yan Qingqing said nothing and charged towards Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's expression changed. He knew that Yan Qingqing was not joking. Moreover, her strength was not inferior to Douling. Although he didn't know how she could improve so much in such a short period of time, her strength was undeniable. Jiang Chen ate more than a dozen energy recovery pills and recovered half of his strength. Now that he had reached the half-step Divine King realm, he could fight against a Divine King barehanded. Even a mid-Divine King was not a problem. However, Jiang Chen would not attack Yan Qingqing as she was his most beloved. Buddha's palm. Yan Qingqing continued to attack. Terrifying palm prints were unleashed one after another, piercing through the sky. Jiang Chen did not dare to be careless. He retreated in order to advance. He only defended and did not attack. Even so, he was still forced to retreat by Yan Qingqing. Such a terrifying Buddha's palm. What kind of technique is that? Could it be that Qingqing has something to do with Li Zongheng's Buddha's palm? Jiang Chen frowned. He couldn't help but feel curious. However, facing Yan Qingqing's overwhelming attacks, Jiang Chen could only take one step at a time. Don't dodge if you have the guts. Yan Qingqing's attack was ruthless. Her slender legs rose up and her white long robe fell down. Jiang Chen did a somersault and dodged Yan Qingqing's attack. He then approached Yan Qingqing and grabbed her with one of his hands. However, Yan Qingqing did not hold back at all. She did not show any mercy. Her exquisite face was filled with murderous intent. She did not show any mercy to Jiang Chen. Step by step, Jiang Chen couldn't withstand her thunderous palm without using his dragon transformation. Jiang Chen had never felt such pressure before. He was afraid that he would hurt Yan Qingqing if he used too much strength. However, she was not stingy at all. Each of her attacks was fatal, causing Jiang Chen to be exhausted. Even so, the corner of his mouth still carried a smile. This was love. Get lost. Yan Qingqing found an opportunity and struck Jiang Chen's chest with her palm. Jiang Chen was sent flying and spurted out a mouthful of blood. However, the corner of his mouth was still smiling elegantly. How can you still smile? I'll make you cry later. Yan Qingqing's ruthless gaze was like the fury of an ice queen. Jiang Chen's smile suddenly stopped at this moment. Jiang Chen did not dodge at all. At this moment, he took on Yan Qingqing's attack head-on and suffered another heavy punch. His face turned pale and his injuries became more severe. However, Jiang Chen did not stop and flew towards the sky. The moment he flew past Yan Qingqing, he instantly casted his dragon transformation and protected Yan Qingqing behind him. A giant fire dragon rose from the ground, engulfing the mountains and rivers as it soared into the sky. Its target was Yan Qingqing. Jiang Chen roared and drew his sword. His sword would never be aimed at the person he liked. Only his enemies could enjoy this bloody feast. Jiang Chen endured his injuries and blocked the impact of the flaming dragon with lightning speed. The flames burned out and engulfed Jiang Chen. At that moment, Yan Qingqing turned around and realized that Jiang Chen had blocked the attack for her. If it wasn't for him, she would have been engulfed by the flaming dragon. Yan Qingqing was a little confused at that moment. What kind of person is this guy? Just what kind of existence was he? Could it be that there were really inseparable and messy feelings between the two of them? When Yan Qingqing raised her head again, Jiang Chen had already escaped from the flames. However, his body was covered with injuries from the flaming dragon. Even the 5-elemental true fire couldn't protect him. What a terrifying flaming dragon! Jiang Chen's heart trembled. He raised his head and saw that the flaming mad dragon was 1,000 zhang long, covering the sun and the sky, hovering above the Saint Soul Mountain. It was a dragon's soul, not a real dragon. However, the strength of a dragon's soul had reached the hierarch realm. Jiang Qin was shocked. What kind of dragon is this? Lowly fella, do you think you're qualified to have this diagram? God Luo's diagram belongs to my dragon clan. Give it to me. The flaming dragon's aura was gloomy and unparalleled. The dragon's prestige was unparalleled. It was Jiang Chen's first time feeling such a dreadful dragon's prestige. It was the strongest dragon he had ever met. It should be a real dragon. The flaming dragon breathed out true fire. The fire pillar rose to the sky and buried Jiang Chen and Yan Qingqing within it. Jiang Chen roared and rose from the ground. His sword's shadow floated across the void. The dragon's prestige was unparalleled. 5 Elemental Trigram Fire Formation. Jiang Chen shrouded Yan Qingqing and himself in the formation. The 5 Elemental Trigram Fire Formation became extremely hot under the terrifying fire pillar. It seemed like it could collapse at any time because the dragon's soul was too powerful. A hierarch realm dragon soul. Jiang Chen felt suffocated when he heard about it. Why did you save me? I wanted to kill you, but you saved me time and time again. Yan Qingqing's eyes were burning. She felt a little uncomfortable. Because I love you, Jiang Chen said with a smile. But his smile was quite forced. The 5 Elemental Trigram Fire Formation might be destroyed by the fire pillar at any time. That's all. Yan Qingqing suddenly felt a little lost. Chapter 2651. Jiang Chen looked calm. However, in the next second, the 5 Elemental Trigram Fire Formation could no longer withstand the terrifying fire pillar. The flaming mad dragon's roar was deafening. I don't like to owe others, Yan Qingqing said in a deep voice. She made a hand seal and pointed at the sky with her jade-like finger. For 10 years, I have been an ox and horse for all living beings. For 30 years, I have been a dragon and elephant for all Buddhas. For hundreds of years, I have been a part of all living beings. Buddha and elephant Buddha, appear. After the incantation, Yan Qingqing made a hand seal and 1,000 zhang tall Buddha and elephant appeared. It was almost on par with the flaming mad dragon. The golden light shook the heavens and earth. The Buddha and elephant was invincible. This, even Jiang Chen was speechless. Isn't this too terrifying? Qingqing, oh Qingqing. What have you been through? In the God realm, who exactly are you related to? Just this Buddha and elephant alone could fight against the heavens and earth. It was like a palm strike from Buddha. Who could withstand it? It's the Buddha and elephant. Little girl, who are you? The flaming frenzied dragon roared furiously. Flames rose up from its body and its eyes flickered. However, under its attack, even the Buddha dragon elephant was pushed back and shattered into pieces. Yan Qingqing spurted out a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground. Jiang Chen's pupil shrunk. He quickly caught Yan Qingqing. The Buddha and elephant was indeed terrifying and powerful. However, it was not something she could control. Most importantly, the Buddha and elephant required a huge amount of divine origin energy. Her divine origin energy was almost depleted in an instant. How could she fight against a hierarch realm dragon soul? Are you alright? Jiang Chen looked at Yan Qingqing and held her hand tightly. He slowly raised his head and his eyes became extremely cold and sharp. Evil dragon, I will kill you today. Jiang Chen's roar shook the heavens. Even Yan Qingqing was startled. The current Jiang Chen was like a peerless demonic god. His aura alone was enough to make people tremble. His strength wasn't strong, but his gaze was enough to make the flaming berserk dragon's breath stagnate. Could it be that this fellow wants to fight with me? What an idiot. At this moment, Jiang Chen was thoroughly enraged. This berserk inferno dragon had hurt the person he loved the most. It was fine to hurt him, but to hurt the most important person in his heart, Jiang Qin would definitely go crazy. At that moment, Jiang Qin glanced at the flaming mad dragon. The latter's heart skipped a beat, but it remained calm and collected. No matter how terrifying he is, he's just a half-step divine king. How could he fight against me? Flaming mad dragon thought to himself. At this very moment, above the thunder rush ocean, an illusionary figure could be seen flying across the sky. It was as though the entire sky had turned dark. The day had turned into night. The thunder rush ocean was so dark that one could only see endlessly. Moo moo, above the ocean, a low moo sound could be heard. All the fishes within 1,000 li were shaken to their core. All the sea monsters that were below the divine king realm were killed. This sword of yours is very strange. It actually has such a dense dragon might. I really have a whole new level of respect for it. Furthermore, you can actually transform into a half-human half-dragon. Interesting, really interesting. Hee hee. The berserk inferno dragon said with a cold smile. His dragon breath was released and flames rose to the sky. Within 1,000 li, Jiang Qin was engulfed in flames. Those who follow me will prosper, those who oppose me will perish. Heavenly Dragon Sword, slay the dragon's soul. Heavenly Tao, kill the wolf. At this moment, the berserk inferno dragon did not expect that the heavenly dragon sword in Jiang Qin's hand was a primal origin treasure. As soon as the heavenly dragon sword was unleashed, the shadow of a dragon could be seen. Between the heavens and the earth, there was a huge pressure pressing down. The berserk inferno dragon could feel the aura of death. The heavenly dragon sword turned into a dragon sword and soared into the sky. There was only one target, the berserk inferno dragon. Jiang Qin's silhouette was like a peerless emperor. He stood on the dragon's sword and looked majestic. The void was shattered and cracked. No. This is impossible. The berserk inferno dragon roared and retreated. However, Jiang Qin's silhouette merged with the dragon sword. The heavenly dragon sword, which was a primal origin treasure, could ignore the berserk inferno dragon's dragon breath. The dragon aura on the heavenly dragon sword was even stronger. Even the berserk inferno dragon felt a trace of fear. Moreover, Jiang Qin's gaze was like a judgment from hell. When the sword fell, 10,000 swords were broken. The dragon breath was exhausted and the fire dragon was defeated. The berserk inferno dragon's soul was slashed by Jiang Qin's sword. A painful roar resounded through the sky. The berserk inferno dragon's shadow became more illusory. Jiang Qin looked at the sky, standing on the head of the berserk inferno dragon. He looked like an angry Vajra. His majesty was as majestic as the sky. Evil creature, I'm suppressing you with the heavenly dragon strength. Are you convinced? Jiang Qin shouted. He slashed his sword on the berserk inferno dragon's head. The berserk inferno dragon felt intense pain and roared continuously. It had never thought that this fellow would be able to suppress it. His strength was only at the half-step divine king realm. However, the berserk inferno dragon had to admit that Jiang Qin's heavenly dragon sword had completely suppressed its attack. Jiang Qin's heaven-dominating Tao and his terrifying gaze made the berserk inferno dragon fearful. I, Ao Gufeng, am not afraid of anyone. I've already died once. If it wasn't for the god Luo's scripture, my 9-dragon soul wouldn't be hiding here. Ao Gufeng said while gritting his teeth. Although his bones were tough, Jiang Qin did not hold back. He slashed his sword again and again, causing great damage to the berserk inferno dragon. The dragon's soul was getting weaker and weaker. Then die. Jiang Qin glared at Ao Gufeng, his killing intent surged. Big brother, save me. Ao Gufeng roared in a deep voice. His sorrow was overflowing as he raised his dragon head. Big brother. Jiang Chen's heart skipped a beat. It seems like there's more than one berserk inferno dragon. Suddenly, he recalled what the 8-clawed octopus said. The 9 dragons of the dragon clan descended here to seize the treasure. Moreover, they even had Chionyo's help. This berserk inferno dragon might be the almighty expert of the dragon clan that perished in the warrior's gate. Otherwise, how could a dragon's soul possess such terrifying strength? Moreover, his dragon's soul was well protected. Human brat, you're too conceited to dare touch the people of my dragon clan. A golden berserk inferno dragon soared into the sky. Another change took place between the heavens and earth. Behind the golden dragon, 7 other berserk inferno dragons followed. Wind, fire, thunder, lightning, earth, wood, metal, stone, jade. 9 true dragons indeed. Chapter 2652. The 9 dragon souls had all reached the hierarch realm. Without a doubt, these 9 dragon souls belonged to the 9 elders of the dragon clan who had destroyed the battle kingdom millions of years ago. Even so, the 9 dragon souls still had the power to destroy the heavens and earth. What sword is that? It can even make the 6th elder look so embarrassed. Its dragon aura is not any weaker than ours. Is this guy also a member of the dragon clan? That's possible. That guy is actually able to use dragon transformation. After that, his dragon aura will become even more real, comparable to ours. Even ordinary members of the dragon clan might not have such a dense bloodline power like ours. Let's ask him first. This guy is very talented. He might be a member of our dragon clan. Even if he's from the dragon clan, he should be killed for being so disrespectful to the 6th elder. The Thunder Dragon Elder, Aogyue, who had been silent for a long time, pondered for a moment and looked at Jiang Qin. Kid, are you a member of the Dragon Clan? Aogyue's arrogant manner made Jiang Qin feel disgusted. These people were blindly arrogant and thought that they were a member of the Divine Dragon Clan. Little did they know that they were just remnant souls that had lost their glory years ago. Dragon Clan. Hee, I really don't want to be a member of the Dragon Clan with you. 9 dragon elders, you should have been dead for millions of years. Don't you know what it means to be a centipede that dies but doesn't fall down? You've really made the Dragon Clan feel sad. How many people have you killed in this battle? You're all high and mighty, so you naturally don't know that you've destroyed an entire prosperous country. Not a single person survived. For your own selfish desires, other than greed, what else do you have? Jiang Chen's words hit the heart, causing the 9 dragon elders to suffer in silence. Their faces were extremely gloomy. How dare you? You don't know what's good for you. How dare you go against the dignity of the Dragon Clan's elders? It's really disappointing. You have the bloodline of the Dragon Clan but you don't care about the Dragon Clan. You must be killed. The 3rd elder bellowed furiously. The 9 dragon souls no longer had any leeway to criticize Jiang Qin. The sword in his hand is a good item. It is worthy of our dragon clan's collection. The 5th elder sneered. Yes, the primordial origin treasure is indeed a good thing. If it wasn't for him, who knows when we would be able to break the seal. Was the attack of a hierarch realm expert really made by this little guy? I can't believe it. The elders of the dragon tribe spoke one after another, as if they were all extremely interested in Jiang Chen's life and death. You've stirred up trouble. Now that the 9 dragon souls have appeared, none of us can escape. Yan Qingqing glanced at Jiang Qin. Leng Leng said. Others might not be able to walk out, but my woman will definitely be able to walk out alive. Jiang Qin smiled faintly. Yan Qingqing snorted coldly and no longer spoke to him. A bunch of shameless old things. Now they're already thinking about my heavenly dragon sword. Jiang Chen sneered and said disdainfully. The greedy faces of these elders were really disgusting. Why are you talking nonsense with him? Boss, let's kill him first. Humph. Rumble, along with a deafening sound, an ancient bronze coffin rose from the ground. The sky was filled with grayish mist. The 9 dragon souls were all stunned. It's the princess of the Battle Kingdom. We must destroy her. We were almost killed by her in the past. Otherwise, Qiu Niu wouldn't have sealed us for millions of years. We will never forget this humiliation. Aogyue said in a deep voice. The battle that year was earth-shattering. The 9 of them joined hands to suppress Qiu Niu. Qiu Niu was about to be killed by them, but he was saved by the princess of the Battle Kingdom. In the end, the princess of the Battle Kingdom blocked the attack for Qiu Niu. Qiu Niu was so angry that he used himself as a cauldron to suppress the 9 dragons for millions of years. Jiang Chen's fusion of thunderbolts unintentionally broke the seal and allowed the 9 dragon souls to escape. How could Aogyue forget about this? The princess of the Battle Kingdom was probably a reincarnated immemorial figure. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to block their attack. However, Qiu Niu didn't know about this. At this moment, a handsome white-clothed man was standing on top of the ancient bronze coffin. He was holding a bamboo flute and his eyes were calm. He started to play the flute softly. The sound of the flute was pleasing to the ears. Damn it! This guy's soul is still alive. The third brother said while gritting his teeth. Back then, Qiu Niu was even stronger than me. If it weren't for the 9 of us joining hands, he wouldn't have died. Aogyue said Leng Leng. No one knew how strong Qiu Niu was back then. However, even the joint attack of the 9 emperor gods could not gain any advantage over him. It was imaginable how terrifying Qiu Niu's fighting strength was. Now that Qiu Niu was accompanying the princess of the Battle Kingdom in the ancient bronze coffin, Aogyue had to be careful. No matter how strong he was when he was alive, he's just a remnant soul now. He has suppressed us for all these years and is about to disappear. Why should we be afraid of him? The prestige of the dragon clan cannot be erased. Anyone who dares to stop us will be killed. The second brother said domineeringly. His long and narrow eyes were filled with killing intent. Such a handsome man. Could he be Qiu Niu? Jiang Chen murmured. This man was stepping on the ancient bronze coffin and playing the flute. He looked like a weak scholar who stood aloof from worldly affairs. Jiang Chen could not associate him with the unparalleled leader of the 9 sons of the dragon, Qiu Niu. Qiu Niu, your soul has not been erased yet. Aogyue pointed his sword at Qiu Niu and roared. The white-robed man looked at Jiang Chen and ignored Aogyue. The aura on your body feels very familiar, but it's also very annoying. The white-robed man frowned and Jiang Chen looked solemn. Is it because of the ancestral dragon emperor's aura? Lady, let me borrow your body. I can only rely on you to resurrect my beloved wife. 9 Phoenix sacred body, only you are worthy of my beloved wife. After he finished speaking, the white-clothed man looked at Yan Qingqing with blazing eyes. Your wife is dead. Jiang Chen said indifferently. Even if she is dead, I still want to resurrect her. I don't want to kill you and I don't want to hurt you. Don't force me. The white-robed man looked at Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's stubbornness made him unhappy and uncomfortable. If you want to touch her, you have to step over my body. Jiang Chen said coldly. Do you know who you are talking to? Qiu Niu, the leader of the 9 sons of the dragon. Jiang Chen said. Since you know, you still dare to disobey me. I wanted to save you but you are so stubborn. What does this lady have to do with you? She is also my beloved wife. Chapter 2653. Who's your beloved wife? Yan Qingxing frowned and said with dissatisfaction. However, she hated the white-clothed man more. He wanted to use his body to resurrect his beloved wife. He. Even she doesn't want to admit it. Who do you think you are? Qiao Niu sneered and shook his head. He looked at Jiang Chen with disdain. The battle kingdom has already been destroyed. You still want to resurrect the princess? Qiao Niu, do you really think that you're the venerable emperor? You're just a remnant of your soul now. Aogue said sarcastically. Qiao Niu's gaze finally fell on him. That year, if this guy didn't break the seal, how could you guys see the light of day again? I, Qiao Niu, have no desires in my life. I have no conflicts with the world. Why do you guys want to frame me? I didn't kill them, but they died because of me. Millions of innocent people of the Battle Kingdom suffered. I, Qiao Niu, will not be able to absolve myself from the blame even if I die 10,000 times. I have no intention of living today. I will use the last of my soul energy to revive Princess Bingying. I will let her know that the 3,000 great worlds are not something that I can control. I don't want to bear the hatred of the past forever. Qiao Niu murmured. His eyes were filled with sorrow. Princess Bingying died with hatred. She thought that Qiao Niu was a spy of the Dragon Clan. He joined the Battle Kingdom to get her father's god Luo's scripture. This was also the reason why Qiao Niu's soul was immortal. Qiao Niu used all of his strength to suppress the 9 elders of the Dragon Clan. The warrior's gate was sealed by the 9 elders. They swore to fight to the death. In the end, the entire Battle Kingdom was trapped in the warrior's gate and turned into white bones. Qiao Niu's hatred was all because of the 9 elders of the Dragon Clan. Humph, your words are even better than singing. Since you are a member of the Dragon Tribe, you should work for the Dragon Tribe. Your birth has already determined your fate. If you do not fight for the Dragon Tribe, you are the scum of the Dragon Tribe. The 3rd elder shouted angrily. Ha ha ha. This is the biggest joke in the world. Dragon Clan. You bunch of elders of the dragon race who take advantage of your seniority. Which one of you has ever treated me, Qiao Niu, as a member of the dragon race? In the eyes of the Dragon Clan, we, the 9 sons of the Dragon Clan, are the abandoned sons of the Dragon Clan. Yet, you insist on treating us like puppets. How can there be such a good thing in this world? Since the Dragon Clan doesn't acknowledge me, why should I acknowledge the Dragon Clan? You bunch of old fogies, it's too easy for me to kill you. So what if you're 9 great god emperors? In the end, he was still suppressed by me for millions of years. Who could do anything to me? Even if the Heavenly King tries to stop me today, I won't show any mercy. From the moment you chased after me, I no longer belong to the Dragon Clan. Qiao Niu said proudly. From the very beginning, I've never been a dragon. Qiao Niu felt bitter in his heart. He could choose anything but his birth. The dragon race was an identity that he could never get rid of. It was an honor, but it was also a tragedy. The 9 sons of the Dragon Clan, all of you are ugly. You shouldn't exist in this world. Humph. Aogue waved his sleeve and ignored Qiao Niu's words. Even Jiang Chen sighed. Qiao Niu was a bit pitiful. He was misunderstood by everyone and was born from resentment. Even though he had turned into a spirit, he still couldn't get rid of this misfortune. Qiao Niu's emotions were stirred up, especially his blood-red eyes. Jiang Chen shook his head. Qiao Niu was probably completely swallowed by hatred and resentment. One's appearance was born from one's heart. Qiao Niu wanted to revive the princess of the Battle Kingdom and let her know that he had worked hard for millions of years. He wanted her to understand that he was not the traitor. In addition to the resentment of millions of people of the Battle Kingdom, Qiao Niu's soul was in extreme pain. His soul no longer belongs to him. Jiang Chen said in a deep voice. He was born from thousands of resentment. He was alive not only to suppress the elders of the Nine Dragon clan, but also to clear his own grievances. However, Chunyo, who was swallowed by hatred, was no longer the kind, elegant young man who was good at music and stood aloof from worldly affairs. Chunyo was dressed in white, looking handsome and unparalleled. However, who could he tell the sorrow in the depth of his soul to? No one can stop me. Otherwise, I will kill you without mercy. I can trap you for millions of years, I can make sure that you will never be able to reincarnate. Chunyo was domineering and pointed at Aogyue and the others. However, Aogyue's expression changed. This Chunyo was extremely difficult to deal with. A centipede would not fall down even if it died. If a war broke out, they might not be able to gain any advantage. Chunyo, don't forget that no matter what, you are a member of the Dragon Clan, whether you admit it or not. Don't you want to die for the sake of the Dragon Clan? Once the God Luo's scripture is obtained by others, the consequences will be unimaginable. The 9 of us have risked our lives for millions of years just to get this God Luo's scripture. Now that the God Luo's scripture is about to be obtained, you are still trying to stop us. How can you be worthy of your identity as a member of the Dragon Clan? Aogyue did not want to fight with Chunyo to the death. Otherwise, their dragon souls might not even have the chance to leave this place. With their strength, if they returned to the Dragon Clan, they would have the opportunity to rebuild their golden bodies. After all, the cultivation of the Emperor realm was not obtained for no reason. If they continued to fight with Chunyo, this madman, they would be the ones suffering. The ending of being trapped for millions of years had already given them the biggest reminder. It was like a warning bell. Therefore, Aogyue did not want to gamble. He was afraid that if he lost, all his previous efforts would be in vain. He was not the only one behind Aogyue. There were 8 brothers and 9 elders of the Dragon Clan. In the battle that happened millions of years ago, none of them survived. All 9 great emperors had fallen. It was a great loss for the Dragon Clan. Now, if Aogyue and the others wanted to return to the Dragon Clan, this was their only chance. And all of this depended on the God Luo's scripture. As long as Bingying is resurrected, I can obtain eternal life. No one can stop me. I will destroy everything. The warrior's gate, the strong are invincible. Chunyo said in a domineering manner, completely ignoring Aogyue and the others. Even if it was 9 hierarch realm dragon souls, he would still fight for his beloved wife. It was indeed fascinating. Jiang Chen looked at Yan Qingqing. He would not let anyone touch his beloved wife. Even if it meant death, he would still fight until the end. We are only after the God Luo scripture. As long as you help us get the God Luo scripture, we will help you resurrect Princess Bingying. If you want to resurrect Princess Bingying by yourself, I'm afraid you will have to sacrifice your own dragon soul. If both of us are injured, what can you do even if you defeat us? Do you still have the ability to resurrect Princess Bingying? Aogyue said in a deep voice. He wanted to pull Chunyo to his side. Otherwise, the battle would be extremely tragic if he fought Chunyo alone. They were not willing to accept that. Chapter 2654. Although Aogyue and the others were not weak, this was the best way to ensure their safety. Otherwise, even if they defeated Chunyo in the end, it would still be impossible for them to get the God Luo scripture and leave this place. There were no eternal enemies, only eternal benefits. In front of absolute benefits, he had enough reasons to convince Chunyo. As long as Chunyo was not stupid, he would know that this was a great opportunity. They did not need to make a big fuss about it, and everyone would be happy in the end. Aogyue believed that with Chunyo's thoughts and his persistence at the moment, his words would definitely move him. Most importantly, although Chio was crazy, he could still tell right from wrong. He was just too persistent in reviving his beloved wife. Chio became silent because he knew that what Aogue said was reasonable. If they could take what they needed and bury the hatchet, things would not be so difficult. We will take what we need and not interfere with each other. It's not easy for you to kill us, and it's also very difficult for us to kill you. We are all dragons, but killing each other will be a joke to the outsiders. This should be the basic respect and trust, right? That year, both of us were injured. What's there to be afraid of if we fight again? But things aren't as simple as you think. We can get what we want, and you can also get what you want without any effort. We only have one common enemy, and that is that brat with the aura of the Dragon Clan. He isn't a true Dragon Clan member. Aogue said faintly. It seemed like he was negotiating with Chio, but what he said was reasonable. Chio could not help but be tempted. Jiangchen gritted his teeth and snorted, "This bastard, he dares to incite Chio to attack me. Damn bastard, despicable dragon. You have really opened my eyes. They want to kill you and use me to revive the dead princess of the Warring States Kingdom." Yan Qingqing slightly raised her beautiful eyes and said in a deep voice. "Qi restoration pill." Jiangchen threw 10 qi restoration pills to Yan Qingqing. The latter was slightly stunned, but she still held the pills tightly. "Why do you want to save me? Is it worth risking your life?" Yan Qingqing was puzzled. There was no memory of Jiangchen at all in her memory. Moreover, he had risked his life to save her several times. He even gave her the Great Bright Lord's relic. He didn't even ask about the relic when it was so close to him. "All right, it's a deal." Chio and Aogue looked at each other and finally made up their minds. They knew that Aogue was telling the truth. This was their best chance to defeat Jiangchen, who was only a half-step divine king. "Ha ha ha, great. Chio, no matter what, the Dragon Clan will be grateful to you for getting the God scripture. The Dragon Clan will be grateful to you. Once I get back to the Dragon Clan, I will definitely reward for you." Aogue laughed and said. Chen Jiang were Chen's. Jiang. Jiang. Jiang and Jiang would be in to kill Chio. Jiang Chio, how, he will be, he. How could he fight against the son of the dragon, Chio? Put down the God scripture and hand over that woman. Then, you might be able to live. I can guarantee that you won't die. After all, you have the bloodline of the Dragon Clan in your body. Although I don't know whether you are a real dragon, I don't want to kill anyone from the Dragon Clan. Aogue pretended to be benevolent and said. Hee. Stop pretending. Do you still remember that you are from the Dragon Clan? Will the Dragon Clan be so cruel to kill millions of people of the Battle Kingdom? Will the Dragon Clan kill the son of the Dragon Clan by hook or by crook? Nice words. The Dragon Clan is really powerful. If you want to kill, just come at me. I, Jiangchen, do not need others to comment on my actions. Jiangchen said in a deep voice. His cold eyes swept through the surroundings. Chio's eyes became colder and colder. She doesn't know what's good for her. Boss, why are you still talking nonsense with her? My brothers can't wait any longer. Furthermore, he didn't show any mercy when he was dealing with Brother Hua. The damage to Brother Hua's dragon soul is all because of him. If I don't kill him today, how am I going to explain to the ancestors of the Dragon Clan? Aogue sneered. All right. If that's the case, let's fight. I won't lower my head even if I die. You want to use my woman to resurrect your beloved wife. Chio, I can only say that you're talking nonsense. I won't regret it even if I die today. I, Jiang Qin, will never lower my head. Jiang Qin stood in the void with his sword in his hand. His eyes were cold. Aogyue and the other 9 Hierarch Realm Dragon Soul Elders and Qiu Niu were all ready to fight. Since you insist on courting death, don't blame us. We, the Dragon Clan, are not despicable and shameless. I gave you a choice, but you don't know how to cherish it. Aogyue said with a faint smile. However, they had already begun to move closer to Jiang Qin. The 9 Dragons Elders and Qiu Niu's aura covered the sky and completely shrouded Jiang Qin and Yan Qingqing in it. Solitary sighed. Jiang Qin directly displayed the dragon transformation. Under the dragon transformation, Solitary's sword's shadow cut through the sky. However, it was vulnerable in front of the 10 Hierarch Realm Dragon Soul experts. The sword's shadow was instantly destroyed. Jiang Qin was also forced to retreat with a pale face. Buddha Dragon and Elephant appear. Yan Qingqing did not hesitate and directly displayed her killer move. The Buddha Dragon and Elephant shook the earth. However, it was still like a piece of paper in front of the Hierarch Realm Dragon Soul experts. She was instantly forced to retreat and was seriously injured. Jiang Qin felt helpless for the first time because the 10 Hierarch Realm Dragon Souls were too strong. They were Emperor Realm experts from thousands of years ago. It was self-evident how terrifying the 10 Hierarch Realm Dragon Souls were. Qingqing. Jiang Qin roared with a ferocious expression. He caught Yan Qingqing's body. However, she was already like a kite with a broken string. Although she was in Jiang Qin's arms. They are too strong, too strong. Yan Qingqing's eyes were filled with the color of death. To be exact, it was despair. In front of the 10 venerables, they were as weak as babies crying piteously for food. Jiang Qin's eyes were filled with tenderness and a slight smile. Don't worry. I will never let anyone hurt you unless I die. Yan Qingqing was slightly stunned. She did not know why, but there seemed to be a layer of mist in the depth of her eyes at that moment. Jiang Qin slowly stood up. He was a man. He could only fight till the end. He would not give up until the very last moment. However, this was his last trump card. This time, it should be called the Ghost Prison Ashura Sword Formation. Jiang Qin's eyes were replaced with a touch of coldness. 10 Hierarch Realm Dragon Soul experts, so what? Chapter 2655. Yan Qingqing could only see the gentle side of Jiang Qin, but when Jiang Qin turned around and picked up the Qingfeng sword, he was already prepared to face death. Right now, Jiang Qin only had one trick up his sleeve, and that was the little Ashura sword formation that had undergone great changes. The Ghost Prison Ashura sword formation in the past was called the Little Ashura sword formation by Jiang Qin because he was not strong enough. But this time, the Ghost Prison Ashura sword formation that was formed by 108 heavenly divine tools, Jiang Qin wanted to see how strong it was. When they were fighting before, Jiang Qin had already set up a huge formation around the entire Saint Soul Mountain. Even Do Ling did not notice it. Moreover, Jiang Qin wanted to set up this huge formation to ensure that nothing would go wrong. But at this moment, even though Jiang Qin was full of confidence, he still did not know if he could win against the 10 venerables. Because he had no way out at this moment, he had to fight with his life on the line. The 10 venerables took a step forward and the void was torn apart. Jiang Qin did not dare to be careless, he took the initiative to attack first. The Ghost Prison Ashura sword formation instantly spread out, enveloping the entire Saint Soul Mountain. In an instant, a third of Jiang Qin's divine origin energy was drained. Jiang Qin's face darkened. This was the most terrifying part, because the Ghost Prison Ashura sword formation consumed too much of Jiang Qin's energy. Even if he kept eating energy recovery pills and the recovery power of the wood spirit, it was still not enough for him to reach his peak state. The formation was formed, the wind was flying. Between the heavens and the earth, the 108 heavenly divine tools soared into the sky like 108 comets. Even Jiang Qin was shocked by the scene. The heavenly dragon sword was like an immemorial azure dragon, traversing between the heavens and the earth, triggering the Ashura sword formation. What a terrifying sword array! To think that even I would feel a trace of danger. Yeah, this sword formation is really terrifying. 108 heavenly god tools perfectly fused into a formation. It does give people a sharp feeling. That's right. If it was in the past, I would be able to break it with a single finger. But we absolutely cannot let our guard down now. This sword formation is definitely not simple. That sword with the aura of a dragon guarding the area is definitely a primal origin treasure. The 9 great elders of the dragon tribe were all ready for battle. At this moment, they were not afraid of Jiang Chen's ghost prison Ashura sword formation at all. Interesting. In this way, I won't feel a sense of accomplishment after killing you. Chunyo Langleng said. Right now, he only had Yan Qingqing in his eyes. Yan Qingqing was his target. Jiang Chen's life and death had nothing to do with him. You're like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. You're courting death. Chunyo charged into the sky once again. He was determined to break through the sword formation. Then, why don't you try and see if my sword formation is more powerful or if you guys can break through it? Jiang Qin roared in anger. He was determined to kill the 10 reverends. They had been dead for thousands of years, but they were still as powerful as before. If it was an ordinary divine king or even a hierarch, they would have been suppressed. However, Jiang Qin would never bow down to them. Yan Qingqing looked at the scene silently. It was impossible for her not to be touched. This guy had forced his way into her heart. It was extremely difficult for her to kick him out. 108 heavenly divine weapons. You're really impressive. A half-step divine king. Who would have thought that this fella could possess so many divine weapons? Even a hierarch expert or a top-notch sect might not be able to possess such a great amount of weapons. That's right. Yan Qingqing was shocked. However, controlling such a terrifying formation would consume a lot of Jiang Chen's strength. His divine origin strength, essence, qi, and spirit would all be depleted. He needed to put in a lot of effort to fight against the 10 reverends. It was not something that could be achieved with just a formation. Jiang Chen must be vigilant. Otherwise, no matter how strong the formation was, it would not be able to unleash its true power. Jiang Qin was calm. At this moment, he was relaxed because the ghost prison Ashura sword formation had become his trump card. At this moment, sword shadows pierced through the Ashura sword formation. Jiang Qin was stunned. It was impossible for anyone below the hierarch realm to survive in this formation. Even a half-step hierarch would be shredded into pieces by the sword shadows. At this moment, Jiang Qin was really powerful. The Ashura sword formation once again showed Elder Jiulong and Qiu what a peerless technique was. A mere half-step divine king kid could fight against the 10 reverends with just a sword formation. It was really amazing. Rays of cold light became the main color of the Saint's Soul Mountain. The cold light and sword shadows pierced through the mountain, causing the 10 reverends' expressions to change. However, they were still hierarch experts. Jiang Chen could not imagine what it meant to be a hierarch expert. Any one of them could easily crush him. However, in this formation, Jiang Chen was the one and only king. The sword shadows were blurred and the cold light flashed. Countless shadows were left in the void. The 10 reverends used their speed and strength to fight against the Ashura sword formation. Jiang Chen's expression was extremely serious. The sword formation was unstoppable. 3,000 miles of mountains and rivers were destroyed. The Ashura sword formation swept through the void with its supreme sword shadows. It's too strong. Although the sword shadows can't kill us in one strike, we can't defend against more and more sword shadows. This guy is really despicable. Shut up. This is not the time to play around. Give it your all. Otherwise, no one can save you. Our only chance now is to break through the formation. The 10 of us should attack one part of the formation together. We might be able to break it. That's right. No matter how strong his formation is, the one controlling it is just a half-step divine king trash. If we attack one part with all our strength, we can definitely make him lose control of the formation. Everyone kept nodding their heads. At this moment, Chiu Nyo also silently nodded his head and joined in. The 10 reverends launched a powerful attack. Jiang Chen also saw their collision. The 10 reverends launched a joint attack towards the sword formation. Even though Jiang Chen was prepared for it, he was still pushed back 800 feet by the impact. He spurted out a mouthful of blood and his face turned pale. He looked as miserable as he could be. Jiang Chen wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and soared into the sky again. He controlled the formation and the sword formation. Although the formation shook violently from the impact, it did not collapse. Myriad swords returned to origin. Sky annihilation. Chapter 2656. Let's continue. I'd like to see how long this guy can last. He should have exhausted all his divine spirit power in order to maintain such a great formation. Ha ha ha, you're right. Third brother, as long as we continue to attack, I don't believe that this guy can overturn the sky. No matter how capable he is, he still has to die. The dignity of the great emperor is inviolable. Everyone concentrated and attacked the sword formation again. The huge impact sent Jiang Chen flying again. Jiang Chen's body was covered with blood. Yan Qingqing's heart skipped a beat when she saw this. Does this guy not want to live anymore? Jiang Chen's mouth became colder and colder. He had no choice but to move forward. Then let's see who can last longer. Once again, Jiang Chen swallowed 10 energy recovery pills. With the recovery of the wood element, although his physical strength and profound qi were being depleted, he was still able to recover a little, so he didn't fall into a passive state. All of you, stop for a while. Jiang Chen grinned, with a fierce look in his eyes. Dou formation technique, it's time for you to use it. Jiang Chen pointed at the sky and the sky changed its color. Under the Dou formation technique, the Ashura sword formation became stronger once again. The Ghost Prison Ashura sword formation was strengthened by at least 30%. The Ghost Prison Ashura sword formation had become a great killing weapon that could dominate the world. The indomitable sword intent had completely turned into a killing intent. The Ghost Prison Ashura sword formation became unstoppable once again. The sword shadows were everywhere. This guy has the secret of the Battle God clan, the Dou formation technique. The Battle God clan is one of the ancient clans. I didn't expect that the Dou formation technique would be leaked. It's really sad. Be careful, we can't use all our strength to break through the current formation. Every time the sword shadow slashes down, it causes great damage to our dragon souls. The only divine weapon guarding this formation is the primal origin treasure with dragon breath. Its lethality to our dragon souls is simply unbelievable. Even Ao Gu's face suddenly changed. After the Dou formation technique, the Ashura sword formation made them feel a great threat again. So what if they're the 10 venerable ones? You're still trapped in my formation. Jiang Chen sneered, but his profound qi was not as strong as before. Jiang Chen knew that his profound qi would be depleted as time went by, and that would be the time of his death. After all, the 10 reverends did not live up to their reputation. Every one of them was a great sovereign who could cover the sky with a single hand when they were alive. They were peerless, heroic and peerless. You go first, quickly leave the brave warrior's gate. Jiang Chen glanced at Yan Qingqing. If Yan Qingqing didn't leave at this moment, he wouldn't feel at ease and he would be afraid. Moreover, their target was Yan Qingqing. Jiang Chen wouldn't allow Yan Qingqing to be trapped. Yan Qingqing knitted her brows and stared at Jiang Chen. I'm not leaving. Why not? If you don't leave now, I'm afraid I won't be able to protect you. Jiang Chen looked at Yan Qingqing. This stubborn girl, could it be that she had thought of me? But Yan Qingqing was still calm and said, we'll advance and retreat together. We will advance and retreat together. If I leave and you die, I will definitely regret it. Yan Qingqing's words made Jiang Chen speechless. But she said, I'll regret it instead of, I'll be sad. Jiang Chen knew that in her heart, he was still an insignificant passerby. Go! Jiang Chen shouted angrily. At this moment, the Ashura sword formation was going to exhaust Jiang Chen to death. His face was extremely pale and his eyes were extremely cold. But Yan Qingqing was indifferent. Don't shout at me. At this moment, Yan Qingqing glared at Jiang Chen with her beautiful eyes. Jiang Chen had no choice but to continue fighting with Yan Qingqing because he was in a very dangerous situation. If this goes on, Jiang Chen would be exhausted by the Ashura sword formation sooner or later. Although the Ashura sword formation was strengthened by the Do formation technique, the amount of divine origin energy required was huge. It was not easy for Jiang Chen to be able to control such an unparalleled sword formation with his current strength. Jiang Chen gritted his teeth. Within the sword formation, sword shadows filled the air. It was still unstoppable. The monstrous sword mightiness shocked even the hierarch experts. If this goes on, we'll be exhausted to death. We must find a way to get out. Otherwise, we'll fail miserably again. I don't want to be killed by a half-step divine king kid. I'm the great emperor of the dragon clan. We can't go on like this. Jiang Chen was anxious, but they were also anxious. They did not know how long Jiang Chen could last. Jiang Chen also did not know how much strength they had left to resist the sword formation. I can still vaguely control the warrior's gate. This is our last chance. At that time, the formation will be weakened for a moment. We can use this opportunity to break through the formation. Qiu Niu said in a low voice. This warrior's gate was completely under his control previously. However, his strength was too weak now. Compared to a great emperor, he was completely vulnerable. Moreover, in this formation, he could barely communicate with the will of the heavens and earth. This would cause a slight break in the formation. That would be their chance. In fact, Jiang Chen had consumed more than half of his strength. At this moment, he could not hold on any longer. Warrior's Gate, I shall live forever. Qiu Niu looked straight ahead and clenched his fist. The weather between the heavens and earth seemed to have changed. The warrior's gate also trembled. Jiang Chen frowned. His persistence had reached its breaking point. Along with this tremble, the Ashura sword formation started to show signs of crisis and became weaker. Now! Aogyue shouted angrily. No one wanted to die in Jiang Chen's formation, especially them. They were the great sovereigns who had been famous for millions of years, the elders of the dragon clan. If they were to die in the hands of Jiang Chen, it would be too shameful. Moreover, no one would know about it. Aogyue and the others gathered their strength and joined hands with Qiu Niu. When the Ashura sword formation showed a slight flaw, they flew up to the sky and swore to break through Jiang Chen's Ashura sword formation. Jiang Chen could feel the determination of the 10 reverends. At this moment, he was exhausted. Even though the wood spirit had reached its limit and the chi-recovering pill could not heal his injuries, Jiang Chen looked like he had aged 100 years. His face was full of wrinkles and his forehead was full of white hair. He looked like a handsome young man, but now he looked old. Rumble. Chapter 2657. Jiang Chen's aura was so weak that it was beyond their imagination. Even Yan Qingqing did not expect it. "Are you all right?" Yan Qingqing asked worriedly. Jiang Chen knelt down on one knee and stood up with his sword. He slowly stood up with a smile hanging on the corner of his mouth. However, his wrinkled face made Yan Qingqing feel sad. Cough cough. "I thought that my injuries were already very serious. Now, it seems like he's in a worse state than us after using this sword formation." "Ha!" Lao Si said with a sneer. Jiang Chen couldn't even withstand a single blow right now. A gust of wind could even blow him down. He was extremely weak. "What a good half-step divine king. You're the strongest half-step divine king I've ever seen. Even in the immemorial era, your talent is still outstanding," Qiu Niu said in a low voice with a hint of surprise in his eyes. However, Jiang Chen was still defeated. How could Jiang Chen defeat the 10 reverends by himself? "I did not lose." Jiang Chen's eyes were filled with determination. If it was not for the trembling of his worldview, the entire warrior's gate would have trembled violently, causing a hole to appear in the formation. Even if Jiang Chen died, he could still drag the 10 of them down with him. Although Jiang Chen was defeated, he was still defeated. His body was now empty, he had lost all of his profound qi. Even his potential had been sucked out. He was like a rotten tree that was on the verge of death. "You're indeed a great emperor. However, it's a pity that you still have to die. Those who stand in the way of the dragon clan will be killed without mercy," Aogue said. "Go to hell." At this moment, the flaming mad dragon soared into the sky and approached Jiang Chen. "Get past me first." Yan Qingqing stood in front of Jiang Chen without hesitation. Yan Qingqing was struck away by the flaming mad dragon and fell beside Jiang Chen. At that moment, Jiang Chen could feel that Yan Qingqing's life force was fading away. "Bastard! Get lost!" Qiu Niu struck with his palm and the thunder shook the mountains and rivers. The fiery dragon was forced back. If Aogue didn't help, he would have already died. "Qiu Niu! What are you doing?" Old Five shouted. "What am I doing?" His attack almost destroyed this woman. "What do you think I'm going to do? If she dies, my Princess Bingying will have no hope. At that time, I will make all of you die with her. Even if you're just a soul, I'll beat you to the point where you'll never be able to reincarnate." Qiu Niu's anger pierced through the sky, making Aogue and the others speechless. The fiery mad dragon was originally going to attack Jiang Chen, but who would have thought that at this moment, the woman would recklessly stand in front of Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's hands were trembling, his eyes were bloodshot. Yan Qingqing's life force was slipping away. Although she didn't die, he didn't know how long she could last. Why are you so stupid? Why did he help me block this attack? Why?" Jiang Chen said in a heart-wrenching manner. But no matter what, he couldn't make any sound. "Because I don't want to owe anyone." Yan Qingqing smiled faintly, but the smile on her face was a bit forced. Her pale face was still as beautiful as before, but it was like a withering flower, losing its life force. Jiang Chen's eyes were wet. His heart became as firm as a rock. "Why can't I even protect the woman I love? Give her to me, I'll let her live," Qiu Niu said in a deep voice. His eyes shrunk and focused on Yan Qingqing. "Kid, quickly hand over the God Luo scripture." Otherwise, you'll die a more horrible death than her. Old 3 sneered. Jiang Chen smiled bitterly, hugging Yan Qingqing in his arms, feeling her life force slipping away bit by bit. Even his wood spirit couldn't do anything to Yan Qingqing. The attack of a hierarch had given Yan Qingqing enough to spare. There's only one chance for her to live. This is your only chance. Qiao Niu looked at Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin slowly raised his head, looking at Qiao Niu and the 9 dragons elder. At this moment, his eyes were like a demon god, filled with murderous intent. No one would have thought that the 10 of them, who possessed the soul of an emperor realm expert, would feel fear from the bottom of their hearts. I want the sky to change for me. I want the earth to collapse for me. Jiang Chen's words sounded like a whisper, but it made the 10 of them feel extremely sad. Even Qiao Niu felt extremely uncomfortable. He seemed to have seen this gaze once before. It was in the ancient times, so long ago that he couldn't even remember where he saw it. Jiang Chen slowly stood up like a peerless devil god. His pair of eyes were invincible. At this moment, he didn't look like himself anymore. Brothers, let's kill this fiend quickly. If we're too slow, something unexpected might happen. Aogyue said in a low voice. Qiao Niu also realized that something was wrong. The 10 venerables had completely joined hands at this moment, ready to kill Jiang Qin. At this moment, Jiang Qin had a strand of white hair on his forehead. His face was full of wrinkles, but his eyes were like a ghost from the ancient times, making people shudder. Go to hell. Aogyue took the lead. But at this moment, Jiang Chen was attacked by the 10 reverends and was sent flying. But surprisingly, after suffering the fatal attack of the 10 reverends, Jiang Chen slowly stood up. Ha! Ha! I want all of you to be buried with her. Jiang Chen's eyes were as cold as a knife. There was no trace of emotion in his eyes. His eyes were red with anger. Tower, come. At this moment, Jiang Qin had no other choice. He only had the Zulong Tower in his heart, because only the Zulong Tower could suppress the 10 venerables. However, he did not know where the Zulong Tower was. Jiang Qin had no other choice. All he could think of was the Zulong Tower. The sound of the tower could travel thousands of miles, and the sound could be heard from the 9 heavens. You are deliberately mystifying. Deliberately mystifying. Even so, you still have to die. Everything will be over once you die. Aogyue sneered. Thousands of miles away, on a desolate mountain, a black-clothed man holding an iron cudgel suddenly raised his head. His eyes were like torches, and his golden fiery eyes could see through the void. Because at this moment, the Zulong Tower in his arms began to tremble. The black-clothed man's eyes became more and more fiery, but his heart was trembling. The black-clothed man was holding the Zulong Tower, but he could not control that terrifying power. In the next second, the Zulong Tower traveled through the void and flew to the 9 heavens. Bastard! Little Chinzi, I knew that you are still alive. The black-clothed man said while gritting his teeth. His eyes were misty. If he was not Long San, who else could he be? Above the void of the northern cold divine region, a golden light shrouded the hearts of all the experts. Chapter 2658. Tower, come. Jiang Chen's voice reverberated in the sky. Even the god of heaven can't save you. Qiao Niu said disdainfully and struck out with his palm. Jiang Chen's eyes swept across the area. In an instant, Jiang Chen stood up with difficulty. He was severely injured and his body was riddled with holes. Zulong Tower, shake the world. Let all your descendants kneel down. Jiang Chen shouted. A golden pagoda appeared in the sky. It kept growing bigger and bigger. The golden light was dazzling and the dragon chi filled the air. It seemed like the entire warrior's gate had been covered by it. What treasure is this? The fifth brother's face turned pale. He felt that his soul was going to be crushed by the tower's might. It was a restraint that came from the deepest part of his soul. Plop. The 10 honored elders were all suppressed by the tower's might and they all kneeled down on the ground. The suppression that came from the deepest part of their soul was something that they could never imagine. Is this a senior almighty of the dragon clan? Aogyue took a deep breath and felt the aura from the Zulong Tower. He was happy and sad at the same time. This tower, does it belong to our dragon clan? Such a powerful dragon aura. Even our clan leader didn't have such a terrifying aura. I feel that my soul is being restrained. It must be an almighty of our dragon clan. Where did this guy come from? Aogyue and the others didn't know if they should be happy or sad. They were the 9 Emperor Realm Elders of the Dragon Clan, but they were suppressed by the aura of the Dragon Clan and they couldn't even fight back. Jiang Qin held the Zulong Tower. At that moment, he was like a peerless god of war, standing on the sky and his aura was unstoppable. Father. It's him. Impossible. This is impossible. Qiu Nyo's body trembled. He couldn't believe that the ancestral Dragon Emperor had died in the immemorial war. How could he still be alive? However, it was his father, the ancestral Dragon Emperor's aura. He would never mistake it for someone else. Qiu Nyo never thought that he would be able to see his father again. Although he did not know what the tower was, he could feel the ancestral Dragon Emperor's aura. Suppress him. Jiang Qin roared as he grabbed the Zulong Tower. The 10 venerables were all suppressed by the Zulong Tower. Their auras weakened and their faces turned pale. Have mercy. Jiang Qin frowned. His expression was cold, but his anger had gradually subsided. The 10 people who controlled the Zulong Tower were all suppressed by Jiang Qin to the edge of life and death. A bunch of evil beasts. The face of the Dragon Clan has been completely thrown away by you. The ancestral Dragon Emperor's shadow gradually appeared. The 9 Dragon Elders and Qiu Nyo stared at the ancestral Dragon Emperor. It's really you, Qiu Nyo muttered. Even though he found it hard to believe, he still saw his father, a father who was not fit to be a father. You are Lord Ancestral Dragon Emperor. Aogyue had seen the statue of the ancestral Dragon Emperor in the forbidden grounds of the Dragon Clan. The person in front of him looked exactly like the statue. You guys are not fit to call yourselves the Divine Dragon Clan. I am so disappointed. The ancestral Dragon Emperor sighed. His eyes were cold as if he did not care about Aogyue and the others at all. Lord Ancestral Dragon Emperor, you must save us. You are our savior. Lord Ancestral Dragon Emperor, the fate of the Dragon Clan is in your hands. Aogyue said. He was extremely excited. To him, since the ancestral Dragon Emperor had appeared, they must be safe. The rest of the elders of the Dragon Clan were excited too. The ancestral Dragon Emperor was the leader of the immemorial Dragon Clan. Even the Great Elder, who was the leader of the Dragon Clan after the immemorial era, did not have the face to see the ancestral Dragon Emperor. But they met the ancestral Dragon Emperor here. At this moment, no one dared to act rashly because the ancestral Dragon Emperor was the supreme being of the Dragon Clan. If the news that the ancestral Dragon Emperor was still alive were to spread to the Dragon Clan, the entire divine world would change. However, at this moment, the ancestral Dragon Emperor looked at Qiu Nyo. After all, no matter how bad Qiu Nyo was, he was still his son. Child. To think that your soul is still alive. Qiu Nyo said coldly. It seemed like the relationship between the father and son was not good. After all, none of the sons of the 9 dragons looked like their father. Moreover, they were all evil. Although Cheonyo was the only one who stood aloof from worldly affairs, he was still listed as one of the 9 peerless beasts by many. Of all the things I shouldn't have done, of all the things I shouldn't have done, they are all my remnants. Jiang Chen, can you spare his life for my sake? The ancestral dragon emperor seemed to have aged a lot in an instant. He looked at Jiang Chen with a pleading look. Jiang Chen became silent. He had to admit that the Zulong Tower and the dragon transformation skill played a huge part in helping him reach where he was today. The ancestral dragon emperor had saved his life before. Jiang Chen could not ignore the ancestral dragon emperor. Gratitude was the only thing he should do. If he could not even do this, then he would have wasted his life. But they killed my beloved wife, Jiang Chen said. His killing intent did not decrease. I don't need your charity. What's the point of having a father who did not raise me up? Ha ha ha. Put away your hypocrisy, ancestral dragon emperor. At this moment, a white shadow slowly floated over from the peak of the mountain. He was dressed in white and had an aura that was comparable to Yan Qingqing. Bing-ing, Cheonyo's eyes were filled with tears. He cried like a child. I can save your beloved wife, but I hope you can spare my husband's life. Princess Bing-ing looked at Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's heart skipped a beat. Can you really save my beloved wife? Princess Bing-ing smiled and nodded. She then looked at the ancestral dragon emperor and bowed. Father. The ancestral dragon emperor nodded. He looked calm but his heart was trembling. Bing-ing, Cheonyo looked at Princess Bing-ing in disbelief. He did not expect Princess Bing-ing to be so gentle to him. I have already seen through everything. When I chose to die alone, I already understood your intentions. However, millions of innocent people of the Warring States Kingdom died in vain. As the princess of the Warring States Kingdom, how can I not care about myself? The ones who killed them were the 9 evil dragons, not you. You were just a pawn in their game for no reason. You can live, but I will not be able to face the people of the Battle Kingdom. Now that I am able to save her life, it's better than building a 7-floor pagoda. Princess Bing-ing murmured. At this moment, the 9 dragon elders looked awkward. Because they could feel the ancestral dragon emperor's anger and Princess Bing-ying's hatred. No. If I do that, you will never be able to reincarnate. Chapter 2659. At this moment, I hope that you can understand that your obsession will only harm you. Nyo, the reason why I love you is because I love your noble character and righteousness. If it's the current you, I don't like you, and I will never like you. Obsession has swallowed your conscience, causing you to be consigned to eternal damnation. Princess Bing-ying's words made Cheonyo feel ashamed. That's right, since when did I become so selfish? He would never be like this in the past. But I don't want to leave you. Ing. What's the difference between me and death if I'm alone? Cheonyo smiled bitterly. The rise and fall of fate, the moon in the sky, the stars in the sky, everything has its own destiny. If I die, I might be able to live on in another way. If I live, I might die completely. Princess Bing-ying said and looked at Jiang Chen. Please believe me, I will save your wife. Jiang Chen had no reason not to believe her as it was his only chance. Jiang Chen suddenly turned around. Cheonyo, the ancestral dragon emperor and Princess Bing-ying looked at them. Jiang Chen knew that the 9 dragon elder must be killed. He wanted to avenge Yan Qingqing and give Princess Bing-ying a satisfactory answer. You have done all kinds of evil, millions of people of the Battle Kingdom were forced to death by you. Today, I will kill all of you. Jiang Chen said and took a step forward with Zulong Tower in his hand. The entire world trembled. Lord Ancestral Dragon Emperor, save us. I beg you, Lord Ancestral Dragon Emperor, you must save us. The 9 of them knelt down and begged for the ancestral Dragon Emperor's protection. However, the ancestral Dragon Emperor sighed. An eye for an eye. Moreover, they forced millions of people of the Battle Kingdom to death. That was a huge country. No one would be able to wash away their sins. This is your only ending. You only have yourselves to blame. The Zulong Tower in Jiang Chen's hands sank and the 9 ultimate God Realm dragon souls were instantly crushed by the Zulong Tower, their souls scattered. The suppression of the Zulong Tower on the 9 venerables made it so that they couldn't fight back at all. This was a suppression that came from the depths of their souls, they couldn't fight back. The ancestral Dragon Emperor closed his eyes silently. The Dragon Clan was built by him. As the first Dragon Emperor after the creation of the world, he had the responsibility and obligation to protect the Dragon Clan. But at this moment, he was speechless. Because these 9 dragons had killed more than millions of innocent lives. Most importantly, an entire country had perished under the oppression of the 9 dragons. If they did not take revenge, it would be difficult for the Dragon Clan to face the world. Furthermore, they had destroyed his daughter-in-law's home, causing Qiao to carry the resentment for thousands of years. Princess Bingying's eyes were filled with tears. At this moment, she finally got her revenge. However, he could no longer see his father's figure. Father, the truth has proven that I didn't choose the wrong person. It's the 9 dragons that were wrong. Princess Bingying looked at the sky with a calm heart. The only thing she could do now was to help Yan Qingqing resurrect. Moreover, Yan Qingqing was still alive. Ying, Qiao said while gritting his teeth. Once Princess Bingying resurrects Yan Qingqing, she would definitely perish and Princess Bingying would no longer exist in this world. This is my destiny. Ah no, don't worry. In my heart, you'll always be the one I love. I'm already dead and I've been dead for thousands of years. You want to resurrect me? Is there any meaning for me to live alone in this world? Without you, I'll still be alone in this world. What can I do? So, don't be stubborn. Our fate will be broken one day. It's not the end, it's just our fate. What was the difference between a person living in pain and being dead? So, don't waste your time, fool. I've never blamed the past. The moment Princess Bingying turned around, Qiao wanted to say something, but he couldn't say anything. He was wrong from the beginning. He was extremely wrong. It's not too late to realize it now. Luckily, he didn't make a huge mistake. Otherwise, even if he resurrected Princess Bingying using Yan Qingqing's body, it would be the saddest thing for her. Qiao smiled. Father, I've never done anything evil in my life. I've never let anyone down. I'm different from others. The 9 sons of the dragon aren't necessarily bad. It's just that I don't want to be enemies with others. I just want to live a peaceful life. Jiang Chen, I'll leave the warrior's gate to you. If you can obtain it, it'll be a great fortune. You might not be able to find out the secret of the warrior's gate right now, but one day, you'll understand the great use of the warrior's gate. Perhaps, I'll be a good person in my next life. Qiao said in a low voice. He turned around and stepped into the sky. His figure turned into golden light and disappeared between the heaven and earth. Let me enlighten you. Jiang Chen held the great Yu soul-forming light in his hand. The wick of the great Yu soul-forming light was lit up. Returning strike is also considered as achieving the great Tao. In this life, I've let you down. The ancestral Dragon Emperor murmured. He looked a little lonely. Qiao burning his soul and reincarnating might be a new beginning. Although Princess Bingying didn't turn around, her face was already filled with tears. Jiang Chen didn't say anything. Perhaps, this was the best ending. Princess Bingying saved Yan Qingqing's life. At this moment, she was about to disappear. She bowed towards the ancestral dragon emperor and turned into blue light. A blue crystal appeared on her forehead and imprinted itself on Yan Qingqing's forehead. This is what my mother left for me. It's indestructible and can be passed down for hundreds of generations. It can protect you and your family. I hope you'll be happy forever. Thank you, Princess. Jiang Chen bowed towards the blue light. This was his courtesy and gratitude towards Princess Bingying. This bow was something that Jiang Chen had to do. Senior, what is this warrior's gate? Jiang Chen looked at the ancestral dragon emperor and asked. Warrior's gate. To think that the warrior's gate is in his hands. Countless years have passed. The heroes of the world have been searching for the warrior's gate. Although I don't know what the warrior's gate is, at least, its existence can change the world. As for those who truly understand the warrior's gate, I'm afraid only a few people from the ancient times would know about it. However, even the Emperor realm experts didn't know about the warrior's gate. Even I've only heard about it. At least, it's better than the God Luo scripture. Because the warrior's gate used to be a world. Chapter 2660. If this really used to be a world, then why was this world in such a dilapidated state? Could this be a lost world? Inherited from the immemorial era? Jiang Chen murmured. However, he had no idea how to keep the warrior's gate. This warrior's gate is not that easy to control. Even Qiao did not manage to fully control the warrior's gate. Otherwise, the 9 dragons would not be his match. The ancestral dragon emperor said. I wonder if the Zulong Tower can contain the warrior's gate. Jiang Chen asked curiously. After leaving the warrior's gate, Jiang Chen tried to use the Zulong Tower to contain the warrior's gate. However, he realized that he could not fit the warrior's gate. The Zulong Tower could be big or small. It was a true spatial divine tool. However, the warrior's gate could not fit inside. Is this warrior's gate really hard to contain? How did Qiao manage to control it? Jiang Chen frowned. A true treasure was in his hands, but he did not know how to use it. It should be because you are not strong enough. You should at least reach the hierarch realm to be able to control the warrior's gate. When you can comprehend the law, a world in a flower, a Bodhi in a blade of grass, perhaps this warrior's gate will not be so hard for you. The ancestral dragon emperor could only use this as an explanation. Even the ancestral dragon emperor did not know what the warrior's gate was. His strength was only at the half-step divine king realm. It was impossible for him to control the warrior's gate. Jiang Chen smiled helplessly with a hint of bitterness at the corner of his mouth. This was an indisputable fact. Qiao, who could barely control the warrior's gate, was at least an emperor realm expert. However, Jiang Chen couldn't be compared to an emperor realm expert now. The warrior's gate, it's actually the warrior's gate. Ha ha ha, it's really a great bargain. Master's means are really great. It's said that even the god emperors don't know about the warrior's gate. I'm afraid that Master will be very happy this time. A black-haired, purple-eyed young man stepped on the waves and went deep into the Thunder Rush coast. A gleam of light flashed in his eyes and turned into a rain of swords, collapsing the entire Thunder Rush coast. His imposing manner was monstrous as he passed through the waves. Even a hierarch expert would find it hard to walk in the waves. However, the purple-eyed young man was walking on flat ground. The aura of the dragon clan. The purple-eyed young man frowned and his expression was a little solemn. When the dragon race attacked, they were definitely not ordinary people. With his sharp senses, he instantly sensed the aura of the dragon race. In front of the Ice Sea Divine Dragon Palace, Jiang Chen and the ancestral dragon emperor looked at each other helplessly. Even the Zulong Tower couldn't contain this warrior's gate. Yes, this myriad chi cauldron might work. Jiang Chen's eyes brightened up. He wanted to use the myriad chi cauldron as the foundation to contain the warrior's gate. However, it failed in the end. Even the myriad chi cauldron couldn't do it. Jiang Chen's eyes were filled with disappointment. However, it was an indisputable fact. The myriad chi cauldron and the Zulong Tower had failed. Jiang Chen had done his best. Who? At this moment, Jiang Chen suddenly turned around and saw the purple-eyed young man. Lad, is this a place where you can come? You want to touch the warrior's gate? Ha, what a wishful thinking. Oh, it's the dragon's soul of the dragon clan. Not bad. The purple-eyed young man, Leng Leng said. Unbeatable. The ancestral dragon emperor's voice reverberated in Jiang Chen's mind. These 3 words had explained everything. Moreover, this person's strength had opened Jiang Chen's eyes. This person was much stronger than anyone he had met before. He had met a few hierarch realm experts. Even the hierarch realm experts in the No Beginning formation and the 10 hierarch realm dragon souls were not as strong as this purple-eyed young man. His eyes seemed to be filled with unparalleled strength, making Jiang Chen have no way to fight against him. Jiang Chen's fighting spirit was still there, but he knew that even if he used all of his skills, he would still not be a match for him. Let her go. The purple-eyed young man looked at Jiang Chen and said in a commanding tone. Who are you? Jiang Chen frowned. He could use the Great Void technique to escape into the Zulong Tower even if he was not a match for him. However, this guy was too terrifying. Jiang Chen had never thought that he had offended this person. Moreover, he wanted Yan Qingqing. Jiang Chen would not agree even if he had to die. You don't have the right to know. The purple-eyed young man shook his head and snorted at Jiang Chen. He was extremely disdainful as if he was not willing to say a word to Jiang Chen. She's my woman. Giving her to you. Dream on. Jiang Chen's expression was cold. Leng Leng looked at the purple-eyed young man. The latter sneered and continued, It's my first time meeting such an arrogant guy like you. Die. The purple-eyed young man waved his hand and Jiang Chen quickly retreated. His expression suddenly changed as if he was facing a formidable enemy. Boom! The ancestral dragon emperor stood in front of Jiang Chen calmly. However, he knew that he had used up all of his soul power to block the attack. Old fella, do you really want to get involved in this? Although I do not want to offend the dragon race, it does not mean that I do not dare to kill you. The purple-eyed young man, Leng Leng said. You're not even afraid of the dragon race. You've surprised me. But judging from your aura, you should be from that place. The ancestral dragon emperor smiled and looked at the purple-eyed young man. However, the purple-eyed young man did not dare to act recklessly. His attack was blocked by the ancestral dragon emperor just now. He had started to take the ancestral dragon emperor seriously. Not everyone could make him take the ancestral dragon emperor seriously. However, a dead dragon soul was able to block his attack. This meant that this fella's strength was terrifying. At least, his strength when he was alive should be far beyond his reach. You can feel my aura. The purple-eyed young man was even more afraid of the ancestral dragon emperor. You've come a long way from the middle region divine land. You must be tired. However, I'm afraid that you're not qualified to take away the warrior's gate. You should at least have a pagoda. The ancestral dragon emperor's words made Jiang Chen confused. He did not know what the ancestral dragon emperor was talking about. He also did not know where the ancestral dragon emperor came from. The middle region divine land was the center of the divine world. It was the heaven that every strong cultivator yearned for. It was the pinnacle of the divine world. I am Buddha Longxiang's 8th disciple, Yuan Qing. May I ask, Senior, are you acquainted with my master? Today, Yuan Qing is here for the warrior's gate. I hope Senior can give face to my master. I don't want to be enemies with the dragon race. Chapter 2661. Buddha Xiang. Interesting. Back then, even the Buddha Xiang would have to address me as Senior when he saw me. The ancestral dragon emperor smiled faintly. However, Yuan Cheng's face looked terrible. May I ask, Senior? Yuan Cheng asked carefully. You don't have the right to know who I am. Get out of here. Otherwise, I'll kill you. The ancestral dragon emperor said faintly. However, Jiang Qin was worried. The ancestral dragon emperor did have some tricks up his sleeves. However, Jiang Qin was already at his limit. If Yuan Cheng were to fight with his life on the line, Jiang Qin would be in trouble. The ancestral dragon emperor did not have any means to fight against Yuan Cheng. The ancestral dragon emperor wanted to see if he could scare Yuan Cheng. If he failed, he would have to run away. The warrior's gate would have to be handed over to him. Jiang Chen was more worried than the ancestral dragon emperor. His and Yan Qingqing's lives were in the ancestral dragon emperor's hands. Senior, although I don't know which senior of the dragon clan you are, I can't disobey my master's order. If I can't bring the warrior's gate back, I'm afraid I won't be able to answer to my master. Yuan Cheng said while gritting his teeth. He had already given the ancestral dragon emperor enough face. However, if they really had to fight, he would not back down. Because the opponent was just a dragon soul. It was impossible for him to have the same fighting strength as him when he was at his peak. Yuan Cheng had to give it his all to take the warrior's gate. Humph. Stubborn. Are you forcing me to take action? The ancestral dragon emperor harumphed coldly. Yuan Cheng was shocked. If the dragon soul were to take action, he might not be able to gain the upper hand. Then, this junior shall have a taste of senior skills. Yuan Cheng gritted his teeth tightly as he spoke silently, yet he was as if he was facing a great enemy in his heart, and he didn't dare slack off in the slightest. This fella seems tough. The warrior's gate is too tempting. Let's go. I can't take the warrior's gate anymore. There's still a long way to go. I'm going to sleep soon. That attack just now had exhausted my soul power. His strength has reached the realm of a half-step divine emperor. The ancestral dragon emperor's voice appeared in Jiang Chen's mind. Jiang Chen was shocked. Although he had guessed that this fellow was very strong, he had never expected that this fella had already reached the half-step divine emperor realm. Not to mention the Chilean boundary, even in the Lone Dragon County, this fella was probably an expert who could cover the sky with one hand. This fella had come for the warrior's gate. It seemed like Jiang Qin had no chance at all. All right. At this moment, Jiang Qin was prepared to escape at any time. A half-step divine emperor was not only invincible, but also an overlord. No matter how confident Jiang Qin was, he knew that it was impossible for him to have a life-and-death battle with that guy. A wise man submits to circumstances. It wasn't that Jiang Qin didn't like this saying, but he had no choice but to do so. That's great. As soon as the dragon soul finished speaking, Yuan Cheng took the defensive stance. His expression was solemn and dignified. However, the ancestral dragon emperor entered the Zulong Tower in an instant. Jiang Chen was no exception. He carried Yan Qingqing and ran away. He casted the Great Void technique to the extreme and ran away from the lightning sea. At this moment, Yuan Cheng was dumbfounded. He was prepared to face his greatest enemy, but he never expected the other party to run away. Isn't this too ridiculous? In an instant, Yuan Cheng knew that he had been fooled. The dragon soul was definitely not his match. Otherwise, why would it run away? Motherfucker, you dare to fool me. Let's see where you can run to. Yuan Cheng gritted his teeth. He was fooled, how could he not be angry? Even in the central region divine land, he was a respected existence. A half-step divine emperor. Not everyone could have such strength. As the eighth disciple of Buddha Longxiang, he could do whatever he wanted in the Central Plains divine land. However, he had suffered such humiliation in this remote place. Naturally, Yuanqing wouldn't let it go. How dare you? Leave your life behind. Yuanqing instantly turned into a ray of light and soared into the sky, chasing after Jiang Qin. Even though Jiang Qin had casted the Great Void technique to the extreme, the distance between them was still shrinking. If it was a hierarch expert, Jiang Qin might still have a chance to survive. However, Yuanqing was a half-step divine emperor, an existence that could cover the sky with one hand. Jiang Qin did not have the courage to resist at all. Motherfucker, this fella is too strong. Where did this bastard come from? Jiang Qin cursed. However, it was useless. When he rushed out of the Ice Sea Divine Dragon Palace and stood on the Thunder Rush Sea, a huge wave broke through the sky and pushed Jiang Qin back again. If he were to rush into the wave, Jiang Qin knew that even if he was a divine king, he would be smashed into pieces. On one side, there were huge waves covering the sky. On the other side, there was a ferocious beast chasing after him. Jiang Qin was in a dilemma. Humph. Kid, why aren't you running anymore? Why don't you run? I was almost fooled by you. It's just a dragon soul. I really thought that you're a peerless expert of the dragon clan. It turns out that you're just a coward. Hee hee. What a joke. Yuanqing sneered and looked at Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin was in a dilemma. There was only one way, and that was to hide in the Zulong Tower. However, he might not be able to escape if he fell into the Zulong Tower. This half-step divine emperor might be able to force them out. Even if you want to die, you should at least give me a good reason. Tell me, who are you? Why do you want to kill me? What's the relationship between you and Qingqing? Jiang Qin squinted his eyes and said. You're not qualified to know. Humph. Since you know that you're going to die, I'll give you a quick death. Yuanqing casually threw out a palm strike. Jiang Qin was forced into a difficult situation and was heavily injured once again. However, at this moment, a black screen appeared in the sky. It was as if night had fallen. Not only Jiang Qin, even Yuanqing raised his head and looked at it. He couldn't see the end of it. A black shadow seemed to be floating above the sea, blocking all the sunlight outside. Jiang Qin's eyes were filled with disbelief. Edited by Lifer, Fingerfox. Is this a sea monster? Jiang Qin murmured. The corner of his mouth twitched. What is this gigantic creature that covers the sky and the sun? What kind of monster are you? Show yourself. Yuanqing bellowed angrily. However, this shadow that blotted out the sky was simply too big. He simply could not catch a single trace of it. At that moment, be it Jiang Qin or Yuanqing, none of them moved because the shadow was too terrifying. The 1,000 zhang wave that was enough to kill a divine king actually did not feel anything when it hit his body. The shadow was so huge that one could not even see the end of it. It was truly terrifying. Yuanqing's face turned pale. He suddenly thought of a legend. Chapter 2662. There was a fish in the northern underworld called Kuan. The Kuan was so huge that it was unknown how many thousands of miles long it was. When it transformed into a bird, it was called Peng. The back of the Peng was unknown how many thousands of miles long it was. When it flew, its wings were like the clouds in the sky. This was a legend. No one had ever seen a Peng. Whether it was a fish or a bird, no one knew. However, at this moment, Yuan Cheng could not find any explanation to describe the colossal creature that was 3 feet above his head. Is this really a Kuan? Yuan Cheng's heart trembled. Even if it was still too terrifying. Even a half-step divine emperor like him was scared to the point that his legs turned to jelly. This was a colossal creature that could cover the sun and the sky. Even an emperor realm expert might not be able to fight against it. Jiang Chen squinted his eyes and his heart trembled. He did not dare to act rashly. After all, he did not know how big this colossal creature was and where its end was. There was a fish in the northern underworld called Kuan. The Kuan was so huge that it was unknown how many thousands of miles long it was, Jiang Chen murmured. If he was not mistaken, this should be the legendary Kuan. Jiang Chen did not expect to see such a terrifying existence in his lifetime. Compared to the 9 sons of the dragon, this Kuan was a legendary existence. No one had seen it before, or those who had seen it were all dead. Just this silhouette alone was enough to blot out the sky and cover the sun. No one could stop it. In this boundless thunder rush sea, no one knew what kind of existence it was. Not only Jiang Chen, even Yuan Qing felt suffocated, as if he was facing death itself. The vastness of the sea was incomparable. This black figure was as vast as the sea. It was hard to see the end of it. However, whether it was a Kuan or not, no one could tell. Roar, an ear-piercing roar shook the heavens and earth. Even though Jiang Chen managed to hide in the Zulong Tower in time, he was still shaken to the point that his scalp went numb. His face turned ashen and blood spurted out from his mouth. There was only endless fear left in his eyes. Even though he was in the Zulong Tower, this sound that seemed gentle but was enough to shake the heavens and earth was enough to make people tremble in fear. The first to bear the brunt of it was Yuan Qing. Even though he was a half-step martial emperor, he did not have any leeway. Yuan Qing covered his ears with his hands and his face was pale and bloodless. Under the roar, Yuan Qing was still unable to withstand the vibrating sound. Blood flowed from his 7 orifices and he was heavily injured. Under the impact of the huge waves, he almost fell into the deep sea. It's too scary. At this moment, Yan Qingqing frowned and woke up from her slumber. Because of this voice, it was hard for her to maintain her slumber. Are you all right? Jiang Chen asked worriedly. Seeing that Yan Qingqing had woken up, Jiang Chen was completely relieved. There was a blue light shining between her eyebrows. It seemed like this princess of the Battle Kingdom was really extraordinary. I'm all right. Anyway, thank you. Yan Qingqing said in a low voice. Motherfucker, what is this thing? Is it really a Kuan? Yuan Qing cursed in his heart. However, he had no time to care about anything else. He could not help but shiver and was about to run away. However, it was too late. That was because the gigantic shadow seemed to have revealed the color of the sky at this moment. The white clouds were still there, and the blue sky was still there. However, in the next second, a gigantic bloody mouth appeared in the entire sky. One couldn't see the nostrils, the eyes, or the size of the mouth. One could only see that the black eagle was like a curtain descending from the sky. Yuan Chang's face was as pale as a sheet, and his heart was like dead ashes. No. 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 Yuan Qing frantically ran for his life. He pushed his speed to the limit. He stepped on the air and even used a single step to teleport. However, it was still useless. When the huge shadow descended, Yuan Qing was finally swallowed up. The waves rose 3,000 zhang high. Jiang Chen was shocked. This was the real unparalleled thing. A half-step divine emperor was swallowed in one gulp. He could not run away even if he wanted to. The gigantic black eagle lasted for half an hour before it disappeared into the horizon and dived into the deep sea. Jiang Qin did not know whether it was a real koan or what it was. However, it did swallow Yuan Qing in one gulp. There was no doubt about the outcome of the battle. The emperor's posture was like a joke in front of the black shadow. "What is that?" Yan Qingqing murmured. Obviously, she was shocked by the huge black shadow. However, she did not know what it was. Even at the last moment, she did not know what it was. The moment the black shadow disappeared, Jiang Qin felt like he had just survived a disaster. He was supposed to be on the brink of death, but Yuan Qing was swallowed by the black shadow at this moment. To him, it was like a timely help. Jiang Qin heaved a long sigh of relief, and his heart calmed down. No fixed form, no forgetting form, no sky, no terrain, no shape of time. A world and a flower, a Bodhi and a blade of grass, a thought and a heart, a wither and bloom in a year. A voice suddenly resounded in Jiang Chen's heart. Jiang Chen's heart trembled and he was shocked beyond words. Where did this voice come from? However, after hearing the voice, Jiang Chen's heart became dignified. It seemed like a Zen word, but it also seemed like a kind of affirmation to him. Jiang Chen suddenly raised his head and looked at the huge black shadow that had already disappeared on the coast. "Is that you?" Jiang Chen murmured. It seemed like the voice came from afar, from the end of the world. No fixed form, no forgetting form, no sky, no terrain, no shape of time. A world and a flower. Jiang Chen kept repeating in his heart. At that moment, Jiang Chen's state of mind had undergone a great change. It was hard to explain, but Jiang Chen knew that the feeling was real. Jiang Chen opened his eyes and looked ahead. The world had become extremely clear and transparent. On the Thunder Rush coast, there was a bluestone gate that seemed to be easily obtainable. "Warrior's Gate, open!" Jiang Chen shouted in a deep voice. The warrior's gate instantly changed into the height of a human and appeared beside Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen stretched out his hand and grasped it. The warrior's gate was sucked into his body. Jiang Chen was overjoyed. His facial expression became more and more excited. Needless to say, the Zen words just now had given him the means to control the warrior's gate. Even the Zulong Tower and the myriad Qi cauldron could not contain the warrior's gate. However, he had found the way to open the warrior's gate from those inexplicable words. Undeniably, it sounded like a fairy tale. Jiang Chen was even more certain that the black shadow that went far away must have the intention to help him. Otherwise, how could it swallow a half-step divine emperor? Jiang Chen looked at his dantian. Sure enough, the warrior's gate fell on his dantian quietly. Jiang Chen moved his mind and the warrior's gate opened. Jiang Chen's soul power instantly spread out the world of the warrior's gate. However, in the next second, Jiang Chen was dumbfounded because he could not see the end of the warrior's gate. Even though he had controlled the warrior's gate and could travel thousands of miles with one thought, he still could not find the edge of the warrior's gate. Chapter 2663. This brave warrior's gate is really extraordinary. However, I don't know how to use it now. Jiang Chen stopped thinking about it and kept the warrior's gate. From now on, he would have another life-saving item. He did not care how big the warrior's gate was. At least in the future, other than the Zulong Tower, this warrior's gate would be a great weapon. However, he would not tell anyone about this secret. Jiang Chen opened the jade box. There was a white jade thumb ring in the box. There were some green flaws on it, but it was exquisite. Even someone like Jiang Chen who did not like external objects was tempted by it. Jiang Chen wore the thumb ring on his thumb and did not feel anything strange. However, the white jade thumb ring gave off a clear and cool feeling. There are words. Jiang Chen looked at the white jade thumb ring. There were 4 words written on it: Lord of Battle Kingdom. Could this be the item of the Lord of Battle Kingdom? Jiang Chen kept it with a peace of mind. Since the Battle Kingdom no longer existed, this white jade thumb ring would probably become an item without an owner. Next would be the spine. Although the divine yuan energy contained within it had been used up by Dou Ling in order to resist the explosion of his fusion of thunderbolts, it was still the skeleton of a monarch realm expert. It could be said that it could be used to refine the 9 Supreme Saint Bones pill. Only the Dragon Ball could bring the Zulong Tower to the next level. Jiang Chen could be said to have returned from a rewarding journey with the Rushing Thunder diagram and the God Luo diagram. However, the danger was not something that could be revealed to outsiders. Do you know that person who was engulfed by the shadow? Jiang Chen looked at the distant shore and asked in a low voice. Yan Qingqing shook her head. He knew that she was not lying. However, that person came for her. The 8th disciple of the Buddha dragon elephant was worth investigating. Yan Qingqing used her ultimate technique, the Buddha dragon elephant. All of these made Jiang Chen's mind turn. The God Luo scripture is yours. I'm leaving. Yan Qingqing said. She knew that she couldn't attack Jiang Chen anymore. Even if she attacked him, she might not be his match. It would be useless for her to stay here. Jiang Chen wanted to urge Yan Qingqing to stay, but he realized that he had no reason to do so. If she wanted to tell him, even if he didn't ask, she would still tell him the truth. Jiang Chen had countless doubts in his heart, but he could only choose to remain silent. Yan Qingqing turned into a stream of light and soared into the sky. She passed through the 1,000-meter-tall waves. Everything had been settled, but that black shadow had become an eternal mystery in Jiang Chen's heart. The Wind and Thunder Canyon was swallowed by waves and once again disappeared at the end of the coast. Above the sea, the gale rolled up the dark clouds, and the dark clouds shrouded the sea. A group of petrel gradually flew away. 3,000 zhang tall waves surged violently. Jiang Chen's eyes shone. Strike 3,000 li water. Let the storm come more fiercely. Alone, Jiang Chen faced the challenge head-on. He broke through the waves and soared into the sky, merging with the giant waves that had yet to subside. Jiang Chen's strength had reached the half-step Divine King realm. However, he had experienced a life-and-death battle after his breakthrough, so his foundation was not stable yet. Therefore, Jiang Chen wanted to temper himself in the waves. God Luo Clan, above the Luo River. The clear river water covered the entire Tsang Mountain, flowing towards the sea. The red maple trees in the forest were blown by the wind, hundreds of flowers were blooming. The south was sunny, it was like spring all year round. The north was frozen, it was snowing. Separated by a river, there were thousands of people. A skinny young man with a cold expression was standing on the head of the Luo River. His hands were placed behind his back, his eyes were filled with killing intent. His aura was vigorous and domineering. The young man was incomparably handsome. His lips were red and his teeth were white. His eyes were clear and transparent. Even the most beautiful woman in the world would feel inferior in front of him. For a man to be born so handsome, it could be said to be a great spectacle. Luo Qinghe is dead. This time, even the elders have miscalculated. A voice that was as gentle as jade echoed in the young man's ears. A beautiful woman wearing a long white gown stood beside him and lightly said, "I have expected it." The young man shook his head and smiled. Luo Qinghe is too arrogant and eager for quick success. I am curious that he can succeed. Do you know why the elders do not want you to go? The woman said in a low voice. Her lips moved slightly, she looked worried. Why? Because that person is him. As the one chosen by the God Luo clan, you cannot leave now. If it was not because of you, who could stop me from leaving? The young man sneered as he looked at the endless Luo River with disdain in his eyes. The woman's lips curled up and her face was blushing. She was Goddess Luo. I believe that you will shock everyone in the clan's internal competition. Now, let me show you the peerless cultivation technique that I have been practicing. The young man said with a straight face. After that, he leaped into the Luo River and instantly turned into a big yellow dog. 36 dog paddling forms. Luo Qinghe, that bastard, damn it, damn it. Ha ha ha. We, the people, are so happy today. Goddess Luo didn't know whether to laugh or cry as she looked at Big Yellow roaring in the Luo River. Lingju City, City Lord Mansion. Zi Qingtian, who was dressed in purple, stood in front of the stone statue. He looked at the direction of the Thunder Rush Sea inside. Unexpected, really unexpected. Even the God Luo clan and the Battle God clan are here. The 10 great sects are all dead. It's not a good sign for our Chilean boundary. It's a pity that this Jiang Qin has my heart, but he can only dream of the underworld. I can't use him in the end. Zi Qingtian knew that Jiang Qin had great potential. Most importantly, Jiang Qin had the ability to rival Zi Shi, and he was only a late heavenly god. It was a pity that the heavens were jealous of geniuses and it was not something that he could control. Zi Shi's expression was solemn and he sighed sorrowfully. Jiang Chen's departure had caused great sorrow to the 10 great sections. Only a few people from the Eastern Emperor sect and Long Xinghua of the 9 Dragon Palace had survived. It was too miserable. If it wasn't for the fact that the God Luo clan did not want to offend the Reverend of the 9 boundaries, Zi Qingtian of the Chilean boundary, they might not be able to return safely. This time, it's good that you can return safely. I hope that the Luo God clan and the Battle God clan won't be implicated. No matter which side wins, our Chilean boundary won't be implicated. Chapter 2664. The battle for Tongxian Mansion should not be affected too much. After all, those who went out from the 10 great sects are not their true core disciples. Heavenly Profound Sects Xian Shinji, killing Luo Sects Gue Gu, Eastern Emperor Sects Dong Wang Tai, are not among them. Zi Shi said in a low voice. The 10 great sects had suffered great casualties this time. However, they were only second-class prodigies. The true core disciples did not appear in the Thunder Rush Sea. They were all focused on their cultivation for the battle for Tongxian Mansion. I hope so. Zi Qingtian murmured. There was an ominous premonition in his heart. It was impossible to hide from it even if one wanted to. However, he did not know what would happen in the Battle of the Profound Connection Divine Palace. Zi Qingtian was still a little worried. On the surface of the Thunder Rush Sea, the waves were thousands of zhang high. The rolling waves came from thousands of miles away. Jiang Qin stood on top of the waves, ignoring the wind and rain, clouds and thunder. He was like a peerless god of war, fearless and fearless. His pair of cold eyes seemed to be able to see through all the demons and monsters in the world. Jiang Qin was on the sea for half a year, enduring the storm, the sun, the rain, the waves, the torrents, the bones, the spirit. His strength became more and more solid, completely stabilizing at the half-step Divine King realm. Jiang Qin was with the sea monsters. The 6 Divine King realm sea monsters within 3,000 miles were all defeated by Jiang Qin. However, Jiang Qin did not kill them. Instead, he became friends with them. Jiang Qin could kill the Divine King realm sea monsters with his bare hands. In the past half a year, Jiang Qin had been reborn and reached a new height. Jiang Qin's aura became much more powerful. He had the aura of a king. Half-step Divine King realm, his foundation was as solid as Mount Tai. Jiang Qin was confident that he could tear an ordinary Divine King apart. It's time to embed the Dragon Ball on the Zulong Tower. Jiang Qin murmured. When he embedded the Dragon Ball on the Zulong Tower, he had jumped a few levels. He did not know what kind of surprise he would get. The moment Jiang Qin took out the Dragon Ball, he could feel the attraction between the Dragon Ball and the ancestral Dragon Pagoda. It was as if there was a tacit understanding between the two of them, wanting to fuse together perfectly. Jiang Qin held the ancestral Dragon Pagoda and the Dragon Ball in his hand and combined them together. The ancestral Dragon Pagoda shone brightly, shaking the 9 heavens, as if the heavenly thunder was rumbling. On the sea, dragons and carps were leaping and the billowing waves once again appeared beside Jiang Qin. Thousands of demons were galloping. They were all worshipping the Zulong Tower from thousands of miles away. Dragons were not only the nemesis of all demonic beasts on land, but they were also the king of all creatures in the water. All the sea demons bowed down to Jiang Qin at this moment. All the demonic beasts below the hierarch realm were waiting for Jiang Qin's orders. As soon as the Zulong Tower appeared, tens of thousands of demons cheered. The Dragon Ball and the Zulong Tower were perfectly compatible. Jiang Qin had already expected this. However, it was not the same as before. The Zulong Tower opened several levels consecutively. However, it was still ever-changing. When the 89th level was opened, the flow of time became even slower. Will the 90th level be opened? Jiang Qin murmured. As the golden light shone from the Zulong Tower, the 90th level of the Zulong Tower slowly opened. Jiang Qin's eyes became excited. The 90th level of the Zulong Tower was different from the 89th level. Jiang Qin could feel that the 90th level of the Zulong Tower would be different from the previous one. There's always someone better. Jiang Qin frowned. On the 90th level, there were only 4 words floating in the air. Golden seal inscription, there's always someone better. What does this mean? Jiang Qin could not understand. However, these 4 words made one's imagination run wild. Now that the ancestral Dragon Emperor was in a deep slumber, he had no way to know about these 4 words. However, after thinking about it for a while, Jiang Qin did not think too much about it. After all, these 4 words were not important to him. The most important thing was that the suppression power of the Zulong Tower had become stronger. Moreover, the flow of time within the tower had become much faster. Jiang Qin knew that every time he opened a level of the Zulong Tower, it might bring him something different. It was getting harder to open the Zulong Tower now. The next time he opened it, even if he obtained a Dragon Ball, he might only be able to open 1 or 2 levels. Jiang Qin's curiosity drove him to get more Dragon Balls. Oh whoa, I just slept in. I'm so sleepy. The fire Qilin yawned, looking bored. At this moment, Jiang Qin could feel that the Qilin's strength had become stronger. You've been sleeping since you got injured. Jiang Qin said in disdain. That's right. My waist and back are aching, and my legs are cramping after sleeping. The fire Qilin looked wronged and said innocently, how did I manage to break through just by sleeping? Jiang Qin spurted out a mouthful of blood. You bastard, you're still not satisfied. Breaking through in your sleep. You're really shameless. How's your strength now? Jiang Qin asked. Around the peak early Divine King realm. But it's more than enough to deal with some mid-Divine King realm experts. Plus, I have some inherited memories in my mind. I'm afraid I'll need some time to digest them. The fire Qilin pouted as if he was dissatisfied. I've been training hard but I still can't surpass you. Jiang Qin sighed. Beasts had inherited memories, but he could only rely on his pair of iron fists to create his own world. After all, in the Qilin clan, I'm already so handsome that I don't give anyone a chance to live. The fire Qilin curled its lips, looking as if it was ashamed in its heart. It had a smug expression on its face. You're the only one I know who's shameless to the extreme. Jiang Qin said in disdain. A man and a beast left the Thunder Rush Sea after traveling for 1,000 miles. However, the moment the fire Qilin walked out of the Zulong Tower, the heavenly lightning struck his head. Jiang Qin couldn't help but laugh. God will punish you. Ha ha ha. You're only handsome for 3 seconds. Accept the heavenly lightning baptism. Damn it. I thought there wouldn't be any heavenly lightning. I should have stayed in the Zulong Tower. The fire Qilin didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Jiang Qin couldn't help him with the heavenly lightning baptism. Fortunately, the fire Qilin had reached the peak early divine king realm. At least, it was impossible for the heavenly lightning to kill him. You're not loyal at all. The fire Qilin said fiercely. Jiang Qin turned around and left. Chapter 2665. You're still too weak now. You might not be able to turn the situation around. Even with my help, we might not be able to do anything. Jiang Qin, I, fire Qilin, am not a coward. But I want you to know, don't make unnecessary sacrifices. It's not impossible for you to return to Linha boundary when you're strong enough. It might not be difficult for us to fight against a sect, but those sects that have existed for hundreds and thousands of years are not simple. Plus, there must be some experts in their ranks. Our chances are too slim. Fire Qilin said solemnly. Jiang Qin nodded. I understand what you're saying, but I feel that if I don't go now, I'm afraid that I'll regret it for the rest of my life. It's as if there's an indomitable force pushing me to take revenge, to get back what I've lost. That time when I escaped from Linha boundary, it was quite embarrassing. Jiang Qin smiled bitterly. He had made up his mind to return to the Linha boundary. He must win this war and make the entire Linha boundary restless. The things that had been suppressed in his heart for too long would cause him to fall ill. Jiang Qin had to vent it all out. Linha boundary, Clear Stream sect's territory, a small city at the border. Wang clan was the leader of the 3 great clans in Gai City. However, Wang clan wanted to break through and unify the 3 great clans. The other 2 great clans were getting stronger and stronger. One of their disciples was cultivating in Heavenly Star sect while the other was cultivating in Ghost Eye sect. Wang clan was getting more and more threatened. The head of Wang clan, Wang Yunkuan, looked solemn and worried. If this continued, Wang clan would lose their position as the leader in a few years. Head, I have a plan. Do you think it's worth a try? Wang Jianji smiled. As Wang Yunkuan's advisor, he came up with half of Wang clan's ideas. Wang Yunkuan's eyes lit up. He looked at Wang Jianji and said, let's hear it. Minister Jiang might be our savior. Wang Jianji smiled. Minister Jiang. Are you talking about Jiang Jin? Wang Yunkuan frowned. Although Minister Jiang ascended from the immortal world, he is very talented and not an ordinary true god can compare to him. His strength is also very strong. In the future, our Wang family might still need to rely on Minister Jiang. Although he's only at the peak void god realm, I believe that Jiang Qing will be able to shine in less than 20 years. Wang Yunkuan said with a serious face. However, he really couldn't think of any way that Wang Jianji could get Jiang Jin to help them through this crisis. No. That's not what I meant, Patriarch. Wang Jianji pretended to be profound. Wang Yunkuan's expression changed. Wang Jianji knew that the time had come. He couldn't let his appetite drop too much. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to bear the anger of the Patriarch. A few days ago, when I saw Minister Jiang drinking wine with the woman he brought back, Minister Jiang spoke of the worries in his heart. He said he has a son in the god realm, and this son's name is Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin. What's wrong? The god realm is so big, and there are more than 1,000 people named Jiang Qin. Isn't our city's second fool also called Jiang Qin? Wang Yunkuan said in puzzlement. Have you forgotten, patriarch? That Jiang Qin who stirred up a bloodbath in Linha boundary a few years ago. Profound Feng sect's Jiang Qin fought against hundreds of sects by himself, but he escaped in the end, causing the hundreds of sects to lose face. As for that Jiang Qin, as far as I know, he's also from the immortal world. Wang Jianji's words made Wang Yunkuan surprised. You're saying that this Jiang Qin might be Jiang Chen's father? Is there some connection between the two of them? It's hard to say. But both of them came from the immortal world, and they both have a son named Jiang Qin. Moreover, both of them appeared in the Linha boundary at the same time. If we send Jiang Qin to the Clear Stream sect or the Divine Pill sect, I can guarantee that those who hate Jiang Qin to the core will reward us handsomely. At that time, we'll be able to form a relationship with a great sect. Most importantly, even if they just give us something, it's enough for us to dominate the Gui city. Wang Jianji squinted his eyes. Wang Yunkuan understood the plan in his mind, but Wang Yunkuan fell into deep thought. But, after all, I owe Sir Jiang a debt of gratitude. Back then, if my good-for-nothing youngest son hadn't met him in the forest, he might have died. What I'm doing is really against morality. Wang Yunkuan could not help but shake his head as he sighed. Although he was not a gentleman, Jiang Zhen was his son's savior. If he pushed Jiang Zhen out at this time, it would be no different from biting the hand that fed him. Who would dare to rely on him in the future? That Jiang Qin is someone that everyone in the Linha boundary wants to kill. If we help those great sects to find Jiang Chen's father, it'll be considered as a merit. It's not a shameful thing. I believe everyone will understand you, Master. Every man for himself, and heaven and earth destroy him. We're forced to do this. The situation of the clan is getting worse. The other two great clans are eyeing us. They're like jackals, wolves, tigers, and leopards. They'll be a huge threat to us at any time. We can't miss this opportunity, Master. You must know that those who achieve great things don't bother about trifles. Wang Jianji said earnestly. If he still couldn't make up his mind now, when Jiang Zhen grew stronger, they wouldn't be able to change his mind. Wang Jianji tried his best to persuade Wang Yunkuan again and again. You're right. Those who achieve great things don't bother about trifles. One's success is built on the bones of thousands. This time, I, Wang Yunkuan, have let you down. Don't blame me when you're dead. Wang Yunkuan clenched his teeth and looked solemn. He seemed to have made a big decision. If he did it well, it would change his life. Get ready. I'll summon him to the martial arts practice hall tomorrow. All right. Don't worry, Master. Leave everything to me. Hee hee. Wang Jianji sneered. Jiang Zhenhai, there's no woman that I can't get if I want her. The sky was clear and bright. The bamboo forest was lit up by the moonlight. A beautiful couple. Jiang Zhenhai's greatest pride was his son. There was no one in the immortal world who didn't know about him. Under his son's brilliance, he became the emperor. However, Jiang Zhenhai didn't want to live in the immortal world for the rest of his life. He only had one thought in his heart, his son, Jiang Qin. Jiang Zhenhai didn't expect to meet the only woman that could move his heart after entering the immortal world. He even saved her when they were in the forest. It was a cliché. After the hero saved the beauty, the two of them fell in love and respected each other. Chapter 2666. Brother Zhen, let's leave this place. I don't really like living under someone else's roof. I still like to live the life we like, quiet and pleasant, simple food, the mountains as my companion, the water as my neighbor. That's the life I want. Lin Rue said with a smile. During this period of time, Wang Jianji had harassed her time and time again, making her feel miserable. However, she was living under someone else's roof and she didn't want to make things difficult for Brother Zhen, so she wanted to leave this place. She liked Jiang Zhenhai because of his free and easy personality. He was a real man of iron blood, but he didn't chase after fame and wealth. He didn't want to be associated with the secular world. This was what a real man should be. In her eyes, Jiang Zhenhai's lack of pursuit was not because he was dispirited, but because he really looked down on the secular world. That was the purest nature that she was chasing after. Alright, I also don't want to be restricted in this city. Wandering around the world might be more suitable for us, Jiang Zhenhai said with a smile. The reason why he stayed here was mostly because of Wang Yunkuan's advice. Otherwise, he wouldn't want to stay here either. No matter what, he felt like he was living under someone else's roof. How could Jiang Zhenhai not know that Wang Jianji had evil intentions towards Lin Rue? He just saw through it but didn't say it out loud. Since you've made up your mind, I'll suggest it to Brother Wang tomorrow. You should pack up tonight. Alright. Lin Rue smiled like a flower. This was what she loved, especially what Jiang Zhenhai said a few days ago. Jiang Zhenhai broke through the immortal world and came here with only one purpose, and that was to see his son. One day in the immortal world is 1 year in the immortal world. In the blink of an eye, 1,000 years have passed. Jiang Zhenhai looked at the bamboo forest outside the window. His heart was full of thoughts. Lin Rue knew Jiang Zhenhai's sadness and hugged him tightly from behind. The next day, Jiang Zhenhai was preparing to bid farewell to Wang Yunkuan. Oh, good morning, Brother Jiang. I was just looking for you, Wang Jianji said with a smile that was 30% feminine and 70% fake. Tell me, I'm in a hurry to see Brother Wang. I have something important to tell him, Jiang Zhenhai said impatiently. It just so happens that I wanted to talk about this matter as well. The patriarch of the clan has invited you to the martial hall. I haven't seen Brother Jiang display your skills for a long time. Today, the patriarch had a sudden impulse and asked me to invite Brother Jiang to exchange pointers. Lead the way, Jiang Zhenhai said in a low voice. He had a bad feeling in his heart, but Jiang Zhenhai did not doubt him and followed Wang Jianji to the martial arts hall. In the martial hall, dozens of clan guests and several elders were all present. There was a kind of somber atmosphere, each of them had a serious expression, and their eyes were filled with ominous glints. Was this really a spar? Jiang Zhenhai muttered to himself. Ha ha ha, Brother Jiang, it's been a few days since we last met, but you look even more spirited than before. You and I are both on the same day of cultivation, and I'm itching to see if Brother Jiang's strength has improved greatly, Wang Yunkuan said with a laugh. I came here today because I have something important to tell you. Brother Wang, in a few days, I will be leaving your mansion with my wife. I am very grateful for your hospitality and inconvenience, Jiang Zhenhai said. Oh. Brother Jiang is leaving. Did I, Wang Yunkuan, treat you poorly? Brother Wang has done so much for the Wang clan, and I have always been grateful for your kindness. However, Brother Jiang did not treat me as a brother, which makes me feel disappointed. Wang Yunkuan sighed and said helplessly, but his heart was slightly shaken. Did this guy know that I was going to attack him? But even if he wanted to leave, it was too late now. Brother Wang, you worry too much. I am very grateful to you, how could I have such thoughts? Hee, it's just that my wife likes to live a free and unrestrained life, and staying in one place for too long is a bit boring. Jiang Zhenhai shook his head and said. Today, I am very happy. Let's not talk about this, Brother Jiang, how about we spar first? Ha! Facing Wang Yunkuan's insistence, Jiang Zhenhai was also very helpless. After all, he was indebted to Wang Yunkuan for this period of time, and now that he insisted on leaving, he wanted to spar with Wang Yunkuan. Cui Shihui, play with brother Jiang. Wang Yunkuan said with a smile. Jiang Zhenhai's expression became serious. After all, Cui Shihui was an early true god, and even he might not be a match for him. Even though he had the strength of a half-step true god, he would still lose if he fought against Cui Shihui. Brother Cui, please show some mercy. Humph, that's for sure. Cui Shihui sneered and took a step forward. His lightning-fast attacks did not leave any chance for Jiang Zhenhai. Jiang Zhenhai had to use all his strength, but Cui Shihui's attacks were ruthless, and he wanted to take Jiang Zhenhai's life. Jiang Zhenhai's heart sank, and he knew that something was wrong. At this moment, Wang Yunkuan threw the wine cup onto the ground, causing it to explode. Dozens of experts surrounded Jiang Zhenhai and attacked one after another. Faced with so many experts, Jiang Zhenhai had no way of fighting back and was instantly defeated. Puff, the four of them pressed Jiang Zhenhai down and kneeled in front of Wang Yunkuan. Wang Yunkuan, what is the meaning of this? Jiang Zhenhai said. What do I mean? Hee, you really have the guts to say that. Let me ask you, is your son called Jiang Qin? Wang Jianji sneered. Jiang Zhenhai was stunned and said, how did you know? Then why didn't you tell me the truth? Don't you know what Jiang Qin has done in the Linhe boundary? He is the sinner of the whole Linhe boundary, and everyone has the right to punish him. We failed to kill him during the 100-sect war, and he escaped. If the other sects knew that Jiang Chen's father is hiding in our Gai City's Wang family, then we will become the public enemy of the Linhe boundary. At that time, any random sect could destroy the Wang clan. Do you know? Now you are still pretending to be innocent. Jiang Chen deserves to die, and so do you. If we don't hand you over to the other sects, how can we face Jiang Chen's crimes in the Linhe boundary? Wang Jianji was forcing Jiang Zhenhai to be speechless. At this moment, he finally knew why Wang Yunkuan wanted to attack him. It was a slander. Moreover, he was Jiang Chen's father. Jiang Zhenhai's expression was extremely gloomy as he was trapped here not long after he entered the divine world. Damn it. I, Jiang Zhenhai, was a hero, and I am honest. But I was harmed by a scoundrel like you. How sad and ridiculous. Ha ha ha. Jiang Zhenhai laughed and said with a touch of sadness in his eyes. Not only did he not give Ruyue a good life, but he also made her fall into a trap. Wang Yunkuan, you ungrateful man. Did you treat me like this when I saved your son? I can only blame myself for being blind. Jiang Zhenhai gritted his teeth and said, regretting what he had done. You asked for it. Jiang Zhenhai, since you have admitted it, what else can you say? Ha ha ha. Send him to the Clear Stream sect immediately. I want everyone to know that Jiang Chen's father was caught by our Wang family. Wang Yunkuan's eyes lit up. Once he sent Jiang Zhenhai to the Clear Stream sect, he would be rewarded handsomely. At that time, the Gai City's Wang family would not be a small family anymore. With the development of the Clear Stream sect, the Wang family would grow day by day. All of you will be punished. Chapter 2667. Retribution. Ha ha ha, I am Retribution. You're still too young to fight with me. Jiang Zhen, although your son is heaven-defying, he is now like a stray dog. He has already disappeared from the Linhe boundary. No one knows if he is dead or alive. If I hand you over, I might be able to lure a foolish son into the trap. Ha ha ha. Wang Jianji sneered and looked at Jiang Zhenhai with disdain. Bring him to the Clear Stream sect immediately. We must leave a good impression on them. Boss, you go personally. Wang Yunkuan looked at his eldest son, Wang Ling, and said in a deep voice. He was afraid that there would be any mistakes. Another 8 mid-true God realm guest elders followed Wang Ling, Wang Yunkuan, Wang Jianji. You'll definitely get your retribution. I, Jiang Zhenhai, will not let you go even if I become a ghost. Jiang Zhenhai said while gritting his teeth. Hee, it's too late to say anything now. But since we're quite familiar with each other, I'll take care of your pretty lady for you. Hee. Wang Jianji said with a beaming smile. In his heart, he was already very excited. Jiang Zhenhai's body trembled with anger. His face turned green and he gritted his teeth, but he still could not break free from the crowd. You bastard! Jiang Zhenhai's eyes were filled with bloodlust, but it was useless. He was still forced out of the Wang family by Wang Ling and the others. Under the bamboo forest, Lin Riyue anxiously waited. She wore a green dress, and her figure was curvaceous and exquisite. Indeed, it would cause one's imagination to run wild. Sister Lin, what are you doing here? Ha. Wang Jianji suddenly appeared behind the bamboo forest and looked at Lin Riyue with a smile. His eyes were filled with passion. Facing Lin Riyue's fairy-like figure, he couldn't stop himself even if he wanted to. Wang Jianji had been waiting for this moment for a long time. He had already set his eyes on Lin Riyue, but he didn't have the chance to do so. Now that he had successfully kicked Jiang Zhenhai out of the Wang family and into the Clearstream sect, his chance had naturally come. Please mind your words, Wang Jianji. We're not that close yet. Lin Riyue said coldly. Suddenly, Lin Riyue's heart sank. Why is he here? Moreover, he was so unbridled. Where was Brother Jin? Where did he go? What did you do to Brother Jin? Lin Riyue suddenly raised her head and said in a deep voice. You keep calling me Brother Jin, it's making me jealous. But you are quite smart. I like this kind of woman the most, ha. But do you think you can escape from me now? If you obediently become my little beauty, perhaps I can still spare your life. Otherwise, it won't be so simple. Wang Jianji's gaze was gentle. He was using threats and promises to make Lin Riyue submit. Although it was exciting to force himself on her, it made him a little unhappy. You guys took Brother Jin away. Why? He's the benefactor who saved Wang Yunkuan's son. You guys are biting the hand that feeds you. Lin Riyue's face was filled with coldness. What she was worried about had finally happened. This Wang Jianji was indeed not a good person. Ever since he entered the Wang clan, he had always felt uneasy towards her. Now that his true colors had been revealed, he made Brother Zhenhai the scapegoat. Lin Riyue's face was filled with regret. Your brother Zhen is not as simple as you think. The devil king Jiang Qin who caused the war of the 100 sects in the Linhe boundary is his son. He is destined to be despised by the people. It's natural for the father to pay for his son's debts. Since Jiang Qin could not be found, his father has to bear the responsibility for everything. Now that Jiang Zhen has been sent to the Clearstream sect, the news will soon spread across the entire Linhe boundary. However, that Jiang Zhen, no, he should be called Jiang Zhenhai, he will not die anytime soon. The Clearstream sect and the 100 sects will not kill him easily, they will use him to lure Jiang Qin out. And you guys are benefiting from it. The Wang clan is trying to curry favor with the nobles, and you are trying to kill me. Your plan is too good. Lin Riyue sneered. Her heart was trembling with anger. However, with her strength, it was impossible for her to go to the Clearstream sect to get Jiang Qin back. She was just a woman, what could she do? What a smart woman. You still have the right to choose. Don't wait for me to get angry, it'll be too late by then. Wang Jianji harumphed. Dream on. If Brother Zhen is alive, I'll be here. If Brother Zhen is dead, I will not live alone. Oh. And a chaste woman at that. I like people like you. He, I want to see if you can escape from my palm. Wang Jianji raised his eyebrows and revealed a ruthless expression. He pounced towards Lin Riyue like a beast. Lin Riyue's figure was agile. She retreated in order to advance. Not bad. I didn't expect a woman like you to be so capable. Unfortunately, you're with Jiang Zhenhai who doesn't know how to flirt. Watch my spear. Wang Jianji stabbed his silver spear towards Lin Riyue. Lin Riyue had a white jade sword in her hand. It was many times better than Wang Jianji's silver spear. Lin Riyue used her jade sword to suppress Wang Jianji. At this moment, Wang Jianji realized that he was no match for this woman. Bitch, how dare you attack me? Wang Jianji flew into a rage out of humiliation, but he still wasn't Lin Riyue's match. His spear flickered, but his speed was extremely slow. On the other hand, Lin Riyue's sword shadows were everywhere, forcing Wang Jianji into a desperate situation. Lin Riyue's sword slashed down, causing blood to splatter everywhere. Wang Jianji screamed miserably, his face pale. But Lin Riyue didn't behead him, she wanted to end his bloodline. You, Wang Jianji was terrified. His face turned pale and his body trembled. He did not dare to take another step forward. At the same time, Wang Jianji's silver spear was cut into two by Lin Riyue. It's nothing more than a spear tip made of wax and silver. Humph. I'll keep you alive for now. When Brother Zhenjin returns, you'll die for sure. Lin Riyue kicked Wang Jianji to the ground. Wang Jianji's tears flowed down like rain. Not only did Lin Riyue cut off his manhood, but she also almost sent him to heaven with that kick. Lin Riyue did not dare to delay for too long and directly chased after the Clearstream sect. She did not know if she could stop them, but Lin Riyue had still underestimated them. They directly used the teleportation array and not long after, they arrived at the Clearstream sect. When Lin Riyue caught up to them, Wang Ling had just entered the Clearstream sect with his people. Lin Riyue's tears flowed down like rain. Her eyes were filled with love. She blamed herself because she could only watch Brother Zhenjin being captured and brought into Clearstream sect. If what Wang Jianji said was true, Brother Zhenjin's life would be in danger. It's all my fault, Brother Zhenjin. 10 days later, more and more people came to the Clearstream sect. Lin Riyue saw everything, but there was nothing she could do. She was only a peak void god and had yet to reach the true god realm. Even an ordinary disciple could easily crush her. The Clearstream sect was the #1 sect in the Linhe boundary. I see that you've been sneaking around here for a few days. Why? Are you trying to sneak into Clearstream sect? Lin Riyue's body shuddered. A white-clothed young man appeared behind her silently with a smile on his face. Lin Riyue was stunned for a moment. What does it have to do with you? Who are you? Who I am is not important. What's important is that the disciples of Clearstream sect will not let this matter go. What do you think? Chapter 2668. You're from the Clearstream sect. Lin Riyue subconsciously took 2 steps back and looked at Jiang Chen cautiously. You haven't answered my question. Are you trying to sneak into the Clearstream sect? Jiang Chen said with a smile. He had been watching her for a long time, but he didn't know why she was guarding the outer region of Clearstream sect. With her strength, she couldn't even be a sentry. It was impossible for her to be a spy. This made Jiang Chen very curious. Since you're not from the Clearstream sect, why are you asking me who I am? Lin Riyue said with a gloomy face. Her pretty face was filled with righteousness. Jiang Chen smiled and shook his head. He was just curious. Since she was not from the Clearstream sect, then his worries were unnecessary. I'm here to find trouble with the Clear Stream sect. Jiang Qin crossed his arms in front of his chest and said faintly. He was calm and composed, and quite proud of himself. Just you. Although you're strong and I might not be your opponent, do you know how big the Clear Stream sect is? It's the #1 sect in the Linha boundary. Who do you think you are? What qualifications do you have to challenge the Clear Stream sect? What a joke. Humph, Lin Rue looked at Jiang Qin with disdain. She knew that she was no match for this young man. She harumphed coldly and quickly left. Such an interesting woman. Jiang Qin rubbed his nose. He was mocked by a woman who was not even a true god. However, he was not a calculative person. He let Lin Rue leave carefully while he strode towards the entrance of the Clear Stream sect. Over the past 10 days, Jiang Qin had destroyed more than 20 sects of various sizes. All of them had been the ones who'd attacked him the most, and the ones who'd bullied his men and women the most. In the entire Linha boundary, except for the top 10 sects, everyone was in danger. In the guest hall of the Clear Stream sect, 6 Divine King Realm experts were gathered. Even a half-step Divine King Realm expert was not qualified to be here. A cold, austere, gloomy, and terrifying aura filled the hall. The 6 of them all had solemn expressions on their faces. You've all given me a lot of face by coming to the Clear Stream sect to discuss this matter. More than 20 sects, all the elders and disciples above the heavenly god realm were killed. There were more than 3,000 of them. Apart from the weaker disciples, it's really a pity. Xianyuan Zhong said. An old man in a green robe shook his head and sighed. He was the sect leader of the Clear Stream sect, Xianyuan Zhong. As the leader of a sect, the 10 great sects, except for the Heavenly Star sect, were all here. Xianyuan Zhong was elected as the chief disciple of the Linha boundary. This Jiang Qin is too presumptuous. We spared his life in the past. I never expected him to make a comeback. He even wants our Linha boundary to bow down to him. What a wishful thinking. Li Badian said in a deep voice with a pale expression. Ghost-A sect had also suffered a great loss in the past. Never had he thought that Jiang Qin would appear in Linha boundary again. Jiang Qin was here to settle the score with them. Jiang Qin is challenging us by destroying more than 20 sects consecutively. If we don't accept it, doesn't that mean that all the sects are afraid of him? We can't let this matter go. He was able to escape because he had the support of a few great sects in the surrounding regions. I don't believe that he's still so powerful. This time, all the experts of the 10 great sects are here. Even the reverends of the 9 boundaries won't be able to save him. Dan Feng said faintly with a cold expression. However, he had already made up his mind. The Divine Pills sect also suffered a great loss when they tried to annihilate Jiang Qin. Now that Jiang Qin had appeared in front of everyone again, he was obviously here to stir up trouble. If they don't take revenge, how could they survive? Jiang Qin dared to return to the Linha boundary. It means that he has his own plan. Looks like he's confident that he can defeat all the great sections. If that's the case, let's fight with him. Let's see who will have the last laugh. Li Xia said disdainfully. No matter how strong he was just an ant in the eyes of these Divine King Realm experts. It is said that Jiang Qin's strength has reached the half-step Divine King Realm. Many great sects without a Divine King were annihilated by him. His speed of growth is too fast. We must not underestimate him. This time, we must kill him in one strike. Di Longhui said in a low voice. Half-step Divine King Realm. Ha! Is there a half-step Divine King here? If he comes, I'll be the first to kill him. I'm afraid he won't dare to step on the Qingping mountain. Li Xia said proudly. He was not afraid of Jiang Qin's return at all. Rumors stop with the wise. Elder D, How can you boost the morale of others and diminish your own? Dan Feng said with a smile. Di Longhui smiled bitterly and nodded silently. Since this Jiang Chen dares to appear again, we must make sure that he won't be able to return. Otherwise, how can we, the 10 great sects, maintain our prestige in the Linhe boundary? More and more sects are in danger now. We must uphold justice. Sect Lord Xianyuan, what do you say? Li Badian said in a deep voice. Everyone here hated Jiang Chen to the core. Moreover, Jiang Chen was the one who ran away from them. Now, this reckless guy came back to Linhe boundary and messed with Feng Yun again. He's courting death. Killing Jiang Chen is a must. However, I have an even more powerful trump card. Even the Sky Lord cannot save him. Xianyuan Zhong let out a faint smile and remained calm. Oh. So Sect Lord Xianyuan is prepared. Looks like we're worrying for nothing. Ha! Dan Feng's eyes lit up. He finally opened his eyes. I'm all ears. The others were looking forward to it. Jiang Chen's father is in my hands. This time, even if he didn't come, I'll gather everyone here to discuss this important matter. Using his father as a hostage, no matter how powerful he is, he'll still give in. Unless he's a deranged beast. Xianyuan Zhong stroked his beard and said confidently. Isn't this too despicable? Dan Feng was stunned. Despicable? Hee. How many of our people have he killed? How many innocent lives were taken by him? It's not despicable if we can kill him. There are many paths to the heaven-connecting boundary. Let's see if we can seize the opportunity. Di Longhui said disdainfully. He had no sympathy for such people. However, they couldn't remember who it was that had forced Jiang Chen into such dire straits. Ha ha ha. If that's the case, isn't it as stable as Mount Tai? Killing Jiang Chen is a must. Ha. That's right. Now that we have something on him, we can attack from both sides. However, I think killing Jiang Chen will be a piece of cake for everyone here. This time, I'll crush his bones and scatter his ashes to pay respect to the innocent souls of our dead disciples. Chapter 2669. In the sky above the clear stream sect, the clouds were like dogs. The silver river stretched for 800 li, the forest was like a torch, like the roof of the sky. Jiang Chen stood above the clear stream sect. The clear stream sect stretched for thousands of li, the size of the sect was shocking. The mountains were high and the rivers were dangerous. Even the sect's formation was extremely powerful, almost on par with Jiang Chen's Azura formation. Jiang Chen had to be careful. At this moment, he felt uneasy in his heart, as if there was a great pressure in his heart. However, he had no idea why he was feeling this way. Perhaps it was because this was a battle with his back against the wall, and he had to bear even more things. He had already made preparations for a life and death battle, but the one who died must not be him. Jiang Chen is here. Old dog of the Clear Stream sect, come out and accept your death. Jiang Chen stood proudly in the sky and shouted coldly. His voice could be heard from 1,000 miles away. The Clear Stream sect was shaken. Countless people had been killed by the Clear Stream sect. However, no one dared to challenge this great sect. As one of the pillars of the Linhe boundary, the Clear Stream sect's strength was obvious to everyone. What? It's Jiang Chen. Looks like the rumor is true. This fella has really returned to the Linhe boundary. There was a rumor that he had destroyed more than 20 sections. Looks like it's true. I heard that Jiang Chen had left the Linhe boundary a few years ago. To think that he dares to come back. Isn't he courting death? Humph. This bastard has done too many evil deeds. Today shall be the day he dies. How dare he come to my clear stream sect? Why don't he take a piss and look at himself in the mirror? Who does he think he is? Our clear stream sect is the #1 sect in the Linha boundary. Why should we be afraid of a kid? People nowadays are getting more and more arrogant. Does he really think that he has 3 heads and 6 arms? There's a path to heaven but you didn't take it. There's no door to hell but you chose to seek death. If he dares to return to Linha boundary, that will be the day he dies. Everyone from the Clear Stream sect was shocked by Jiang Chen's voice. However, in their eyes, Jiang Chen was courting death. No matter how strong he was, how could he go against the entire Linha boundary? Did he have the capital to do so? Moreover, the 10 major sects had gathered at the Clear Stream sect. Obviously, they were already discussing how to deal with Jiang Chen. Although the people of the Clear Stream sect were shocked, they did not panic. What should come has finally come. Di Longhui sneered. He squinted his eyes and looked in the direction of the sect. Ha ha ha, good timing. Our 10 sects are gathered at the Clear Stream sect and he still dares to come here. Today, I, Dan Feng, will make sure he doesn't leave. Dan Feng said proudly. I want to meet him. Back then, he fled like a stray dog. Now, he has the guts to come back and cause a ruckus. Li Badian took the lead and dashed out of the sect. The 6 of them stood in the sky above the Clear Stream sect. The 6 divine kings had an imposing aura. What a gathering of heroes. The people of the Divine Pill sect and the Ghost Eye sect have become the dogs of the Clear Stream sect. Ha ha ha. Jiang Chen stood proudly. He was not afraid at all when facing the experts from all directions. These people were all familiar faces. Why would Jiang Chen be afraid? Although he was only a half-step divine king, it was as easy as flipping his palm to deal with them. These divine kings were not worth mentioning in his eyes. Those experts that he did not dare to fight against in the past were just like chickens and dogs now. Nonsense. Son of a bitch, how dare you come back to the Linha boundary? It's a pity that we didn't kill you back then. Li Badian shouted. You wanted to kill me back then. But can you do it? You can't kill me now. Jiang Chen smiled confidently, causing the 6 great divine kings to secretly chuckle. Isn't this fella thinking too highly of himself? Does he think that he can sweep across the Linha boundary with his half-step divine king cultivation? Wishful thinking. Today is the day you die. Jiang Chen, surrender. Since you're here, it's impossible for you to run away. Xianyuan Zhong said faintly. He looked like he was very confident, as if everything was under his control. With Jiang Chen's father in their hands, why would they be afraid that Jiang Chen wouldn't give up and let them capture him? At that time, it would be clear whether he was a real hero or a real coward. I don't even put you guys in my eyes. I only have one goal today, to trample the Clear Stream sect to the ground. Jiang Chen pointed at the sky. His aura was soaring and he was not afraid of anyone. Ha ha ha. This is ridiculous. You're still talking so eloquently even when you're about to die. Jiang Chen, you've disappeared for so long, but you're still so arrogant. Now, I'll show you who's the real expert. Initially, I didn't want to do it because you're a junior. But now that you've made me feel disgusted, I must kill you to avenge the innocent people of the Linha boundary. I must give them a perfect explanation. Li Badian took a step forward. His eyes were filled with coldness and disdain. Jiang Chen was just a half-step divine king. How could he be compared to a divine king who had reached the divine king realm for thousands of years? Only you. I'm afraid that's not enough. Jiang Chen smiled. Aren't you afraid of losing your tongue? You'll have to get through me first if you want to trample the Clear Stream sect to the ground. Li Badian was incomparably domineering, like a god of war. His eyes were like torches as he stared at Jiang Qin. You said you're not a dog of the Clearstream sect, to be able to protect your master to this extent. I've underestimated you. It's sad that the Ghost Eye sect has such an ingrate like you. Ha! Jiang Qin said with a laugh, purposely angering Li Badian. The latter's eyes became colder and colder. He became even angrier after being called a dog of the Clearstream sect by Jiang Qin. He charged towards Jiang Qin with killing intent. How many rounds do you guys think Jiang Qin can last against Brotherly? Dan Feng said with a smile. He was not worried about Li Badian at all. Although Jiang Qin had been reborn and was extremely talented, he was still overestimating himself compared to the older generation experts. His strength was undeniably rare in the younger generation. But when compared to a divine king, his strength was greatly discounted. Which divine king was given such a title for free? I bet he can't last more than 10 rounds. Di Longhui said with a smile. I said, 3 rounds. Chapter 2670. This is the great elder of the Ghost Eye sect. I've heard of Li Badian's name since 1,000 years ago in the Linhe boundary. Jiang Qin is going to die this time. The great elder of the Ghost Eye sect is going to take him down easily. Do you think he will be able to fight back? You're right. I didn't expect it to be this boring. Li Badian is a peerless expert. Jiang Qin is going to die for sure. Everyone was looking forward to Li Badian defeating Jiang Qin with an overwhelming advantage, and finally becoming a peerless genius. However, defeating a half-step divine king did not mean that he was invincible. After all, there was still a huge gap between their strengths. However, when Li Badian clashed with Jiang Qin, he felt a great shock. In the first exchange, Jiang Qin was fighting him with his bare hands without a shred of fear. In the second exchange, Jiang Qin had already given up all defense and attacked with lightning speed when Li Badian was unprepared. In the third move, Jiang Qin was like a crazed dragon, crushing Li Badian with an unstoppable momentum. In the third move, Li Badian was pushed back by Jiang Qin. Under the impact of the dragon, Li Badian's face turned pale and blood spurted out from his mouth as he was pushed back 800 zhang. This scene shocked the entire Clearstream sect. Who would have thought that Jiang Qin would be able to defeat Li Badian in just 3 moves, without giving his opponent any time to react? That was an absolute advantage. Li Badian couldn't believe that he was defeated in just 3 moves, and in such a miserable manner. He was defeated by Jiang Qin in front of thousands of people. Li Badian's eyes widened in disbelief as he was defeated by Jiang Qin in just 3 moves, and in such a miserable manner. Jiang Qin retracted his hands and stood upright. His attacks were as fast as lightning, and when he retracted his hands, he was still like a virgin. He was like a grandmaster, calm and composed, full of mettle. I've said it before, 1 isn't enough. Dan Feng was dumbfounded. Li Xia was dumbfounded. Even the sect leader of the Clearstream sect, Xianyuan Zhong, was dumbfounded. In their eyes, everything was like an illusion, as if it was a lifetime ago. However, Li Badian had indeed lost miserably. He really only used 3 moves, Li Xia murmured in shock. He had thought that Li Badian would be able to defeat Jiang Qin in 3 moves. However, he did not know whether to laugh or cry at the turn of events. Was Li Badian weak? Not weak. Was Jiang Qin strong? Other than Li Badian, who had fought with him, everyone else was still in a state of confusion. Was it over just like that? What a strong fellow! Li Badian gritted his teeth as waves of shock surged in his heart. He had underestimated this fellow. Isn't this too scary? Repelling Li Badian in 3 moves. Oh my god, did this guy pop out from a crack in a rock? Are my eyes playing tricks on me? The one who was defeated was Li Batian. No wonder he dared to return to the Linha boundary. He's fearless. Looks like even Divine King realm experts could not gain any advantage against him. Amongst the crowd, countless disciples were looking up to Jiang Qin. Even though they hated Jiang Qin to the core, they were also in awe of him because he was too strong. To think that there was such a talented devil king amongst the younger generation. They did not know if it was a blessing or a curse. At least, it was not good news for the Clearstream sect. Jiang Qin was calm and relaxed as he smiled faintly. However, the tens of thousands of disciples looked at him and sighed. Apart from fear, there was also respect and admiration in their eyes. This was a true monster. Jiang Qin is indeed courageous and knowledgeable. I, Li Batian, am ashamed. Li Batian gritted his teeth. However, a defeat was a defeat. Although he was unwilling to accept it, it was an undeniable fact. Everyone felt like they had just woken up from a dream. So Li Batian had really lost to Jiang Qin. This guy is too monstrous. Perhaps we should not hold back anymore. This battle is imperative. We must kill this monster and get rid of the scourge of Linha boundary. Xianyuan Zhong said. Dan Feng, Li Xia, elders, thank you for your trouble. When Xianyuan Zhong finished his words, the others silently nodded their heads. Dan Feng, Dan Kue, Li Xia, Li Batian, Di Longhui, Di Longqing, the 6 Divine King realm experts gathered together. At this moment, the 6 of them were ready to take action at the same time to kill Jiang Qin. 6 at once. That's more like it. I've said it before, 1 is not enough. Ha ha ha. Jiang Qin's smile vanished. His eyebrows were straight like swords and his eyes were bright like stars. His gaze was like a shooting star, piercing through the sky with a domineering air. 6 divine kings at once, so what? You can still laugh so arrogantly even when you're at death's door. You've impressed me. You're destined to be remembered in history after today's battle. However, your name will go down in history. Dan Feng said disdainfully. Although Li Batian had lost, the 6 divine kings were going to take action at the same time to be safe. Jiang Qin would not be able to escape from them. That's right. If we don't kill you now, we'll be nurturing a tiger in our bosom in the future. When will Linha boundary ever be peaceful? Kill without mercy. Li Xia stared at Jiang Qin angrily. He had long regarded Jiang Qin as a thorn in his flesh. The top disciples of the 3 sects had been slaughtered by Jiang Qin. This was an indisputable fact. That was why everyone was furious. A bunch of old farts. Today is the day of your death. Die together. Jiang Qin stood with his sword in his hand, walking in all directions, fighting against 6 divine kings alone. The tens of thousands of disciples who were watching were all excited. Jiang Qin stood on a cloud and fought against 6 divine kings with his half-step divine king realm. He didn't even use his dragon transformation and fought against the divine kings with his bare hands. What a high-spirited scene. Jiang Qin's aura was terrifying. Facing 6 divine kings, he was not at a disadvantage at all. The 6 of them did not dare to be negligent. Li Batian's defeat had proven everything. If anyone dared to look down on Jiang Qin, it would be courting death. Jiang Qin was no longer the same as before. He had the prestige of a divine king at the half-step divine king realm. Although they were shocked, they did not hesitate at all. This fella is too fucking strong. When can I be half as good as him? That's right. It's making my blood boil. Although Jiang Qin is a true devil incarnate, I have to say that his strength is just too strong. We're no match for him. That's right. We see him as our opponent, but he won't even look at us. This is the gap between us. Sigh. You're a genius, why did you become a thief? Even I feel that it's a pity for Jiang Qin. He's fated to die at such a young age. He can only blame himself for thinking too highly of himself. Being strong doesn't mean that he can do whatever he wants. The experts of the entire Linhe boundary have joined hands, can't they deal with him? What a joke. Humph, he's overestimating himself. Chapter 2671. The 6 divine kings work together and unleash their abilities. Rays of terrifying light flashed across the sky. Sword chi swept across 800 li. Between the sky and the earth, on the peak of the mountains, sand and pebbles were flying everywhere. Jiang Qin pressed forward. Even though he was fighting against 6 people alone, he did not lose the upper hand at all. The heavenly dragon's sword was invincible. Wherever the sword pointed, sword chi would shoot out. The 6 of them could not get close to Jiang Qin at all. The light of the blade flickered and the shadow of the spear struck continuously. Under the encirclement of the 6 divine kings, Jiang Qin became more and more skillful. The 6 great divine kings launched their own attacks in order to capture Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin was fearless. Jiang Qin truly felt the power of the experts in this battle. Just a ray of green light flashed and he would die if he bumped into it. Jiang Qin was also very focused, fearing that he might make a mistake. This was the first time he fought against a divine king after his breakthrough. Moreover, it was against so many divine kings. It was easy to imagine how dangerous it would be. This brat is really cunning. He's like a loach. If you guys keep holding back, I don't know how long you'll have to deal with him. Attack with everything you've got and kill him. Dan Feng said in a deep voice. The 6 of them did not use their full strength. After all, the pressure and threat from the 6 divine kings was enough to strike fear into people's hearts. Even if each of them used 70% of their strength, they would be able to fight against a mid-divine king. However, they still could not break through Jiang Qin's defense, which made Dan Feng very depressed. All right. The 6 of them said together and attacked again. This time, it was even more terrifying. Jiang Qin sneered. No matter how sincere the 6 of them were, they were not one person after all. It was very easy for him to fight against a divine king with his bare hands. Even if he fought against 6 of them alone, it was still very easy. Jiang Qin's heavenly dragon sword was used to its limit. Each strike was faster than the last. Jiang Qin's sword realm had a great breakthrough. Although it had not reached the sword saint's sword realm, it was still very terrifying. Sword breaks through the void, heaven's will. Solitary sighed. Jiang Qin's moves were ruthless. The sword of solitude was performed by him once again. It was 1,000 times stronger than before. The might of a half-step divine king was evident. Kid, let's see how long you can last. Li Batian sneered as the 6 of them completely suppressed Jiang Qin's attacks. In the end, Jiang Qin relied on Du Guifang's sword chi to force them back. However, the 6 of them did not give Jiang Qin any chance to catch his breath. The battle between the 2 sides was extremely intense. Divine Golden Bell, God's sealing restriction. Jiang Qin moved as fast as lightning. The divine golden bell enveloped the 6 of them. The golden light of the gigantic divine bell pressed down like a collapsing mountain. As soon as the God's sealing prohibition appeared, the 6 of them were all stunned. Their bodies trembled. The 6 of them were injured by Jiang Qin's sword chi. Their faces were extremely pale as they looked at each other. They didn't expect Jiang Qin to have such ability. Divine Golden Bell, God's sealing restriction. This is the secret technique of the Eastern Emperor sect. Xianyuan Zhong said. Everyone was stunned. They never thought that Jiang Qin could learn such a terrifying technique. Under the god's sealing restriction, the 6 of them were all injured. At this moment, Jiang Qin stood proudly in the sky. His expression did not change, but his eyes were filled with killing intent. What? Is this the legendary Eastern Emperor limitless art of the Eastern Emperor sect in the Chilean boundary? Dan Feng said in shock. The Eastern Emperor sect was a great sect in the 9 boundaries. Although they did not belong to the same boundary as them, the Eastern Emperor sect was still famous in the Lone Dragon County hundreds of thousands of years ago. One could imagine that the Eastern Emperor limitless art was not just for show. Rumor has it that the god sealing restriction is the secret technique of the Eastern Emperor sect. How did he know it? Did he join the Eastern Emperor sect? Li Xiao was slightly stunned and said solemnly. First joined the profound Feng sect, then joined the Eastern Emperor sect. Impermanence, Jiang Qin. Li Badian said in disdain. So what? I, Jiang Qin, do not need you to tell me what to do. Ha ha ha. Jiang Qin was overbearing and unrestrained, ignoring everyone's provocation and mockery. Looks like this kid has learned something from the Eastern Emperor sect. Does he think that he can do whatever he wants in the Linha boundary? You're really indulging in fantasy. Kid, even if that's the case, we'll definitely not let you succeed. Dan Kuei was also disdainful towards Jiang Qin. Although they were forced to retreat by Jiang Qin, he was still in the territory of the Clearstream sect. Therefore, they were not worried that Jiang Qin would escape. Everyone, let's attack together. Although the 6 of us are powerful, we do not have enough strength. We hope that everyone can lend a hand. Di Longhui looked at the dozens of Divine King experts behind Xinyuan Zhong. They were the top 20 elders of the sects, and they were the supreme elders who had been in seclusion. They were all very powerful. If Jiang Qin did not annihilate many sects during this period of time, they would not have come out of seclusion so easily. There was a total of 14 sects, and each sect had a true Divine King expert. All of them had rushed to the Clearstream sect at this moment. All right. Even if Brother D did not say it, we are ready to fight. Ha ha ha. That's right. He's just a half-step Divine King. I don't believe that he can fight against more than 20 Divine King experts. Today's battle is to kill Jiang Qin. There were a total of 14 Divine King realm experts behind Xinyuan Zhong. They all joined the battle. Good. That's more like it. 20 Divine King realm experts. I, Jiang Qin, swear to fight till death today. I'll kill 1 Divine King realm expert and kill 2 Divine King realm experts. Jiang Qin said coldly. At this moment, his heart was filled with coldness. There was no anger, because the anger had already dissipated, only killing intent was left. He was forced into a corner by the 100 Sect Alliance. Countless people died because of him. Profound Feng sect was almost annihilated. Even his dearest brother, Dragon Shirsan, almost lost his life because of him. He too had a close shave with death and escaped death. Jiang Chen's heart was filled with coldness at this moment. Therefore, Jiang Chen didn't show any mercy to them. These people deserved to die. Since they had forgotten how hysterical they were when they tried to kill him, they should be thinking about the retribution. The cycle of heavenly Tao would make them pay the price one day. It wasn't that Jiang Qin was cold-blooded. Everyone was forced to do so. Jiang Chen had always been kind, and he didn't want to kill anyone. However, someone had forced him to raise the butcher's knife. In this dog-eat-dog world, if you didn't stand at the top, there would be countless people who would want to devour you and replace you. Jiang Chen had been cultivating until now. The law of survival in the divine world was no different from the immortal world. The only difference was that it was crueler. Jiang Chen did not have anyone to rely on. His iron fists were his only trump card. Chapter 2672. Great, ha! 20 Divine King Realm Experts, just to catch me, Jiang Qin. Let's see if you guys have the capability to do so. Even if it's the 100 Sect Alliance, I, Jiang Qin, am not afraid of you. Jiang Qin's arrogance had caused countless people to be filled with righteous indignation. More than 20 Divine King experts were about to join hands, but Jiang Qin's eyes were filled with intense battle intent. His heroic spirit soared to the sky. Today, I, Jiang Qin, shall kill to my heart's content. Let's see who can stop me. Jiang Qin did not hesitate and immediately unleashed his dragon transformation. Under the dragon transformation, he could fight 20 Divine King Realm experts with ease. After unleashing the dragon transformation, Jiang Qin could even defeat a mid-Divine King Realm expert. Back when he was a late heavenly god, he could already make the mid-Divine King Realm Douling, Luo Qinghe bow down to him. Now, Jiang Qin was invincible. The sword's shadow swept across like the autumn wind sweeping the fallen leaves. Every Divine King Realm expert was extremely solemn. Jiang Qin's heavenly dragon sword had already reached perfection. Before he arrived, his sword had already arrived. The terrifying sword chi pierced through the void. The 20 Divine King Realm experts did not dare to let their guard down. Even so, both sides were only on par. Jiang Qin was like a peerless war god. He was the only one in the battle, suppressing 20 Divine King Realm experts as a half-step Divine King. It was an eye-opener for the entire Linhe boundary. This kid is too heaven-defying. We can't let him live. We can't let him live. Xianyuan Zhong said in a low voice. If Jiang Qin did not die, all of them would not be able to eat or sleep in peace. If Xianyuan Zhong allowed the tiger to return to the mountain this time, no one knew how strong he would become next time. Fortunately, he was arrogant and arrogant. This time, he did not have enough strength. If he had the strength of a hierarch realm expert, Xianyuan Zhong would probably kneel down and worship him even if he had something against Jiang Qin's father. Unfortunately, he was too arrogant. He dared to fight against the heroes of the world when he was still young. In Xianyuan Zhong's eyes, he was extremely stupid. Why are you guys so weak? If you guys don't do anything, don't blame me for being merciless. Jiang Qin sneered. Facing 20 Divine King Realm experts, he was not afraid at all. Moreover, he displayed his own style. Layers of sword shadows were unparalleled. Jiang Qin's strong recovery ability made him more and more skillful. 20 Divine King Realm experts. No sect could come up with such a powerful force. Jiang Qin's strength was enough to establish his own sect and become a great master of his generation. Kid, don't be happy too early. You don't have the ability yet. You'll be crying later. Bastard, go to hell. More than 20 experts used all their skills. They were extremely violent. However, it was extremely difficult for them to gain an advantage over Jiang Qin. They thought that they could slowly exhaust Jiang Qin to death. However, who would have thought that Jiang Qin was like a god of war? His will was undying and his aura was not weakened at all. 3,000 Li freeze. Jiang Qin swept across the heavens and earth, freezing the mountains and rivers within 3,000 miles. The 20 Divine Kings were forced to retreat. The dreadful cold energy almost made them feel the despair of extreme coldness. All of them were heavily injured and were forced to retreat. Everyone's face was filled with shock. Jiang Qin was just too powerful. Jiang Qin stood proudly and smiled faintly. Invincible. Who could be his opponent? Even Xianyuan Zhong did not dare to fight Jiang Qin head-on. Because he might not be able to do better than Jiang Qin if the 20 Divine King Realm experts were to join hands. That sword really froze the 3,000 Li freeze. Everyone felt a shiver down their spines. It was so cold that it was suffocating. Even 20 Divine King realm experts are not Jiang Chen's match. They're being led by the nose by him. The sects of Linha boundary have lost their face. That's right. Xianyuan Zhong knew that it was time to put an end to this. Who else? Jiang Chen looked down on the crowd and said in an overbearing manner. His eagle-like eyes were sharp and penetrating. Xianyuan Zhong sneered. He looked at Jiang Chen and said in disdain, who else? I think I'll introduce you to someone. You'll definitely like him. Jiang Chen's heart skipped a beat. He had been feeling uneasy recently. What the hell is this guy trying to do? Who's the person I want to meet? What are you trying to say? But Jiang Chen remained calm and looked at Xianyuan Zhong. You'll know soon enough. Di Lao, bring the person here. Xianyuan Zhong said. Yes, sect lord. Di Longhuai sneered and quickly went into the sect. Other than the Divine Pills sect and the Ghost Eye sect, the experts of the other sects were confused. What is the sect lord of the Clear Stream sect trying to do? No one knew. Jiang Chen's heart was perturbed, but he didn't know. Jiang Chen, so he's Jiang Chen. He must be the son that Brother Zhen mentioned. These people are trying to use Brother Zhen to threaten Jiang Chen. Lin Ryue stood far away and looked at the sky. She could feel the cold and murderous aura. Everyone in the Clear Stream sect was in danger. She was too weak to go up there. She could only watch from the side. Not long after, Di Longhuai brought a middle-aged man in ragged clothes up to the sky. The man's figure was slightly hunched and the stubble on his face was filled with vicissitudes of life. He looked extremely pitiful. His back view was a little illusory and his eyes were blurred. Jiang Chen's eyes froze in an instant. Father. Jiang Chen never expected that the Clear Stream sect would capture his father. But shouldn't his father be enjoying his old age in the immortal world? Why is he here? But Jiang Chen was sure that the person in front of him was his father, Jiang Zhenhai. Chen my son. Jiang Zhenhai suddenly raised his head, and his eyes suddenly became clear. His eyes were filled with longing and love. No matter how strong he was, no matter how weak he was, no matter where he was, when Jiang Zhenhai saw his son, he couldn't help but shed tears. He couldn't hold back the longing in his heart any longer. He had raised Jiang Chen from a young age, and he had been a father and a mother at the same time. Jiang Zhenhai had lived for so many years, and he could lose anything but his son. Jiang Zhenhai was a man of steel, but he had never shed a tear in his life. But when he saw his son again, his heart was filled with sorrow. Others might not understand, but he had seen too much of his son's suffering from Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's eyes were not like those in the immortal world. Jiang Chen's eyes were not sharp like those in the immortal world. Instead, they were sharp and reserved. The domineering aura was still there, but the tenacity that he had gone through was not something that could be described in a few words. He was longing for his son, but Jiang Chen had also been through a lot. Wandering alone in the divine world, Jiang Chen's sufferings were not something that others could understand. He could only bear it alone. However, Jiang Zhenhai did not have time to tell Jiang Chen about it. Because if Jiang Chen did not leave now, he would be trampled on by the experts of the Clear Stream sect. He was destined to die here. Go quickly. They will kill you. Chapter 2673. Jiang Chen looked at his father and forced a smile. He shook his head and looked at Xianyuan Zhong. Let go of my father. Oh. Are you talking to me? Jiang Chen, what a devil, what a monstrous genius. At this moment, you're going to surrender to me. Ha ha ha. Xianyuan Zhong shook his head and sighed. His eyes suddenly changed. Where's your high spirits? Where's your pride and arrogance? Where's your arrogance? Jiang Chen, I never thought that you would have such a day. Xianyuanzhong said disdainfully. Everyone has a weakness. Jiang Chen's weakness was too obvious. He valued his family too much. That's why Jiang Chen couldn't withstand a single blow. Then what do I have to do to make you let go of my father? This has nothing to do with him. Come at me if you dare. Jiang Chen said in a deep voice. He couldn't bear to let his father die. However, his heart was gripped tightly when he looked at his father. Guys, let me see how strong Jiang Chen is. If you fight back, I'll fight back. Let's see who's stronger, you or your father. Xianyuanzhong looked at Jiang Chen. Run, Chen Er, don't worry about me. You can't win against them. Jiang Zhenhai tried his best to break free, but it was useless. If Xianyuanzhong moved even a little bit, his life would be over. Therefore, Jiang Chen had no other choice. He didn't dare to move as his father's life was in their hands. At this moment, Jiang Chen knew that no matter how many tricks he had up his sleeves, his hands and feet were all tied up. Lin Rua clenched her fists tightly. Her face was pale, but she couldn't do anything. She didn't have the strength to fight against these divine king realm experts. She could only watch her beloved brother Jinjin being trampled by them mercilessly. Her son, who was supposed to rise like a shooting star, was also turned into a puppet. I don't want you to die. It's too easy for you to die. I want you to suffer 10,000 souls in the Luo Feng Gorge, have your body shattered by heavenly lightning, suffer all the suffering in the world, and finally die. Xianyuanzhong's words became the focal point of the crowd. To Jiang Chen, this was a fate worse than death. Hurry up and leave, you bastard. Are you not even going to listen to me anymore? Jiang Zhenhai's eyes were bloodshot and his hands were trembling. However, he was being suppressed by Xianyuanzhong. If he tried to move, he would be killed by Xianyuanzhong. Remember what you said. Otherwise, Jiang Chen will destroy your clear stream sect and turn it into a living hell. Jiang Chen said in a low voice. He did not dare to look at his father's tearful face. That was the most unbearable pain for him. Jiang Chen slowly knelt down, kneeling far away from his father. Your son is unfilial. Jiang Chen had been proud and aloof all his life. He had never knelt to the heavens or the earth, only to his parents. Jiang Zhenhai almost fainted when he knelt down. Why don't you leave? I'd rather not have you as my son now. I just want you to leave as soon as possible. Jiang Zhenhai did not want to see his son fall into the abyss of suffering because of him. When he first stepped into the immortal world, he was unwilling to reveal his true name because he was afraid of bringing danger to his son. However, he was still discovered by that fellow Wang Jinji. Jiang Zhenhai only told Lin Rua that it was because he missed her so much that he couldn't bear it. He didn't want to lie to Lin Rua, so he told her the truth. But who would have thought that at this moment, he would cause such a huge disaster, and he had become the biggest burden for his son. It's all my fault. It's all my fault. Jiang Zhenhai hated himself very much, but what could he do? Jiang Chen was still in the eye of the storm. Ha ha ha, good. I'd like to see how tough this guy's bones are. Di Longqing sneered and took the lead. The 20 Divine King Realm experts all attacked Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen suddenly stood up, but he did not do anything. Di Longhuai and the others were slightly stunned, but they still attacked fiercely. The 20 Divine King Realm experts attacked Jiang Chen with their most terrifying attacks. Waves of strong palm wind hit Jiang Chen's body. Jiang Chen did not even try to defend himself. Although he was very strong, even a hierarch expert would be killed by the 20 Divine King Realm experts' attacks together. Puff, Jiang Chen spat out a few mouthfuls of blood. His face was pale. No matter how hard the attacks fell on his body, Jiang Qin did not move at all. Son. My son, Jiang Zhenhai's heart was trembling. His eyes were bloodshot and tears fell like rain. But as a father, there was nothing he could do. It was all because of his disappointing father. Jiang Zhenhai's regret and hatred were all vented out in his heart. Father, this is what I should bear. Jiang Qin smiled. The blood at the corner of his mouth did not stop flowing. His body was covered with blood stains and wounds. His bones and tendons were all broken and his flesh was badly mutilated. Jiang Zhenhai's eyes were blurred from crying. Gradually, the light in his eyes disappeared. It was as if endless darkness fell on his body. Jiang Zhenhai's eyes were completely blind. From the bottom of his heart, he did not want to see his son being beaten up passively. He did not want to see those scenes in his mind. Moreover, the blood and tears had turned into scabs. Jiang Zhenhai's eyes could no longer see what was in front of him. But the feeling in his heart could not be changed. Jiang Qin clenched his teeth. He was still as firm as a rock. He did not surrender, did not fight back, but was unyielding. Jiang Qin was covered in blood. All the meridians in his body were broken and his cultivation base was gone. He was severely injured. Even with the help of the wood spirit, it was like trying to put out a burning cart of firewood with a cup of water. This kind of injury would take at least 1,000 years to recover. Xianyuan Zhong and the rest were excited as they saw Jiang Qin being tortured. Aren't you arrogant? Aren't you arrogant? Aren't you powerful? In the end, you're still standing here waiting for us to beat you up. Li Badian looked at the heavens proudly. He had finally vented his anger. Jiang Qin's bones and meridians were all shattered. He was no longer a threat to Li Badian and he did not have any strength to fight anymore. My son, my son. Pfft, Jiang Zhenhai vomited a mouthful of blood. He felt like his heart was being torn apart. How could a father watch his son being tortured like this? Obviously, he could not see it anymore. Jiang Qin is no different from a dead person now. In the past, you slaughtered the innocent and countless geniuses of the sections. Now, I will let everyone in Linha boundaries see that you're just a cripple. Xianyuan Zhong said. This is retribution. Ha ha ha. That's right. Jiang Qin deserves to die 10,000 times. Sect leader, it's all thanks to you this time. You can decide what to do with Jiang Qin. Chapter 2674. Xianyuan Zhong looked at everyone and said faintly, kill him. That's too easy. We must let him suffer. Luofeng Valley will be his final resting place. At this moment, even Di Longhui sucked in a breath of cold air. The Luofeng Valley was known as the most terrifying place in the entire Linha boundary. There were countless wandering souls in the Luofeng Valley. All of them were those who died with endless resentment and were unwilling to enter the cycle of reincarnation. Eventually, they were buried in the Luofeng Valley. There were lightning strikes all year round and countless experts lost their lives here. It was rumored that the Luofeng Valley used to be an ancient battlefield. However, the Luofeng Valley was filled with wandering souls and lightning strikes. To the people of the Linha boundary, it was a land of death. There were Hierarch realm experts who did not believe in the undead and they all died in Luofeng Valley. Jiang Qin was on the verge of death. If he was thrown into the Luofeng Valley, then he would die a terrible death. It would be worse than killing him. You said that you'll let my father go. Jiang Qin gritted his teeth and said. He was severely injured. Countless people had left terrifying marks on his body. His injuries were getting worse and worse. He was even on the verge of death. However, there was only one belief in Jiang Chen's heart. He would never give up on his father. Oh, I see. How can the dignified Clearstream sect go back on our words? Although you're a despicable person with blood on your hands, we, the Clearstream sect, will never go back on our words. Di Longhui took over Jiang Zhenhai from Xianyuan Zhong's hands. Jiang Zhenhai was blind and could not see his son's pain. However, he still could not get rid of the regret and self-blame in his heart. Son, I'm sorry. Jiang Zhenhai murmured. His voice was hoarse but only he could hear it. Of course I won't kill him. However, there are other ways that are more exciting than killing. Di Longhui's eyes were cold while Jiang Chen squinted his eyes. It was a luxury for him to stand up. Hiss. Di Longhui grabbed Jiang Zhenhai's arms with both of his hands. Jiang Zhenhai's voice was heart-wrenching. Jiang Chen's heart was filled with sorrow. His eyes were filled with deep affection. Everyone silently watched this scene. From their point of view, Jiang Chen deserved it. I will kill you. I will kill all of you. Jiang Chen gritted his teeth and said. The anger in his body had completely ignited him. No, Lin Ryue couldn't bear the tragic scene any longer. She rushed up to the sky, but before she could get close to Di Longhui, she was knocked back by Di Longhui's palm and was severely injured. Ryue, is that you? The pain on Jiang Zhenhai's body was nothing compared to the pain in his heart. Son, I'm sorry. Father, even if the sky falls and the earth collapses, you don't have to apologize to your son. Jiang Chen's eyes became incomparably cold. However, the kinship in his heart made his heart burn. A day in the immortal world is a year in the divine world. You've been gone for thousands of years. Jiang Zhenhai lowered his head and said in a low voice. I miss my son. These 5 words were as heavy as a mountain. It made Jiang Chen's heart feel like it was being stabbed by a knife. Yes, he was high-spirited in the divine world and looked down on all the heroes. However, he had never thought about his only father. Jiang Zhenhai had nothing to worry about in the immortal world. The only thing in his heart was his son. After not seeing him for thousands of years, he only had one thought in his heart, I miss my son. That deep fatherly love was hidden in Jiang Zhenhai's heart. He didn't want to talk about it or look for it. He only hoped that he could be in the same world as his son. Wealth and glory were invincible. How could his father miss him? At that moment, Jiang Chen's heart became clear. His eyes became as calm as water. However, his heart was like an erupting volcano, as if it was going to burn the whole world. Jiang Chen raised his head. He had exhausted all of his strength, using all of his strength to support himself and stand up. Like the ridge of 1,000 mountains, his will of steel supported Jiang Chen, preventing him from falling down again. Father. Jiang Chen said it word by word. However, he finally knew how important the word father was. I want Linhe boundary to be a slave forever. Clearstream sect will be barren. Jiang Chen held back his tears and looked at Di Longhui, Xianyuan Zhong, and everyone else. Although Jiang Chen was seriously injured and was on the verge of death, the fact that he could stand up had already shocked countless people. His meridians and bones were all broken, but he could still stand up. This guy can still stand up. That's terrifying. Even if he stands up, he's still a cripple. So what? He only has himself to blame for all of this. He deserves to die. This bastard has killed countless people. Even if he dies, no one will feel pity for him. Countless people sneered at Jiang Chen. He didn't care what everyone thought of him. He only had his father in his heart. The words, I miss my son, had caused Jiang Chen's inner world to undergo tremendous changes. You still want to stand up when you're at death's door? You're really lucky. I'll return your father to you. Ha ha ha. Then, Di Longhui threw Jiang Zhenhai towards Jiang Qin and hit him with his palm. Jiang Zhenhai's meridians and bones were all broken. Jiang Zhenhai was on the verge of death just like Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin roared angrily. At this moment, a fiery figure appeared in the sky. The whole Clear Stream sect was in awe. The fiery figure was a fire Qilin. Its strength was comparable to a mid-divine king realm expert. Even the sect lord of Clear Stream sect, Xianyuan Zhong, became extremely solemn. Brother Zhen. Brother Zhen, Lin Ryue staggered towards Jiang Zhenhai. She was in great pain. If Jiang Zhenhai didn't save her life, she would have died long ago. She couldn't do anything as she watched Jiang Zhenhai being tortured. The fire Qilin flew to the sky and caught Jiang Zhenhai. The fire Qilin's prestige shocked everyone. Everyone took a few steps back. The fire Qilin stood beside Jiang Qin and roared. Everyone's expression became extremely solemn. This guy has the protection of the fire Qilin. What a terrifying fire Qilin. Is this the ancient divine beast? This guy is really lucky to have the fire Qilin as his companion. I'm really envious of him. The fire Qilin is a rare beast. If we can subdue it, it'll be a great merit for our Clear Stream sect. Xianyuan Zhong's eyes lit up as he stared at the fire Qilin. Jiang Qin, are you all right? Chapter 2675. I won't die for now. Jiang Qin gritted his teeth as he looked at his dying father and Lin Ryue who fell in front of his father. His heart was filled with bitterness. Brother Zhen, I'm here. Lin Ryue's tears fell like rain as she hugged Jiang Zhenhai tightly. Ryue, it's you. Son, go quickly, go quickly. Jiang Zhenhai said with difficulty. His bones and meridians were all shattered. He was not even a true god, how could he bear it? I will avenge you, father. Jiang Qin squeezed out a smile. Jiang Qin would settle this score with them one by one. No one could escape from his palm, no one was an exception. He wanted the Clear Stream sect, the Divine Pills sect and the Ghost Eye sect to be annihilated. Take care of father for me. Jiang Qin waved his hand and sent both of them into the Zulong Tower. Jiang Qin's eyes were extremely cold. Although it was said that his eyes were filled with killing intent, it was so calm that even the fire Qilin was shocked. The feeling of calmness was the most terrifying. Moving like a dragon, shocking the world. But now, Jiang Qin was already a cripple. Even the wood spirit could not help him recover in a short period of time. However, Jiang Qin was resolute. He stood there, his expression as cold as a 10,000-year-old icehouse. A debt of blood must be paid with blood. Even if Jiang Qin killed everyone in the Clear Stream sect, it would not be enough to make up for every drop of his father's blood. He's just a dying man. Go and capture the fire Qilin alive. This time, Xianyuan Zhong also wanted to kill Jiang Qin. Because Jiang Qin's eyes were too terrifying. Even though he was the overlord of a sect who had been through thousands of years, he didn't want to see Jiang Qin's ice-cold eyes. Jiang Qin's expression was as cold as usual. At the moment when he was on the verge of death, when his body was severely injured and he was on the brink of death, the myriad qi cauldron burst out an unparalleled myriad qi and poured into Jiang Qin's body. Kill without mercy. Xianyuan Zhong's eyes turned cold. The 20 Divine King Realm experts immediately attacked Jiang Qin again. Even with the protection of the fire Qilin, the fire Qilin was still on guard against so many Divine Kings. 12 Fire God Guards, protect us. Jiang Qin's countenance fell. The 12 Fire God Guards were all at the half-step Divine King realm. He did not have the time to refine the Fire God Guards. If he did not use the karmic fire of the Red Lotus to refine the fire god guards, it would be impossible for them to reach the next level. If the 12 Divine King Realm experts were to attack at this moment, Jiang Qin believed that these 20 Divine King Realm experts would be completely defeated. Even so, the strength of the 12 Fire God Guards was not reduced at all. Facing the 6 Divine King Realm experts, they did not fall into a disadvantageous position at all. With the help of the fire formation, the 12 Fire God Guards did not need Jiang Qin's command anymore. Moreover, they were not afraid of death. As puppets, it was rare to have a half-step Divine King Realm expert. Moreover, they were extremely powerful flaming puppets. Jiang Qin did not need to worry at all. The 6 Divine Kings were not able to gain the upper hand against the 12 Fire God Guards' ingenious cooperation. The Fire Qilin was in high spirits as he fought against the 14 early Divine King Realm experts alone. As a gifted divine beast, the Fire Qilin had its own inherited memory. It was not something an ordinary divine beast could compare with. Except for the dragon and phoenix, even the white tiger and the black tortoise might not be as noble and powerful as the Fire Qilin. Jiang Qin looked solemn. He was completely covered by the myriad qi cauldron. Countless myriad qi poured into Jiang Qin's body like a waterfall. Jiang Qin felt that his whole body had become extremely comfortable. You don't take care of your body at all. If it was not for the myriad qi, even an Emperor Realm expert would not be able to save you. In the myriad qi cauldron, Red Lotus sighed and said. However, she did not show her real body. Jiang Qin's growth had indeed shocked her. How many years had it been? Jiang Qin could already compete with Divine King Realm experts. However, he was too emotional sometimes. But it's fine. The myriad qi comes from the myriad qi cauldron. Other than the people in the primordial world, how many people could obtain the myriad qi to refine their bodies? It's a great fortune. Red Lotus went into the myriad qi cauldron. Jiang Qin looked solemn. He did not know that the myriad qi in the myriad qi cauldron was something that even an Emperor Realm expert would covet. If they could obtain even a little bit of it, it would be a lifetime fortune. However, he used so much myriad qi to refine his body. Although it was not a reckless waste of resources, it was still quite extravagant. Under the myriad qi, Jiang Qin's body was constantly refined. The terrifying regenerative power was something that even the wood spirit could not compare to. This was the true power of recovery. Jiang Qin was extremely shocked. The myriad qi cauldron kept pouring into his body. After the constant refining and baptism of the myriad qi cauldron, Jiang Qin's body became more and more powerful. It was comparable to a heavenly divine weapon. What's going on? He is actually recovering continuously. How is this possible? There is such an unbelievable thing in the world. This divine cauldron is also a good thing. This guy has a lot of secrets. Xianyuan Zhong moved his body and looked extremely solemn. He saw that Jiang Qin was shrouded in a divine cauldron. Jiang Qin's body was filled with gas that he could not identify. His broken tendons and bones all began to recover, and they were more tenacious and terrifying than before. Jiang Qin felt as if he had the help of God. He looked up and found that the myriad qi in the myriad qi cauldron had been completely absorbed by him. His strength had also completely recovered at this moment. Compared to before, he was a step stronger. However, there was still a long way to go before he could break through to the Divine King realm. If he wanted to break through again, it would depend on his luck. It was not easy to break through to the Divine King realm. At this moment, the 12 fire god guards were being pushed back step by the 6 divine kings. Even though they were puppets, they were also being suppressed terribly. The 12 fire god guards were somewhat speechless under the joint attack of the 6 divine kings. On the other side, the fire Qilin was also being suppressed by more than a dozen divine kings. Even though he was talented and had peerless divine skills, a tiger could not resist a pack of wolves. He was not Jiang Qin. He did not have the domineering aura of Jiang Qin. The 14 experts of the Divine King realm were also injured when they were pushing back the fire Qilin. Chapter 2676. Jiang Chen's eyes were as bright as the stars. His hair was dancing in the wind and his aura was terrifying. He was like a phoenix rising from the ashes. When everyone saw him, they couldn't help but feel pressured. His eyes, only his eyes could have such a strong deterrent force. As the sect lord of the Clear Stream sect, Xianyuan Zhong's strength was acknowledged by the whole Linhe boundary. He was also the one who was most qualified to take charge of the situation. At this moment, even he had become incomparably solemn and oppressive. He did not know why, but this guy seemed to have changed a lot compared to before. However, his strength did not undergo any qualitative changes. It was just that his gaze made people feel extremely uncomfortable in their hearts. No matter how strong he is, he's just a half-step divine king. Why should we be afraid of him? Xianyuan Zhong thought. However, he was rather shocked that this guy could fight back. After all, he had been forcefully defeated by 20 god kings earlier, yet he could still stand up again. His terrifying regenerative abilities were quite impressive. That's right, Xianyuan Zhong said. Di Longhuai, Dan Feng and the others were shocked. They looked at Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin seemed to have stood up from the dead, which made them even more shocked. Why is this fella still alive? He's too stubborn. I thought he's dead for sure. I wanted to throw him into the Luofeng Valley. It seems like we're going to have another battle. In the end, this Jiang Qin is a scourge. We can't let him live. Countless experts nodded silently. Jiang Chen's appearance had already made them feel extremely heavy and oppressive. You're quite calm. It seems that the injuries they inflicted on you before have more or less healed. Xianyuan Zhong looked at Jiang Qin. Yes, I'm going to annihilate the whole Clear Stream sect. I only wanted to kill the experts and not the innocent. However, I changed my mind after what you did to my father. Jiang Qin paused for a while and glanced at the whole Clear Stream sect. Leng Leng said everyone must die. Although Jiang Chen's words were incomparably cold, they were not worth mentioning in the eyes of countless disciples of the Clear Stream sect. In their eyes, sect master Xianyuan Zhong was the real king, the real leader. As long as he was there, the Clear Stream sect would not be destroyed. Everything that Jiang Qin did now would become a laughing stock for them in the future. Humph, what a shameless boast. With the sect master and over 20 divine king realm experts here, what is he? That's right. Do you really think that you're the king of heaven? I'm right here. If you have the ability, come and kill me. He's just a madman. How much can he accomplish? His strength is indeed slightly stronger than ours, but can he really be stronger than the sect master? I don't care if you believe it or not, but I don't. He's just seeking his own death. With the might of the sect leader, how can he be so presumptuous here? Our sect leader is magnanimous, but he doesn't know what's good for him. Let's see how he will die in the hands of the sect leader. Jiang Qin did not say much. The war was about to break out. These people were ignorant and shameless. He had witnessed the immorality of the Clear Stream sect. This was the deep-rooted bad habit of the sect. The Clear Stream sect had become arrogant, insolent and self-righteous. How could such people be qualified to be called the greatest sect? Jiang Qin smiled indifferently, but no one knew how bitter his smile was. His father's life was at stake and he was almost tortured to death by Di Longhuai. How could Jiang Qin let them go? The massacre began at this moment. Jiang Qin, your time has come to an end. Xianyuan Zhong frowned his eyebrows. It was time for him to take action. If Jiang Chen continued to be so presumptuous, how could the Clear Stream sect maintain its dignity? How could he, Xianyuan Zhong, convince the public? Go to hell. Xianyuan Zhong's first move was a thunderous one. It was like the Buddha's great palm, falling from the sky and oppressing the void. The space around Jiang Chen was shattered and he was about to be covered by this palm. The mid-divine king realm and the early divine king realm were two completely different things. As the sect leader of the Clear Stream sect, Xianyuan Zhong's strength was undeniable. With one palm, the mountains and rivers were shattered, all living things withered, the void was shattered and the weather changed. You think you can kill me with this? You are too naive. Jiang Chen smiled proudly. Under the dragon transformation, he threw out a punch and took on the destructive palm. Jiang Chen's body shook and Xianyuan Zhong's huge palm was pushed back. Although Jiang Chen also took a few steps back, there was no clear winner between the two of them. They were evenly matched. Jiang Chen looked at Xianyuan Zhong. Well done. The fire Qilin's eyes lit up. Jiang Chen repelled Xianyuan Zhong with a single punch. Even the fire Qilin's blood was boiling. The blood in his body was burning with excitement. Xianyuan Zhong's expression became serious. He thought that his conquering the world would have a greater effect. He had used 80% of his strength in that attack, but it was still blocked by Jiang Chen without any warning. Jiang Chen even managed to repel his attack. Xianyuan Zhong was shocked. What a terrifying fella. Looks like I can't hold back anymore. Xianyuan Zhong became more cautious. He attacked again and clashed with Jiang Chen. Xianyuan Zhong held the heavenly halberd and fought against Jiang Chen alone. The battle between the two was quite intense. Who would have thought that a half-step divine king like Jiang Chen could fight against Xianyuan Zhong without losing the upper hand? It was an unexpected result. The heavenly dragon sword and the heavenly halberd collided with each other continuously. It was so bright that people could not open their eyes. Jiang Chen's strength had improved tremendously under the dragon transformation. With the help of the myriad qi, Jiang Chen's body was comparable to a heavenly divine tool. Even if ordinary people wanted to defeat him, they might not be able to break through Jiang Chen's defense if Jiang Chen did not fight back. Heavenly halberd, void destruction. A void divine halberd fell from the sky. Jiang Chen took a step back in order to defend himself. He swept the halberd and the sword's shadow collided with the void divine halberd. Countless disciples who were below the true God realm were shaken to the core. The radiance swept across half of the Clear Stream sect. Everyone was panicking as if they were facing a formidable enemy. The terrifying collision had not ended yet. However, Xianyuan Zhong's face was gloomy. If this continued, the foundation of the Clear Stream sect would be destroyed. I'll wait for you at the peak of the mountains. Innocent people died in our hands. Isn't that too much of a disgrace to humanity? Xianyuan Zhong looked at Jiang Chen. Ha ha ha. Is there anyone innocent in the Clear Stream sect? I've said it before. Kill everyone in the Clear Stream sect. Jiang Chen roared. You forced me to do this. Chapter 2677. Jiang Chen attacked recklessly. Everyone in the Clear Stream sect turned pale and quickly retreated from the battlefield. Jiang Chen had no mercy at all. From the moment his father was harmed by the Clear Stream sect, Jiang Chen had decided to bury the entire Clear Stream sect. Jiang Chen, you're a demon. Thousands of innocent disciples died because of you. Don't you have a conscience? Xianyuan Zhong Langleng questioned Jiang Chen. What crime did my father commit? Why did you harm him like this? Don't you have a conscience? Jiang Qin retorted. His words pierced through the heart. Xianyuan Zhong held his breath. His expression was still cold. Your father is only one person, but there are 100,000 disciples in the Clear Stream sect. What crime did he commit? Ha ha ha, what a joke. Is there any difference between killing one person and killing 10,000 people? Even the Buddha in the ninth heaven can't answer this question. What right does your Clear Stream sect have to show off here? My father has never done anything wrong in his life. He has always been kind and compassionate. What crime did he commit? Why don't you answer me? Since you can't answer me, let me tell you. The 100,000 disciples in your Clear Stream sect can't even compare to a hair on my father's head. Jiang Chen's tears welled up in his eyes. At that moment, the anger in his heart had completely ignited. What crime did my father commit? Why does he have to suffer like this? Jiang Chen raised his head and looked at the sky. His sword was like a rainbow, his roar shook the heavens as he raised his sword and cursed the heavens. Where's the justice? Where's the justice? Since you have no Tao, I will enforce the heavenly Tao on your behalf. The Tao of I, Jiang Chen, is the heavenly Tao. Jiang Chen's voice shook the sky. Dark clouds filled the sky. Thunder rumbled and lightning flashed. It was as if the anger of the heavens was about to descend at this moment. Even Xianyuan Zhong and the others were dumbfounded. Jiang Chen raised his sword and questioned the heavens. Thunder rumbled and lightning flashed. So what if it's the heavens? Only I, Jiang Chen, can do my Tao. Jiang Chen sneered. He was not afraid of the lightning and thunder in the sky as he charged towards Xianyuan Zhong. Azure Dragon's 5 steps, every step ascends to the heavens. Jiang Chen's steps were steady as he stepped on the blue sky. Every step he took caused the void to crack. Jiang Chen's aura became stronger with every step he took. After 5 steps, Jiang Chen's aura had reached its peak. The battle with Xianyuan Zhong was even more exciting. The battle was burning fiercely and the number of disciples who were injured or killed had reached more than 1,000. Xianyuan Zhong's anger was ignited. As the leader of the Clear Stream sect and the leader of the entire Linhe boundary, Xianyuan Zhong must not lose. Xianyuan halberd, pierce the heavens, who dares to contend with? The two collided again. The 9,000-mile divine halberd fell from the sky, and Jiang Chen raised his blade and soared into the sky like an eagle. Dugui Fang. Jiang Chen was pushed back by Xianyuan Zhong. His face was a little pale. Xianyuan Zhong was different from the other mid-divine king realm experts. Everyone knew how strong Xianyuan Zhong was. He was the leader of the Clear Stream sect. Ancient soaring dragon art. Jiang Chen's anger was ignited. He felt injustice for his father. He wanted the Clear Stream sect to turn into a river of blood. The golden dragon blood spread throughout Jiang Chen's body. The ancient soaring dragon art had increased Jiang Chen's strength to a higher level. Such a powerful secret art of the dragon clan. Xianyuan Zhong was knowledgeable and had already guessed Jiang Chen's technique. However, he had never seen the secret technique of the dragon clan before. It was definitely not a simple technique. The dragon clan was a super powerful clan in the central region Divine Land and even the entire Divine World. The strength of a clan was enough to defy the heavens and change one's fate. They were the overlords of the demonic beast world. Even the peerless Emperor realm experts in the 9 heavens had to be careful when facing the true dragon clan. Jiang Chen was clad in a golden armor. His body was covered in golden dragon blood. The ancient soaring dragon art was executed perfectly at this moment. Because Jiang Chen's body was no longer the same as before. The myriad qi was something that even Emperor realm experts were afraid of. Jiang Chen used the myriad qi to refine his body, allowing his body to reach an unprecedented level. His compatibility with the ancient soaring dragon art had also reached an unprecedented level. Union of man and sword. 3,000 Li freeze. Jiang Chen and the heavenly dragon sword merged into one. The sword was one with him, and he was one with the sword. The sword of solitude swept across the entire Clearstream sect. A golden light danced down and the 9,000-meter-tall mountain collapsed. That was the divine mountain that represented the face of the Clearstream sect and the faith of the Clearstream sect. Jiang Chen turned into a sword and forced Xianyuan Zhong to retreat. Xianyuan Zhong's expression was ferocious. However, he felt that his strength was not enough to fight against Jiang Chen. This guy, could he be from the Dragon Clan? How could he be so powerful? Even I am not his match. Xianyuan Zhong's heart was in turmoil. Jiang Chen's strength could shake the heavens. At this moment, he was like a peerless god of war. Even the king of the 9 heavens was afraid of him. Sword of Nirvana. Jiang Chen's sword shadow slashed through the void once again. Thousands of miles of mountains in the Clearstream sect collapsed at this moment. More than half of the 100,000 disciples were either killed or injured. Countless early true God disciples couldn't withstand such a powerful landslide. Wherever Jiang Chen's sword shadow passed through, not even a blade of grass was left alive. Their souls were chased for thousands of miles. Jiang Chen, you're crazy. Are you going to start a massacre? Di Longhuai's eyes were cold. His people were among the countless disciples and grand disciples. The Clearstream sect had become a battlefield that could destroy the heavens and the earth. However, many of the 100,000 disciples had died in this war, which made him extremely sad. Jiang Chen, you will die a horrible death. Di Longqing was infuriated. He had just witnessed his grandchildren being crushed to death by Jiang Chen's sword. The Clearstream sect had become a mess at this moment. Flames of war could be seen everywhere. This man is a devil from the heavens. We must kill him as soon as possible. Li Xie roared. More than a dozen of them forced the 12 fire god guards to retreat. Then, they turned to fire Qilin again. Fire Qilin was having a hard time fighting against so many enemies. However, he was still struggling. He knew that Jiang Chen was suffering more than him. So what? I, Jiang Chen, do not need others to tell me what to do. I will kill everyone in the Clearstream sect. What I want is not to be remembered in history but to be infamous. Who can stop me if I want to kill? Who can pay for my father's pain? I, Jiang Chen, will not tolerate the heinous crimes that your Clearstream sect has committed in the Linhe boundary. His father's suffering was still vivid in his mind. Jiang Chen no longer had any mercy in his heart. He had slaughtered more than 20 sects, big and small, and they were all the sects that had chased him to the ends of the earth. However, Jiang Chen only injured one of their disciples. What was the result? Chapter 2678. You're a great sect master, yet you're ignorant and self-righteous. Kill him. Jiang Chen swung his sword horizontally. Invincible thousand-li Xianyuan Zhong was blown away. He was not injured by the sword's shadow, but he was heavily injured. Puff, bastard, Jiang Chen, my Clearstream sect will not rest until you're dead. 2 sect masters, if not now, when are you going to do it? Do you want my Clearstream sect to be destroyed? When the nest is overturned, there will be no unbroken eggs. Xianyuan Zhong bellowed furiously. 2 figures appeared in the sky, both of them were mid-divine kings. Their auras were unparalleled. One of them had a head full of red hair, a jade-like face, eyes like fire, his aura was boundless. The other one was wearing a black robe, his eyes were purple, he was as skinny as a match. Dan Yangzi, Li Zhan. You two are finally here. Xianyuanzhong finally heaved a sigh of relief. These two fellas had appeared long ago, but they did not take any action. Obviously, they were here to watch him make a fool out of himself. However, if he was defeated, they would not be able to gain any benefits. If the Clear Stream sect was in chaos, would Jiang Qin let the Divine Pills sect and the Ghost Eye sect go? The answer was obviously no. You can't even deal with a half-step divine king. Xianyuanzhong, where have you been for the past few thousand years? Ha ha ha. Li Zhan said in a strange tone, the corner of his lips curled into a sinister smile. It seemed like he was mocking Xianyuanzhong, but it also sounded like a joke. At this moment, Xianyuanzhong was speechless. It's already like this, let's talk less. What we need to do now is to kill this fella. Otherwise, your Clear Stream sect will be destroyed soon. Dan Yangzi said in a low voice, his expression was solemn. They had witnessed Jiang Chen's strength, they might only be able to suppress Jiang Chen if the three of them work together. For today's matter, I will definitely repay you handsomely in the future. Thank you, sect masters. Xianyuanzhong glanced at Dan Yangzi and Li Zhan, he didn't say anything. Li Zhan's words could only make him suppress his anger for the time being. Moreover, Jiang Chen was behaving atrociously in the Clear Stream sect. The 9,000 li of mountains and rivers were destroyed, the Clear Stream sect had suffered heavy losses. Now, Xianyuanzhong was in the same situation. Jiang Chen's momentum was unstoppable. The entire Clear Stream sect was in danger. Xianyuanzhong didn't expect things to turn out this way. He thought that Jiang Chen was doomed to die, but he didn't expect his counterattack to make the entire Clear Stream sect feel helpless. Everyone became a foil for Jiang Chen, and Jiang Chen took the opportunity to rise up. Even Xianyuanzhong was forced to back off. Why is it like this? How did the Clear Stream sect become so weak? Jiang Chen, it's all because of that bastard. He made us homeless. The Clear Stream sect will not lose. We will not bow down to this devil. As long as we are united, we will surely defeat Jiang Chen. Our Clear Stream sect is righteous, justice will never be extinguished. Evil will never prevail over justice. We are the embodiment of justice. The Clear Stream sect will never be extinguished. The disciples of the Clear Stream sect hated Jiang Chen to the core. However, the unity of the sect was still very strong. After all, it was a great sect that had existed for thousands of years and was the leader of the Linha boundary. However, the deep-rooted arrogance were still there. In their eyes, the Clear Stream sect was always right, they would always be the righteous side. As long as the Clear Stream sect was not destroyed, they would live forever. You're right, it's just a joke. Brother Xianyuan, please don't take it seriously. Ha ha ha. Li Zhan said with a laugh. However, everyone could see from his eyes that it was not a joke. Some words could be joked, but some words were about the Clear Stream sect's success or failure. That's great. Thank you, two sect lords, for coming with me to capture Jiang Chen. Xianyuanzhong clasped his hands and said. The Clear Stream sect's war was imminent. If the two great sects did not intervene, the Clear Stream sect might really be in a difficult situation. So what if you found a helper? Even if they don't come, I will go and look for them. You're all jackals of the same tribe. Since you're all here, killing you will save me the trouble of making a trip. A bunch of hypocrites. If you don't die, how can the Linha boundary be peaceful? Jiang Chen said disdainfully toward Xianyuanzhong and the others. At this moment, the entire Clear Stream sect was in an uproar. 3 sect lords gathered together, was it not enough to defeat Jiang Chen? The sect lord knows that this is not a small matter. So, he went to the Clear Stream sect right after we set off. Li Xia said solemnly. This time, Jiang Qin won't be able to escape. The sect lord of the Divine Pill sect is here too. Ha! 3 sect lords. Even if Jiang Qin is a reincarnated Emperor realm expert, he won't be able to escape. Dan Fang's eyes were filled with confidence. The 3 great sect lords had joined hands, 3 mid-divine kings, and Jiang Qin was just a half-step divine king. No matter how powerful he was, he wouldn't be able to turn the situation around. You're still so calm even when you're at death's door. Not bad. Unfortunately, you're still a monster. You'll only be a tumor to our Linha boundary if you continue to live. You'll bring peace to the world after we kill you today. If you surrender now, you might be able to die in one piece. Dan Yangzi said calmly with the demeanor of an immortal. Old Feng Deng, if you want to fight, then fight. What kind of bastard are you, trying to act tough here? All of you shall die today. Jiang Qin unleashed his aura, dominating the world and looking down on everyone. He didn't put anyone in his eyes. Dan Yangzi was infuriated and his face turned pale. You don't know what's good for you. The Divine Pill sect will not hesitate to kill this fella. A bunch of ants. Humph. Jiang Qin sneered and leapt into the sky with his sword. With the help of the ancient soaring dragon technique, Jiang Qin was extremely confident when he fought against a mid-divine king. Moreover, Xianyuan Zhong was continuously repulsed. His opponent did not dare to fight him anymore. That's why he summoned the Divine Pill sect and the Ghost Eye sect. That was why the battle became so difficult. Even so, Jiang Qin did not hold back at all. Even though he was suppressed by the 3 of them, Jiang Qin's aura did not decrease at all. Both sides fought back and forth, no one was able to gain the upper hand. Watch my octagonal cauldron suppress this arrogant fella. Dan Yangzi held the octagonal cauldron in his hand. It had 3 legs and 4 handles. The cauldron descended from the sky, suppressing the luck of the surroundings. Dan Yangzi exerted all his strength and struck out with the octagonal cauldron, forcing Jiang Qin to retreat. Jiang Qin was not afraid at all. He held the Zulong Tower in his hand and clashed with Dan Yangzi's octagonal cauldron. Chapter 2679. The Zulong Tower shone brightly. Under the enhancement of the 2 Dragon Balls, Jiang Qin could feel that the power of the Zulong Tower was even more terrifying than before. As soon as the Zulong Tower appeared, the octagonal cauldron was sent flying away by the Zulong Tower. Dan Yangzi grabbed the octagonal cauldron with both of his hands, but he was forced back by the rebounding force from Jiang Qin. His expression was gloomy and his aura was unstable. 10,000 years in one eye. Li Zhan of the Ghost Eye sect followed up. A vertical eye appeared on his forehead and a terrifying radiance burst out. Jiang Qin felt that the flow of time around him had become extremely slow at this moment. At the same time, Xianyuan Zhong seized the opportunity and rushed towards Jiang Qin with his ancient halberd. Jiang Qin used the divine golden bell, activating the god sealing restriction of the Eastern Emperor bell, sealing himself from the outside world. This strike landed on the divine golden bell on Jiang Qin's body, causing a deafening sound. However, the result did not satisfy Xianyuan Zhong, because he was the one who was severely injured by the divine golden bell. The Eastern Emperor limitless art of the Eastern Emperor sect is indeed ruthless. Xianyuan Zhong's heart trembled. He didn't expect Jiang Qin to learn the Eastern Emperor limitless art in just a few years. Moreover, it was so terrifying that it was completely unexpected. The Xianyuan art of my clear stream sect is not to be trifled with. Xianyuan Zhong's eyes were fixed on Jiang Qin. The ancient halberd in his hand moved again. The Xianyuan art was a secret technique of the clear stream sect, only passed down to the sect leader. At this moment, Xianyuan Zhong displayed his strongest attack, the Xianyuan art. Under the effect of the Xianyuan art, the ancient halberd seemed to be assisted by the gods. Clanging sounds resounded as it slashed through the void. Even the space was completely crushed. An azure dragon shot out from the ancient halberd, turning into a battle spirit and rushed towards Jiang Qin. Such a terrifying technique, but it's still useless against me. Jiang Qin harumphed coldly, not moving an inch. The Xianyuan art seemed to contain an endless amount of power, wanting to unleash it. The dragon broke free and collided against Jiang Qin's divine golden bell, but there was still no ripple. The sound reverberate could be heard from 1,000 miles away. Countless people covered their ears, but Jiang Qin was still the same Jiang Qin. The divine golden bell was as stable as Mount Tai. From a certain point of view, it was no longer the divine golden bell of the Eastern Emperor limitless technique. It was the true possession of the Eastern Emperor bell. One could well imagine its defensive power. The Eastern Emperor bell was known as the Gate of the Three Realms. Its terror could absolutely make an emperor god tremble. Although the Eastern Emperor bell was damaged, it was still not something that ordinary divine weapons could be compared to. The Xianyuan art made a strong attack, but it was still blocked by the divine golden bell. Although Li Zhan's 10,000-year eye had sealed the time around Jiang Qin, it still couldn't make any attacks, causing Jiang Qin to be defeated. On the contrary, Jiang Qin became more and more courageous. Your octagonal cauldron is only so-so. Watch my Zulong Tower, suppress it for me. Jiang Qin's eyes were cold and bloodless. At this moment, he had activated the Zulong Tower to its limit. The terrifying suppression of the Zulong Tower swept across the sky. Xianyuan Zhong, Li Zhan, and Dan Yangzi exerted all their strength to resist the Zulong Tower. However, the suppression of the Zulong Tower was far from over. The three of them were forced to kneel on the ground, their faces were pale, and they had completely lost the initiative. The terror of the Zulong Tower had truly shown them how ferocious Jiang Qin was. I can't take it anymore, Dan Yangzi said while gritting his teeth. The meridians in his body felt like they were about to break. The octagonal cauldron in his hand was also cracking under the suppression. My octagonal cauldron, no, Dan Yangzi roared in anger. The octagonal cauldron was completely destroyed under the suppression of the Zulong Tower. I can't take it anymore, Li Zhan said while gritting his teeth. However, the three of them were still completely suppressed by Jiang Qin. They had lost their most basic attack, it was a problem for them to protect themselves. Puff, Xianyuan Zhong spurted out a mouthful of blood. Both of his legs were broken. Crack. He could no longer stand on the ground. I never thought that I, Xianyuan Zhong, would be defeated by a brat like you. I'm not willing. Xianyuan Zhong's eyes were filled with regret and helplessness. Because he had no strength to fight anymore. He had become a puppet in the hands of Jiang Qin. The three experts of the strongest sect in the Linha boundary were defeated, and they were utterly defeated. Are the three sect leaders going to be defeated? This guy, I don't know how to describe him. Is he the Satan from the 18th level of hell? I think this will be the most desperate moment of my life. This guy will never let us go. Linha boundary, is this really the end? Jiang Qin is too terrifying. The ancestral dragon pagoda was like a huge golden mountain. The three mid-divine king realm experts could not withstand its terrifying pressure at all. Jiang Qin stood proudly on top of the Zulong Tower with an imposing aura. The world is vast, but everyone was defeated by my hands. Who dares to challenge me? Jiang Qin was filled with anger. Jiang Qin did not feel any joy or sorrow in this battle. He wanted to use the entire Clearstream sect to wash away his father's pain and injustice. No one could stop him. The remaining 50,000 disciples were in despair. Even the sect lords and elders who came to help the Clearstream sect to eliminate Jiang Qin looked pale. Jiang Qin was invincible, sweeping across the entire Clearstream sect. no one was his match. This was the general trend. Jiang Chen's suppressive strength made the three sect lords kneel down on the ground once again. Their lower bodies were crushed. This was not only a heavy blow to the three of them, it was also a humiliation to the Clearstream sect, the Ghost Eye sect, the Divine Pill sect and the entire Linha boundary. They were the pillars of the three sects, but at this moment, they were crushed by Jiang Chen and their pride was completely crushed. Old ancestor, save me, Xianyuanzhong let out a long roar that shook the heavens and earth. He no longer had the strength to lead the Clearstream sect to victory. Their 10,000 years of foundation was destroyed in a single day. More than half of the 100,000 disciples were killed. His face was completely gone after this battle. Jiang Chen squinted his eyes. Is there anyone else in the Clearstream sect who can stand up for him? Even Xianyuanzhong addressed him as an old ancestor. It seems like the Clearstream sect has a strong foundation. Useless things. The Clearstream sect was almost annihilated in your hands. You have truly disappointed me. A white-robed silhouette stepped out from the void. It was as if he had come from beyond the heavens. The old man had a kind face, but his pair of eagle-like eyes gave off an extremely oppressive feeling. His skinny face was filled with wrinkles. The white-clothed old man's hunched body was tall and straight in Xianyuanzhong's eyes. He was filled with respect and fear. The white-clothed old man harumphed coldly and glanced at Xianyuanzhong. Xianyuanjie, is it really you? Chapter 2680. It's him. Is it really him? The ancestor of Nether River, Xianyuanjie, who was famous in the Linha boundary 7,000 years ago. Li Zhan took a deep breath. Obviously, the name of ancestor of Nether River had a great impact on him. Lil Yangzi, even you have become the sect lord of the Divine Pill sect. Time is really unforgiving. Is Dan Yuanzi still around? Xianyuanjie's eyelids twitched. Over 700 years ago, Grandmaster Dan Yuanzi passed away in meditation. Dan Yangzi sighed and said helplessly. Xianyuanjie's hand slightly trembled. He looked a little lonely as he shook his head, as if he was reminiscing about his old friend. Ancestor of Nether River. Interesting. The ancestor of the Clearstream sect. Looks like I've forced some old farts out this time. Jiang Chen sneered. The sea of bitterness is boundless, repent and you'll be saved. Lad, you've sinned too much. Surrender and I might spare your life. Otherwise, you know the consequences. Xianyuanjie said faintly. It seemed like he was teaching Jiang Chen in a high and mighty manner. If you want to fight, let's fight. I, Jiang Chen, will flatten the Clearstream sect today. Let's see who can stop me. Jiang Chen took a step forward and his battle intent grew stronger. He did not put Xianyuanjie in his eyes at all. Lad, it's time for you to die. The ancestor of Nether River has been in seclusion for 3,000 years. His strength has reached perfection. Kneel down and beg for mercy. Xianyuanzhong sneered as if he had found his backbone. That's right. There's only one result for going against the ancestor of Nether River. When the ancestor of Nether River dominated the world, you're not even born yet. You must have eaten a bear's heart and leopard's guts to fight the ancestor of Nether River. Dan Yangzi was very confident. They were safe with Xianyuanjie here. Xianyuanjie's strength had reached at least the late Divine King realm. Jiang Chen would not be his opponent. I've been waiting for Senior to make a move. Ghost Eye sect admits defeat. I hope that Senior will be generous enough to save us. The corners of Li Zhan's mouth curled into a smile. Jiang Chen's death was probably not far away. Noisy. Jiang Chen frowned, his face gloomy. Die for me. No one can save you, not even the heavens. Jiang Chen pressed the ancestral dragon pagoda down fiercely. At this moment, Li Zhan, Dan Yangzi and Xianyuan Zhong's faces turned pale as they roared in anger, "Save my ancestor." No! No! Xianyuan Jie narrowed his eyes and shouted in a deep voice, "How dare you!" However, Jiang Chen did not care about anything else. The ancestral dragon pagoda pressed down. The terrifying suppressive force crushed the three mid-divine king realm experts' flesh and blood, bones, and souls. Everyone was dumbfounded. The 50,000 disciples of the Clear Stream sect were extremely quiet. The 20 great divine king realm experts took a deep breath at this moment and their bodies trembled. This was too terrifying. Jiang Chen was really reckless. He dared to take action against old ancestor Xianyuan Jie. Xianyuan Jie did not expect that Jiang Chen would be so ruthless. He thought that Jiang Chen would beg for mercy. However, the three of them were crushed to death by the Zulong Tower. At this moment, Xianyuan Jie was enraged. Jiang Chen killed the three sect masters in front of him and turned the entire Clear Stream sect upside down. Half of the disciples were killed. The sect master of the Clear Stream sect had become an immortal in history. If Xianyuan Jie did not uphold justice, the entire Linhe boundary would be in chaos. Jiang Chen's swift action made everyone in the Clear Stream sect keep quiet out of fear that they would be killed by Jiang Chen. Di Longhuai, Di Longqing, Li Xie, Li Batian, Dan Feng and Dan Kuei were all dumbfounded. Because the three sect masters were killed by Jiang Chen. This would definitely cause a great commotion in the Linhe boundary. The three most powerful sects in the Linhe boundary had lost their leader. How could the Linhe boundary not be in chaos? Jiang Chen looked at Xianyuan Jie and smiled. "I'm sorry, they were just 3 dogs. So what? Do you have a problem with that?" Xianyuan Jie shook his head and the smile on his face became more sinister. Because he knew that the young man in front of him was determined to fight to the death with him. Although he had not reached the peak of the Divine King realm, he could still control the lightning in front of this reckless young man. The death of the 3 sect masters was a great blow to the disciples of the Clear Stream sect and the Divine King realm experts. If Jiang Chen could kill the 3 sect masters, it would be a piece of cake for him to kill them. Moreover, it was not only about the life and death of the 3 sect masters, but also the reputation of the entire Linhe boundary. Jiang Chen did not care about it at all. The 3 sect masters were just like chickens and dogs in his eyes. They could not fight back at all and were crushed to death. This was something that had never happened in the Clear Stream sect for thousands of years. The sect masters were killed and the Clear Stream sect was in a mess. Moreover, Jiang Chen had threatened to kill everyone in the Clear Stream sect. This had gone beyond Xianyuan Jie's patience. The 20 Divine King realm experts were extremely scared and embarrassed. "You're strong and arrogant. It's not easy for you to be so calm in the face of the entire Linhe boundary. However, you should know that you're going to die today." "Really? I would like to see who can stop me. Even if I know that I'm going to die today, I will fight till the very last moment. My father's injuries cannot be in vain. He almost lost his life in the Clear Stream sect for me. I must give my father an explanation. Even if he's the Reverend of the 9 boundaries, I will still kill him. I will not put the old ancestor of the Clear Stream sect in my eyes." Jiang Chen and Xianyuan Jie looked at each other, neither of them took a step back. However, it was obvious that Xianyuan Jie was winning. Jiang Chen could feel a strong pressure coming from him. This person's strength was on par with Zixi, but his divine origin energy was much stronger than Zixi's. After thousands of years of accumulation, Xianyuan Jie's strength was much stronger than an ordinary late Divine King realm expert. He was only a step away from the peak divine king realm. You're talented, but you don't know how to cherish it. This is where your ignorance lies. You're just a half-step divine king, what can you do? You're just a frog in the well. If I want to kill you, why would I need to use a butcher's knife? If I don't destroy your soul, how can I face the 100,000 disciples of the Clearstream sect? You're too audacious to kill Xianyuanzhong in front of me. Xianyuanjie's expression was cold. He had lost his patience with Jiang Qin. Defeat me, then you're qualified to speak. Chapter 2681. Xianyuanjie was the leading figure of the previous era, the true king of the Linhe boundary. He thought that his appearance would crush Jiang Qin, but it turned out to be like this. The three patriarchs had disappeared and Jiang Qin did not even put him in his eyes. How could Xianyuanjie not be angry? Back then, Xianyuanjie was also a peerlessly talented super expert. It was only because he was infatuated with cultivation that he retired from the stage of battle. Each generation had its own talents, and each of them had been outstanding for hundreds of years. As for an old man like him, there weren't many people he could remember. Xianyuanjie came out this time to sound the alarm in the Linhe boundary. He, Xianyuanjie, had not stepped into the coffin yet. Lad, your arrogance is the same as mine in the past. It's a pity that you don't know how to keep a low profile. You should know that there's always a higher mountain. Today, I will show you the true bearing of a king. Xianyuanjie looked at Jiang Qin with disdain. His skinny figure took a step forward, and the surrounding space became distorted. He displayed the strength of a late divine king, and he was much stronger than Zishi. Great! Jiang Qin shouted and soared up to the clouds. The battle between the two of them had begun from this moment onwards. As an expert of the older generation, Xianyuanjie's strength was unquestionable. Jiang Qin resisted with the heavenly dragon sword and the ancient soaring dragon technique, but he still could not gain the upper hand. Moreover, he felt that he was being suppressed by Xianyuanjie. Powerful indeed. Even an ordinary peak divine king might not be able to defeat this old man. He's indeed a monstrous figure of the older generation. Jiang Qin's heart skipped a beat. Although he was shocked, he did not panic. The battle between the two was extremely terrifying. Mountains were shattered and rivers were flowing. Jiang Qin was forced to retreat again and again. He's indeed an expert of the older generation. Old ancestor Mingyi is indeed not as glorious as he was in the past. That's right. I didn't expect the Clearstream sect to have such a peerless expert. No wonder it's the #1 sect in the Linhe boundary. What a pity. The three patriarchs of the Clearstream sect, the Divine Pills sect, and the Ghost Eye sect all died here. I'm afraid there will be a great war this time. Isn't that right? That bastard Jiang Qin is simply a shit stirrer. How can the hatred in our hearts be resolved if we don't kill him? Everyone gnashed their teeth in anger at Jiang Qin, wishing that Jiang Qin would be killed by Xianyuanjie. Unfortunately, things didn't go as planned. Although Jiang Qin looked tired, he didn't seem to be defeated at all. Jiang Qin retreated in order to advance, so that even if Xianyuanjie attacked fiercely, he didn't have many ways to kill Jiang Qin. What a cunning kid. Let's see how long you can run. Xianyuanjie harumphed coldly. He took a big step forward and crossed the void, forcing Jiang Qin to use all his strength. Jiang Qin didn't dare to be careless. Under the support of the ancient soaring dragon technique, Jiang Qin could only defend himself. This guy was really hard to deal with. If it was the Ashura sword formation, Jiang Qin would be able to kill him, but obviously, Xianyuanjie wouldn't give him any time to set up the formation. Heavenly lightning. Jiang Chen kept the heavenly dragon sword and held the dawn sky golden lightning in his left hand and the 9 stars heavenly tribulation lightning in his right. Xian Yuanjie's expression changed drastically as he looked at Jiang Chen with a serious expression. You can control the heavenly lightning. Xian Yuanjie was obviously frightened by Jiang Chen. This fella could use the heavenly lightning as his weapon. It was really hard to deal with him. Xian Yuanjie looked up and saw thunder clouds rumbling above his head. The 2 heavenly lightnings could explode at any time. You want to force me to retreat with just 2 heavenly lightnings? You're too naive. Xian Yuanjie said in disdain, completely ignoring the heavenly lightning. Is that so? Jiang Chen said. Within a few thousand miles, the Clear Stream sect was burnt and suffered heavy casualties. Under the heavenly lightning, Xian Yuanjie also couldn't get close to Jiang Chen. He could only try to find an opportunity to get close to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's palm was filled with heavenly lightning and the heavenly Tao heavenly lightning was constantly unleashed. The dazzling power of lightning penetrated through the entire Clear Stream sect. In an instant, not even a blade of grass could be seen. The disciples of the Clear Stream sect had suffered a great loss. Xian Yuanjie's face looked even worse. The death of the Clear Stream sect's patriarch might not be a big deal, they could just choose another one. But if all the disciples died, then the Clear Stream sect's foundation would be completely destroyed. The Clear Stream sect might cease to exist. This Jiang Chen is truly terrifying. His methods are ruthless and terrifying. He's trying to uproot the entire Clear Stream sect. You lunatic! Innocent disciples, what crime have you committed? You're going to kill them all. Xian Yuanjie roared and kept dodging the thunder and lightning. Compared to ordinary thunder, the heavenly thunder was far more powerful. Thousands of miles of dark clouds, thousands of miles of lightning. The clear river boundary was covered in a sea of lightning. From the moment you provoked me, you should have thought of the consequences. From the moment you attacked my father, I'm no longer Jiang Chen, I'm a god of death. If people don't offend me, I won't offend them. If people offend me, I'll return the favor 10-fold or 100-fold. This is my Tao. Jiang Chen looked at Xian Yuanjie with disdain. The latter's face turned pale but he couldn't do anything. Under the heavenly lightning, even those half-stepped divine kings were killed. Many elders and elite disciples of the sect were killed. Jiang Chen's Tao was that those who obey him would prosper and those who oppose him would perish. I didn't have the intention to conquer the world, but the world doesn't accept a ruler. Jiang Chen was low-key enough, but there were still so many people who wanted to provoke him. It's fine if they provoked him, but why did they have to involve the people closest to them? How could Jiang Chen tolerate them? Initially, he wanted to kill the elders of the Clear Stream sect and leave. Jiang Chen didn't want to kill innocent people, but the other party was too aggressive. He had no choice but to uproot the Clear Stream sect. So what if they have 100,000 disciples? I, Jiang Chen, will kill millions of people when I'm angry. I'm the god of death. You're a lunatic, a demon. Today, I, Xian Yuanjie, will kill you. How could Xian Yuanjie listen to Jiang Chen's words? He only saw Jiang Chen killing innocent people and destroying the foundation of his Clear Stream sect. How could Xian Yuanjie tolerate this? The heavenly lightning was still rumbling, but Xian Yuanjie was resolute at this moment. He shuttled through the heavenly lightning towards Jiang Chen. Then, I'll let you have a taste of my heavenly lightning fusion. Jiang Chen retreated again and again. The heavenly lightning kept falling. Xian Yuanjie was attacked several times in the heavenly lightning sea, but he was still unfazed. He charged towards Jiang Chen and the distance between them was getting shorter. Let's see how you're going to break my heavenly lightning fusion. You're tuning into the Journey of the Soul YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.